Hello, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to day 2. We're excited to have you all here with us. At SoulSearch, we are a community and platform dedicated to the consciousness, awakening of consciousness of humanity, and we do that by throwing these live events. We have an online platform, soulsearch.io, where you can connect with our amazing teachers and guides like Cheryl. And you can also check out our shows by our practitioners on SoulSearch TV. You can check out soulsearch.tv online, as well as Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Android TV. And we do host this event 3 to 4 times a year, so keep coming back. We'll be back in June and in October, definitely. And maybe even more. so stay tuned for that. And I'm very excited to be introducing our first speaker of today, Cheryl Fisher. Cheryl was a teacher for 18 years in the K through 12 setting. She also had 15 years working with college students. In 2022, after an illness, she found pain relief with biofield tuning and wanted to share this with as many people as possible. Her dedication to helping others heal and tap into their true potential is what keeps her going. Feel free to contact her for your healing needs. So thank you so much, Cheryl, for being here, and welcome.
We may be competing next door, so if you want to come up front, that's fine. If you can hear me okay, that's great too. So I'm going to be using my phone because it did not have a projector that worked well. So here we go. So I've got my notes right here. So today we're going to be talking about the elemental blade, and it is unlocking your inner potential using the elements of water, earth, fire, and air. So we're going to explain the elements and what they represent, as well as some practical applications and some inner wisdom that you can gather through that. So my first question for you, think about this. Who are you? Many of you are thinking of who are you as your role, your job, your role as a parent, as a married person or a single person. I want you to look deeper and to use the elements of earth, fire, water, and air. The elements connect to a lot of things. The earth and water, fire, and air connect to the seasons. And now we are in the season of winter, and that is our water element. That is where we can use our inner wisdom. We slow down a lot during this time, right? Yeah, so we are slowing down. The earth element is related more to the autumn. And the fire element, as we all know here in Arizona, what would that be? Summer, definitely. And the spring is the air element. My goodness, I am shaking like a leaf. So the elements are related to the senses. When you think about it, you can see the earth, you can see the fire, you can see the water. Can you see the air? Not really. Not unless you're looking at a tree and you see the leaves, but it's not necessarily you're seeing the air. You can hear all of them as well. Can you smell all of them? No, I don't think so, but maybe you can. I don't know. Yeah, you can. Yeah, when you think about the smell, that is the dirt that has a smell, right? And the water can have a smell. It can smell good or bad depending on your water. The element of air is one that is more an internal sense rather than the external sense. They also relate to your astrology. Now, we know that we have the earth signs, sun, or water signs, fire signs, and air signs. So my first quote, this is, I love quotes. I don't know about you, but I love quotes. If we surrender to Earth's intelligence, we can rise up rooted like trees. Rainer Maria Rilke. So if you imagine the sign of Las Vegas, and just picture that sign. Many years ago, I lived in Virginia. And through a variety of circumstances, my husband and 2 children decided we were going to trek across the entire country and move to Las Vegas because I was convinced I had a job lined up for me. We got all the way out there. Oh, and by the way, we were driving a Dodge Neon, okay, small little car, and we hooked up a U-Haul trailer to it. So we looked really silly, and we were sure we were going to go to Las Vegas, but we were also convinced if for some reason we had to stop in the middle, that would be okay. We would be okay with wherever we ended up. I got to the Clark County School District office. They said, you didn't get the notice. You didn't get the job. Okay. So my stability at that moment was crushed. I still needed to have ways to pay my bills. Neither one of us had a job. We just went out there. So I stopped and I prayed. And I said, this is the amount of money that I need. Went down the phone book. That tells you how long ago this was. Alphabetical order, went down the phone book and went to Warren Walker. That was the last one. I called everybody else. And I was like, okay, this is it. This is my last shot. I got the interview and I got it. And it was the exact amount that I had said. That was it. I couldn't go any longer than that. Talk about going out on faith and needing that stability. And that is the earth element. The earth element has the element of stability. It has the, I wish I had these up here. It has grounding, abundance, and physical stability as part of what it is. So when you think of the earth element, that is what we're looking for. Now, how many of you know what grounding is? Okay, so we can ground in many, many different ways. Some of us enjoy that, sticking our feet in the sand or in the dirt or in the grass. Some of us are like, that's gross, that's disgusting. If you are one of those people, a grounding mat is really, really beneficial. Your body is a battery. You have the negative that's at your feet and the positive that's at your head. This is not bad or good, it's just a battery. We are so much in our heads all the time, right? That if we can slow down enough to take our feet and put them on the ground and just be, That is enough, even for 5 minutes. That is enough to gather enough energy for you to be who you are, to focus on yourself. You can also use crystals or rocks to meditate and be grounded. How many of you are gardeners? I have a gray thumb. It's not quite a black thumb, but it's kind of a gray thumb. I can keep certain plants alive, ones that don't require a lot of water, but those that you have to be watering all the time, not so great. But being in the garden, even if you have the gloves on, that is an excellent way for you to get grounded and to use the earth element. And the last thing that you can do is use the paintings and pottery and using that as a creative way to connect to the earth. Any questions on that? So as we're using the earth element, our next element is water. And I said I like quotes. This one's from Bruce Lee. Be like water, making its way through cracks. Do not be assertive, but adjust to the object, and you shall find a way around or through it. If nothing within you stays rigid, outward things will disclose themselves. So about a year before we traveled across the country, we had a flood in our home. And it was devastating, obviously. It was not a flood that was a burst pipe, but the entire community was flooded. So there were a lot of people that were without homes and without businesses and different things like that. During that time, we had to rely on people to help us. We had to be adaptable in our situation. And what we did was we had a family who had a house or a little apartment above their garage that we stayed in for about a month in order to get where we were stable again. And thank goodness for that. You don't know how much people help you until you're in that kind of situation. That was very, very helpful for us. So part of the water element is being able to be adaptable, being able to show your emotions. Okay, those are the themes of the water element. It is also good for clearing and healing. Some of the ways to use the water element, and the first one we're going to say is not necessarily physical water, although it could be, is to use your emotions. Now, obviously, you can cry. Some of us, how many of you cry when you're sad? Some of us kind of don't even want to cry when we're sad. How many of us are criers when we're angry, too? And then some of us cry when we're happy, too, right? So all of those are ways for you to use the water element. But sometimes when you're angry, crying is not enough, right? Some of us want to be a little more destructive, but Jesse knows that using a rage room is really, really therapeutic. Have anybody ever been to a rage room? It's fun. It is so much fun. How many of you are annoyed with computers sometimes and you'd like to pick it up and throw it? And this, using a rage room, you get to take a sledgehammer or a baseball bat, hit something like that. So I know that that would be fun for some of you. It is a lot of fun. But allowing your emotions to be expressed is something that you can do to allow yourself to use the water element. Also, using a bath or a shower or a foot soak as a ritual, thinking about it, doing every day or every week or every month, or however you want to do it, and just physically make that intention of using the water to allow your body to feel cleansed and to renew yourself. That is another way to use the water element. Oh, great. Don't you love technology? We were talking about that. Drinking water. Now, I want to ask you all, have you heard of Dr. Emoto? Okay, Dr. Emoto, he did an experiment with water. And he spoke into these water dishes, and then he froze them. And he spoke loving words. I love you. Thank you. You're beautiful. All those kinds of things. And then he said, I hate you. You're ugly. You disgust me. All that kind of stuff. And I invite you to look at, his name is Dr. Emoto, E-M-T-O. Yeah. He is, if you look at those pictures, you will see these beautiful, like, they look like snowflakes. They're crystals of that water. It's beautiful, and they are loving words. But when they are the ugly words, the hateful words, it looks like something was poured into it. It looks like a brownish gray kind of looking thing. It's awful. And when you think about it, all of you have water in you, right? 70% of you is water. So what you think about, what you say to yourself, what you say to others, how you are behaving outwardly as well as inwardly, really reflects how you feel. When you think about it, when you're happy, your hips don't hurt as much, right? When you're excited about seeing someone, you're feeling good and you're ready to go. But when you don't feel so good, everything hurts. You just don't feel yourself. You're not. So I invite you to say intentions when you're drinking your water. Say intentions when you are eating your food. Many times people say, oh, I don't pray for my food. That's fine, but you can at least say, this is going to nourish my body. And if you say that, rather than, ugh, I hate this food, it's going to affect how your body is adjusting to that food. Any other questions? You guys are really quiet. I guess mine was loud over there. Yeah.
So I think I heard you say that water deals with hearing as well as healing.
Healing. Not hearing.
Just healing.
Yeah. It's from this sound over here that you're unable to hear. All right. So now I'm gonna go to my notes. It's not working on. All right. So now we're looking at the fire element. And Carl Jung says, the difference between a good life and bad life is how well you walk through the fire. About almost 15 years ago, I was driving on my way to school, and my kids were on their way to school, and I get a phone call that our home is on fire. So we got and you know, I know exactly what you're thinking. Man, you had a flood, you had a fire, and this is on live, so I won't say the word that I want to say. But my husband and I would used to tease each other and say, we're going to write a book. Flood, fire, F it. So that's what we thought that would be a great story. But yes, again, we had to rely on other people to help us through that time because we lost everything. We had to have people come and let us use their home for a little while. They had a casita that we were able to stay in. But one of the things that I loved about that was someone gave me a quilt. And it was a quilt that she and her mother had made with fabric that was over 100 years old. And she handed it to me and she said, you know, getting so many new things, I thought it would be nice if you had something that was old. And that was so precious to me. So the themes of fire is your desire, your passion, and your courage. And let me tell you, that courage part was really what made it through for us during that time. It also it's for your power and transformation. Again, the transformation, because we had to move from where we were to about an hour away. And we had been planning on moving there. It just was not the right timing. So God made a way for it to happen much quicker than we had anticipated. So how can you use the fire element? One of the ways that I like to do that is with a candle, a simple candle, watching the flicker of the flame, watching a campfire. That allows you to slow down. How about in Arizona in August? Right? We can use that, right? We can use the sauna that we are in, or an actual sauna, but here in Arizona, the sauna is outside. Simply cooking food is another way for you to use the fire element. Anybody here, someone who does manifestation? Okay. When you are doing that, you can write on a bay leaf and burn it. Writing letters that you never want to send, like you don't really want to have that conversation, or maybe you can't have that conversation, and then you burn it, it allows that to be released. And my last one is air. And that is my favorite because it has to do with hearing. This one has to do with the hearing. Breath is the bridge which connects life to consciousness, which unites your body to your thoughts. Whenever your mind becomes scattered, Use your breath as a means to take hold of your mind again. Tink. Nat. Pon. I hope that's how you say it. I've always had a hard time with that one. Is that right? Did I say it right? Good. Thank you. So, my late husband worked at a funeral home. And the cooler had a problem with it. So they needed to call somebody to get it fixed. The guy that they normally called was unavailable. So they had to call somebody else who was unfamiliar with going into a cooler with lots of dead bodies. So that was uncomfortable. So the guy came in and he's like, can you move these bodies out so I can work on this? And my husband said, I'm sorry, I cannot do that. You are going to have to do that just with these in there, because if we take it out, it's going to mess with their decomposing and all that kind of stuff, and it's going to smell real bad. So he's like, okay. So he gets up on the ladder, and my husband says, I will stay with you until it's done so you're not this uncomfortable. Well, he was the only one in the funeral home. And there was a doorbell that rang when people were in the other side of the funeral home. So he said, excuse me, I have to go. I'm going to backtrack a bit. My daughter had the coolest voice when she was little. And my husband used her voice as the ringtone for the phone. And it was, Daddy, you have a phone call. Daddy, you have a phone call. Wouldn't you know, he left his phone there. That rang and the guy's like, I'm sorry, I cannot do this. And he ran out. Now I told that to my brother and he said, knowing Randall, he probably was the one that made the phone call. So just because you think something's pleasing and sounds good doesn't necessarily mean that that's what everybody agrees with. So with sound, that is one thing, definitely. The themes with air are mental clarity, communication, inspiration, expansive thinking. Some of the ways that you can use the air element is blowing bubbles. And when you think about blowing bubbles, how many of you have blown bubbles with a little kid? And it's hilarious because they are so excited. They dip in and they go, and it just bursts. But you have to show them to slow down and blow it out so that it's easier to see the bubble, right? So blowing bubbles is an easy way for you to connect with your breath and to slow down. It's also kind of fun. Sure, yeah.
I've told my friends and family, if anybody decided they wanted to celebrate golf, that I would bring them to have a bubble list. I want them to blow bubbles at my funeral and celebrate.
And celebrate. Yes, I love that. That's great.
Thank you.
Another way that you can use the air element is to use scents. Your perfume. I love frankincense. That's my favorite smell ever. And then lavender or vanilla, all the different scents. You all have a scent that you like. That's a way for you to slow down again and connect with the air element. Breathing deeply. So many of us are holding our breath and we don't even know it. When I do a biofield tuning, I'm always telling people, exhale. Because a lot of times we don't even think that we're holding our breath and we're holding our breath. So an easy way for you to get used to breathing deeply, is to do a box breath, and that's 4, count to 4, inhale, hold it for 4, exhale for 4, and then hold it for 4. And then just keep doing that until you're feeling like a shift. There should be a little shift before you go on to breathing normally. And then
The last one you can do is use sound.
so I don't know if I'm going to do this. I'm going to turn this off for a moment. No, that's all right. So the tuning forks. This is the 174. Some people notice the sound and it's very, very pleasing. Other times people don't notice it as much. Some people find it grating on their nerves because it's like, ooh, it's like, and then others find it very pleasing. These are the unweighted tuning forks, and then these are weighted tuning forks. These particular ones are connected to the earth sound, the Schumann resonance, if you're familiar with the Schumann. This one is 8 times higher, and this one is 7 times higher. If I had the actual one, it would be really hard to carry. So, but these you're not going to hear unless you come right next to it. They sound like a fan. And if you are wanting to connect with the air element, sound is another way to do that. So why does all of this matter? So why does all of this matter? While we are thinking most of the time, think of an iceberg, okay? On the iceberg, you have things that you can see and everybody else can see. What's underneath, that's who you are, the deeper meaning. Like our financial situation, our social situation, our physical health, that is very surface level. But your intellectual side, your emotional side, your spiritual side, that is underneath that. That's what I'm asking you about. When we slow down enough to pay attention to what is inside, that's when we get to know ourselves. That's where we get to know what feels good, what doesn't feel good. And I don't care about what other people think. And I know that is hard because that is hard for me. I invite you to make the elements part of your daily life, whether you do it once a day, twice a day, or throughout your day. And if you think about it, there are many times that you're using the elements without even knowing it. When you're exercising, your heart rate goes up. So you're using your respiration changes. So you're using your fire, your air. If you're outside doing this, you're using the earth element. So think about how you can incorporate all of the elements to your daily life. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments or anything? Well, thank you. Yeah.
You can see your inner element.
Oh, sure. Breath is the bridge which connects life to consciousness, which unites your body to your thoughts. Whenever your mind becomes scattered, use your breath as a means to take hold of your mind again. And if you need it, I can hand it to you. You can copy it too. You want the quote?
Yeah.
You guys are quote people like me. I love quotes. If we surrender to Earth's intelligence, we could rise up rooted like trees. All right, thank you.
If you're exercising and you're sweating a lot, then they're using water.
You're using, I didn't even think about that. Yes. Exercising gets all of them. Check, 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 check. Thank you.
Is it fair to say that elements help you stay out of your mind?
Yes, and that's really what I, as an overall thing, I want you to stay out of your mind because we're always here. We're always here. If we can drop into our body more and connect more with our body and how we feel rather than what we think, I think that's a better way to do it.
So how would you use crystals?
Crystals can be used, like even just putting them on your body is fine. Yeah, and you can meditate with them. Some people put them on their body while they're, laying down.
They don't freak you out of your mind.
Yeah, they can. They can. It depends on what crystals, and you will have to ask somebody who's a crystal person, because I'm not really much of a crystal person. But there are certain ones that kind of amp you up, right? And then there are ones that kind of get you back into your body. So it depends, right? Yeah, that's how I see it.
If you Google chakra, I would say that's the way you should turn it.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yeah.
I did it shorter than I was supposed to. I was supposed to stay longer.
Thank you.
You did great.
Thank you.
Good job.
Good morning and welcome to the SoulSearch Scottsdale Enlightenment Expo. I am Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to Sunday, day 2. Thank you for joining us today, and we hope you stay with us all day because we have so much amazing enlightenment and wisdom coming through from all of our practitioners, including Yuri here, who is about to speak. And at SoulSearch, we're here to support the awakening of consciousness, the evolution of humanity, and we do that by bringing all of us together so that we can raise our vibration and uplift the planet together. So thank you for joining me in doing this work. Thank you. And at SoulSearch, we have an online platform where you can see all of the practitioners we have here today at soulsearch.io. You can also check out their TV shows on SoulSearch TV, which is online at soulsearch.tv, as well as on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Android TV. And we do this event 3 to 4 times a year. Right now we have on the calendar June and October. So stay tuned and come back to us in the summer and the fall. I'm delighted to welcome Yuri Lee as our next speaker. Yuri is a high priestess of the Temple of Sedona, a certified hypnotherapist, certified RTT therapist, counselor, past life regression practitioner, breathwork facilitator, vortex breathwork creator, certified Czech holistic life practitioner, holistic health expert, universal Tao instructor, priestess trainer, divine code channel, and moon and star ceremonialist. So she has a lot of talents, but she actually started off as a fashion consultant in LA after graduating from the Parsons School of Design in NYC. After she was unfulfilled with this career path, she asked God to show her her true path, and then experienced some phenomenal spiritual encounters that led her to being the priestess she is here today with us. So thank you so much, Yuri, for joining us, and thank you for taking us on this time-traveling adventure today. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, as she already explained, I'm a priestess. I have a different certification from different modalities that I accumulated over 18 years from the awakening that I first experienced. When I was about 34 years old, I experienced that first as a woman in that age group, experiencing, oh, I'm having a difficult time meeting a husband who everyone is asking, where's your husband? Why are you married? And with the pressure and going around and dating around, I find that I'm just not meeting people and I'm just not connecting with people. And surrendering, which we are forced to do right now, I experienced 18 years ago that if I don't surrender, I knew that I would not be a happy person. So I surrender myself to God at the moment. I'm just going to surrender. I will let go of this ideal of being married or being in a partnership with somebody. And I will take, if the God's will is for me to be a single for the rest of my life, I surrender. And a week later, I was visiting Tampa, Florida for my clients. And in this air conditioning room of 69 degrees, I experienced phenomenal spiritual experience where I met the God, the divine presence, when I was awake, and my bed that I was sleeping was shaking in the middle of the night for about 2 hours. I thought I was having an earthquake experience, and it was the spirit just kind of fighting within the field that I got to experience the demons and angels fighting, whether you call that or however you call that. I experienced that over my soul, because before the time, basically was my soul was kind of hidden. I wasn't really necessarily walking my path, and when I decided to just surrender, meaning I let my ego go, that's when I opened up the channel to connect to the spirit world and started to hear God's voice. So after that rebirth experience of just all my moisture out of my body transformed to sweat, and my entire bed was so wet, and I basically engaged different dimensional experience by engaging with different things and being able to hear and feel. I noticed that, oh, there's something happened within this experience that I'm no longer able to be operating as like a regular, normal human being. And people start recognizing me as a medical intuitive or start seeing all that was happening without me knowing what does that mean. So that's why I started my search, soul search actually, to understand who I was. And I did many different practice, Tao practice, Qi practice, different practice, therapy, and working with the practitioners and energy counselor. I had one of my mentor from Agape International. She's a reverend from Agape who taught me how to do the visioning practice, which I incorporate into my own practice right now. It's one of my way to help heal and open up their channel. And it led me to actually meeting somebody a week later of that spiritual engagement. I met my ex-husband and got married. And that husband was the biggest teacher, the biggest challenger, and led me to experience all of the modalities because what we needed to do was to save our marriage, of this challenging marriage, with anger issues that he just did not know how to control. So to save our marriage, we went through this type of events 18 years ago, and that's how I became a practitioner. And throughout that journey, I led to Sedona, where I was beginning to practice 100% as a practitioner to perform sessions such as intuitive reading sessions, breathwork sessions, and inner child healing sessions, past life regression, with clients flying over from all over the states for 5 days to 7 days private retreats to heal their traumas from their past that is causing them to having certain challenges, whether it's a physical challenges, emotional challenges, relationship challenges. What they had was money. They didn't have an issue with spending money to come to heal. Obviously, you know, we all know that money is not the source of happiness, because they would all come and spend $5,000, $10,000 with private retreat that is being performed by people like practitioners like myself. 5 to 10 different practitioners who just work with each one of those clients, and 90% of our practice is actually healing your inner child. It's directly impacted, and they would serve thousands of people. So over the 15 or 20 years of their practice, 90% of everything that you're challenged is from your past. So what we decided to do was we would do, and then everything that I did was already, I was trained and I was just facilitating all these different sessions. And like the subject of this talk is time traveling and past life healing, and it's all we were performing. People will go back to, as we facilitate, to their childhood or their past life and understand the cause of why they're being challenged in every aspect of their lives. And once they get to know, and the healing starts to begin, and they would decide to create different patterns of their lives. So this belief system that was created from their past isn't any different than people who are poor or have more money. Everybody has these challenges. And it's basically either their relationship challenges, in marriage or partnership, or their health challenges. And more increasingly happening these days are the purpose challenges. The people that are lost of like, I really don't want to do this job that actually feeds me butter, bread and butter. It sustains me, but I am not happy. This is 99% of the people who's coming to do a session with me a daily basis, because I do private sessions and Zoom calls and all that through my counseling sessions with people. So it's either that or extreme health issues or relationship issues. The relationship issues are crazy. People are married with 20, 30, 40 years of their life, and there is no connection. They live as a roommate. There is no intimacy. And some of them, I'm just amazed. I haven't had sex with my partner for 20 years of our life. This is not something 1 out of 100. There are so many of disconnection happening in the relationship, or people cannot meet their partner who is in alignment with your vibration. It's just extremely hard to meet people who you can connect. A lot of people cannot commit, or they are in a toxic relations. This is another phenomenon is happening, that we are almost in a place where having a healthy relationship is rare than you being single and frustrated. And obviously physical symptoms such as cancers and all the issues that people are experiencing, along with emotional issues, depression, anxiety, ADHD, insomnias are just skyrocketing. If you're looking at the data, how it was 20 years ago, even just 20 years ago. And right now, it's a day and night. And we didn't have many of these issues 20, 40, 60 years ago. And where we are right now is just incredibly saddening. And what I see is a lot of people being traumatized, and we are experiencing just from our neighborhood. I have a place in Los Angeles where I have a studio. I have a house in Sedona, and experienced this 2 different locations where Sedona is very serene, peaceful, and Los Angeles right now it's just burning apocalypse happening. Just right, basically a 1 block away from my studio. But it's not actually just from the fire started with winds. It's also involved with our consciousness where we're at. The earth, our relationship with Gaia is just basically screaming and crying out and telling us, what are you guys doing? On the earth, are you truly on your purpose and sharing your gift? Or are you too much on greed? Are you too much on trauma and then not healing? Like, are you just making all this money and accumulating the stuff that, as you can see, that is not even a matter? And then what are you doing today? Because your life could just be gone, as you all witness through what's happening right now. So we are in a very traumatized society. What is happening on the world with natural disaster isn't about the natural weather situation. It's our consciousness actually directing it to happen beyond. So we just look at our lives, and a lot of you guys actually sitting here, and what I feel is you're here because you're meant to heal, and lead. You're not here to, I know all you're here are, your purposes are not just to be in a place of darkness or in different places. As we are birthing this new earth, the old earth is disappearing, just like what we're witnessing. And we don't heal our past. We're resisting the way we are moving forward. So this is where the time travel comes. I just actually experienced time traveling just 30 minutes ago. It's just sitting in a bed with so many ways to experience this time traveling method. In order for us to move forward to the future that we want to create, we have to heal our past. Because everything that is happening in our life currently is the cause of what happened from our past. As a practitioner who led hundreds of people to their past lives, this is the truth. I mean, some people do not believe in past life regression and different beings and all that. I think many of you do believe this. If you don't heal your past traumas and past belief system, then what is holding you back is that. So I'm not about holding on to the past. People sometimes ask, like, why do we have to do past life? Why can't we just move forward? Because you're moving forward with your baggage that you brought in from your past, and it's heavy. That's why you're moving forward. Once you let that go, then you are so much in a better shape because you're so much lighter and you are able to create a different path. So what happens with past life regression is that when you're doing a session, whether you do it in person, one-on-one, or group sessions, you get to see your past, you get to see what happened, and it's giving you the cause, the root cause that is directly related to what you're experiencing right now. And you get to visit 3 or 4 different types of past lives, and you're in different centuries, different sex, different people and engagement and all that, but those are all actually who you're engaging from this life. And what you're doing is you're repeating what you're experiencing now that was generated from thousands of years back in different life. If it wasn't processed, you are recreating that scenario. Actually, your intention is to heal that, but many times we don't necessarily heal all of that, and then you get to repeat it. And right now, because our timelines are in fast mode right now, you are actually repeating all of that within this lifetime. That's what we're experiencing right now. But understanding that cause in your belief system, you start healing, and this is happening through regression therapy, breath work, plant ceremonies, all of that you get to experience it. And from knowing that and understanding it, it's going to further you to move forward. Just by doing the past life regression, I experienced people who wanting to get pregnant, and then did everything with the Western medicine way, spending tens and $20,000 and doesn't get the result. You know how simple it was for us to find the cause of that? Subconsciously, she wants to get pregnant. She's been working on it for 4 or 5 years. Consciously, they want a baby. Well, who would have thought that she was the one who was blocking this? Subconsciously, she had a fear when she was young that something happened from her parents that made her believe that I'm not worthy to be alive and I will not let anyone experience this. She had a tough childhood, and when she was 3 years old, she's looking at her father and mother fighting, and she blames it on her. If I wasn't here, they could just go separate ways. But because I'm here, now they have to fight because they're trying to not get divorced, and she's blaming it on her. So she's like, I will not, she's swearing at the moment as a little being, I will not let anyone else experience what I'm experiencing right now. So we go back and we reprogram it. We reprogram. So that's the time travel. It can happen within this lifetime or your previous lifetime. You go back, you're not only going to find out if you're playing tantra from your past life. And that's what a lot of people want to do with past life, but that's not the point. The point is for you to go back and you have to shift your akashic records. That's the most important part of doing past life regression. If you don't do it, you go back and you're going to repeat it. Unless you're going to do past life regression session, like Mike Wise's client, she would come once a week to do past life regression every week, then you can heal it through. But no one's going to want to do that, especially in this busy time. People don't want to do more than 2-3 sessions of past life regression. And that's the reason why I look into other ways. How can I provide for people to heal their past from a different way? Breath work is another great way because whenever you're doing breath work, you are time traveling. And it's not the simple Wim Hof breath work. It's the breath work that you will be laid down more than an hour. You are gonna go somewhere. You're gonna go visit in different dimensional place where you are accessing the root cause. It's one of the best way to heal. And the release happens actually right away. And that actually doesn't even take any kind of plant medicine or devices. It's the most natural way for you to engage and engage. But you have to shift that record. You have to create a new pattern. That takes some effort from you. Because as a healing practitioner, I can never ever heal you. If anyone tells you I will heal you, I say question it. I'm only a guide. I can open it up the door for you, but the belief system, I don't put the belief system on you. You have to create that belief system. I'm only assisting. So now, when you create a new belief system from all these modalities, it has to be done through data that is connecting you to be in subconscious mind. Consciously, we have more information than ever in this information age that we are moving away from. It's going to be even more. You're going to have just a click on your computer, the information will be available how to heal, but you don't do it. This is something that happens to me and for many with our food. You see, we all know what is healthy food and what is good for you. And then we know we don't need more information, but why we not do it? It's our subconscious pulling us back. It's a program within us. Subconsciously, just like, I know, consciously it's not good for me, but subconscious is like, just go for it. It's an automatic system. Subconscious is an automatic system. It's a pattern that just automatically put you to go grab a pint of ice cream. That we all know that we don't need to have it. That's why our diet industry is a $1 billion industry. Because the diet industry actually knows that it will not work. That's why they're coming up with a new product that it will work if your subconscious is accepting that's truly what's good for me, and I can do it. It's not just discipline. Discipline is very much related to your subconscious mind. So that's why diet industry, one of the biggest industry that we see, and nobody is getting slimmer, but more people are getting overweight. So how do we actually shift this subconscious mind? And that's where traveling to deeper inner world of ourselves and creating a new version of you is the key. Again, it's requiring integration. It doesn't just require regression session. It needs some discipline, guidance, and practice to keep you going. And my thing is that for 18 years of my life, I just keep studying and how can I support? How can I make it work? Past life regression is great. And then if you haven't done it, I strongly recommend at least give 1 or 2 times a chance because it will give you an amazing insight. And you'll come in, and I know that I'm a reader myself, but instead of coming to these events and ask somebody to find out what's going on with you through the readers, you want to be able to understand what's really going on inside of you. And that is gonna, all this regression and subconscious working will help you to understand so that you become the reader of your mind. That's the most important thing that you cannot be continuously coming back and ask someone what's going on with my life, when am I gonna meet my partner, what's happening with my marriage, when I'm gonna get rich. Because this is a very typical question we get, and then this is a question we get all the time. And prediction, because of the akashic records, there is a prediction, right? But you actually have the power to shift to your akashic records. People don't know that, and then they just follow, because of my astrology, because my akashic record, this is that. No, you actually have the power to shift, because when we time travel to our past, right? It could be past a week before, could be past our childhood, or 1,000 years back when we were born to which, if you go back and take the path A instead of path B that we took, then this is where the time travel works for the present and the future, and your akashic records will change. So you get to either stay as an unhealthy Scorpio, that's your akashic records actually, or you come back and then you're becoming, by taking the path A, and then you become healthy Scorpion King. It's up to you. It's how much you're willing to take your power back within you. So instead of giving a session that is very costly, I try to find different solutions that can serve people. And one of the solutions is actually working with one of my sacraments, where this is a shaman's function. It's called Manila Mascaria. This is all our ancestors utilize in their settings of temple and spiritual practice to use to connect to the God, the divine, which in other words, your inner being. So it's just giving you the power back rather than giving it to other beings. You're not giving it to angels. Like you're not, it's still the angel, giving the angel, the Michael, the angel, the Raphael. It's beautiful. It's a great way to step into connecting and being with spirituality, but you're still giving the power to those angels. I want the power created by you. Like I am actually the professional inspirer of you. Like I see all the positives and negatives of you, because I'm an energy reader, and all I want to do is you to share your gift. Because just with people in this room can change the world. We're not necessarily sharing our gift. We're kind of like, can I really share? Am I good enough? Can I actually trust Well, you actually can, because God, the divine, is all around you and inside of you, flowing through you. And because of our past unhealed wounds are not healed and we've been suppressing, it's the only reason why you're not just 100% on your path. So, as a priestess, I work with a lot of the scripts from the Bible. I'm not a Christian anymore, but there are a lot of great teachings from the Bible saying we're given, each of us are given talents, right? And one go out and waste all, the one just keep it in their savings and don't utilize it. And one are multiplying their gift. So just to really see where you're at. Most of you here have very specific gift that you want to share with the world. And don't be afraid. You have a good enough of a gift and spiritual protection to further why you are here. We didn't come to this earth to do 9 to 5. We didn't come to this earth to just, which a lot of people say that is the happiness, having, good education, get married, have 2 kids, and a nice house, and 2 cars. I did that. I wasn't fulfilled. And I know that many of you have not fulfilled when you went for that. That's still a box that we're given. So to do that, you're gonna go to college, go get a job, and blah, blah, blah. And that spiritually, it's still not who you meant to be. You each have a unique. I see some people are just working amazing with crystal. Some people are singers, some people are dancers, some people are healer, and we each have this gift that we're given. So this is another way that you can access this information through. Some people do not know what gift you have. And some people may be in a place where you need healing first. Because if you're not healed, how can you service, right? But we want to heal so that you can share your gift. This is our purpose. Our purpose isn't just have a little married life and then what happens? Or burnt, right? Witness. And then you want to ask, like, if I'm leaving Earth tomorrow, what did I do to utilize my gift and multiply? So, in order for me to actually service, so I created several different ways for you to engage, which is one I have handed this out, which is the healing retreat, past life healing retreat. It happens to be actually facilitated on the March spring equinox in Mesa, Arizona. So in this beautiful land where there was nothing, it was just a desert. And I went about a year ago and I initiated the land with this amazing shamanista who I actually met a year ago up in Sedona. I saw her path when I did her life path. And she was at the borderline of should I pursue this or not? And I was like, well, this is in your chart. Do you want to do this, or do you want to just do whatever other things that she was doing? She took it, and she now became another amazing shaman. And she created this retreat center called the Oasis of Chi. If you come to my table, you'll see how beautiful she created out of nothing. This is a true oasis in desert. And it's a healing desert where there is a beautiful pool, the yoga studio, where we're going to do breath work. There's going to be infrared salt rooms and IV treatment. All that you need for healing is available. And for just the one session that you will do on past life regression therapy, you get to experience all of this either from day retreat or overnight retreat with the plants. The plants are amazing. Plants are here to teach us and guide us and unify us. And I as a plant ceremonial, I'm not actually a member of Native American church, so I facilitate medicine journeys. And at the night time, we're gonna have some plants to actually go deeper into, and you're gonna have some awakening, spiritual awakening moments as you incorporate some of the plants. The reason is because some people don't need it to be awakened, but we are bombarded with all the agenda of the government and advertising and corporation. So we are in a spiritual world, or actually always having to sort of like block it off, but it's very hard to not let that affect us. I mean, I swear to myself, like, I'm just not gonna be on social media more than 50 minutes a day. But I find myself, it can suck you in. And I'm like I have to be so disciplined to get away from it. But your intuition and your psychic abilities will be open up, lest you engage with media and government agenda. So I actually have another offering of classes that I teach how to raise your psychic abilities. And many people are wondering about, like, do I have it? You all have it. Somebody is a little bit stronger as a seer or audio, so or feel, but you know, I can teach more about the details through those classes. It's very, very minimal. What I want is, I don't want people to come and spend thousands of dollars to become certified practitioner or heal. I'm just trying to find, like, how can I serve people at this like critical moments in our life by not needing to spend a lot of money, but it will just benefit both of us. So I have a different offerings. You can simply incorporate mushroom, because they actually are the subconscious mushroom. They work with your subconscious. This is not psychedelic. They are more of a healing mushroom. So simply just by incorporating the mushroom into your daily life, just a very little micro dosing, they will lead you to actually past lives while you're sleeping. So when you are sleeping, you're dreaming. What you're dreaming is multi-dimensional connections. I just had a dream last night that my boyfriend, I'm engaging with my boyfriend and helping him, and then he's turning into my son. It's like this like a very weird scenery that is connected to our consciousness, is showing up for us to process it through. But the great thing about working with the mushroom, this particular mushroom, is that you don't have to put so much of discipline into your practice. They do it subconsciously while you're sleeping. It's probably the easiest way for you to incorporate time traveling, and you will time travel with this mushroom. The shamanic journeys, plant medicine journeys are another amazing way for you to time travel, go to past, future, go to another we have an access for 12 dimensions. And we are at the moment moving away from three-dimensional, and where we are headed, we must get rid of this lower frequency. We are separating, this earth is separating right now. What you see from the fire that is happening right now is an indication of what is happening in our consciousness. You see with fire, if you really look at closely, some things are burned out completely. And it's like, just that there's a one small tree, not burned at all. That is, some structure, some things are nothing's happening. Somehow nothing's happening. Most are destroyed. 95% are destroyed. But 5%, why it's right next to fire, but it's still alive. That's something that is showing us how the new earth is being created. So the New World Order, the revelation from the Bible of the hell that is people are experiencing, it's happening at the same time the heaven is experiencing right here. It's not we're going to another world, we're not going to another planet. It's happening at the same time. But what you want to know is whether our physical body gets to diminish, your spirit, where is your spirit at? How are you in this space? We have to get rid of this fear. Like, okay, anything can happen. Where am I with my fear? When I already kind of let this fear of death go, and I know many of you have that too, but it's not about just dying. You want to understand, because you came here to do something. You have a source purpose, and your source purpose is very particular for each one of you. Have I come here to just get by, or have I come here with a certain purpose? Did I do something? It doesn't have to be grand things. Have I lived my daily life to make this place a better place than yesterday? If you are in agreement with that, then you are you no longer are afraid of dying or anything happen to you. Physically, we may experience this, the dissolving, but spiritually, you are living in new earth. So I actually would love to have you guys to really revisit as this construct of the earth is happening. It's time for you to really assess, like, have I healed this? What kind of relationship am I within? And am I a healthy person, both mentally and physically? If there's something that can help you to become a better version of yourself, that is the key for you to actually creating the world a better place. It's not you go out and do a bunch of volunteer works. It's actually when you're creating yourself, a better version of yourself, the energy that is vibrating out of it is going to touch many that you don't even realize. It's not about you have to be in a certain profession to serve. It's about when you become healthier version of yourself, that is impacting because you all are frequency that's emanating certain frequency out. So if you're interested in more of this, please join me on this amazing spring equinox, spring self-love, past life healing retreat that is happening in March 21st and 2nd. And also, if you are unable to, but if you're interested in getting to know more about what I practice and interested in working as a healing practitioner or psychic, then the online class program is being offered. Also give these guys a chance. If you haven't already, they are non-poisonous. This was labeled as poisonous so that we are not connected to them for about 1,000 years ago. And it was an order. If you read the book of Anastasia, which was the first teacher who taught me from Russia, it's a mushroom of Russia, mushroom of Siberia, mushroom underneath the pine trees, where I was told about what happened to our humanity about the century, 12th, 13th century, when all the priests utilized this mushroom for the spiritual practice. The controller, the opponent of the light beings, the dark forces, they did not like what was doing to the humanity, because it's connecting you to God, and what they did was order of the world. This mushroom, let people not touch this mushroom, and because there was a good reason, if you don't know how to work with this, then and you could fall into a coma. If you were to eat like just a raw of this mushroom and work, that's why the other one plant comes from. You could just sleep for 8-12 hours, and some people could vomit and can have nausea, and that's what they call, it's a toxic element. It's not toxic, it's just, it will put you in a very deeper state, but that's because if you're irresponsible, that's why this has to be dealt with the shamans or someone who knows about it. You can't just go out and just pick it. That's why it's called the shaman's mushroom. But because of their reasoning, they stopped this mushroom to be available for people. It's probably the fountain of youth, as far as I understand. And sadly, this is happening again. Now that people are more aware of all these plant medicines and ayahuasca, the mushroom are benefiting people, what's the agenda of a pharmaceutical? They are assessing, wait a second, okay, if that's good, let me extract out and make a pills, right? If we can't, then this needs to be banned. This is what they did at 1300. This is happening again now. All this natural medicine, my account, my paper account got vanished. Even though this is the illegal mushroom, they don't want me to work with something that is a powerful healing herbs. And we let at 1300, we accepted, and because it was so much more denser and physical, we didn't have much choice. And this mushroom disappeared. And now they're making this comeback because we need some help. We need some help. Rather than being separated, we want to connect and lift each other up. And it's happening again. Fall of Atlantis happening right here, right now. What we are seeing from last week with California is part of the fall of Atlantis. We're experiencing it again. It's just everything, as we made a decision to create a new earth, it has to happen. The old earth has to disappear. It's a part of the process. And we all need each other's help. So I'm risking actually my life. My life is not in a very safe place as a carrier of the sacred mushroom. But okay, if I go tomorrow, I'm fine. But I'm standing here and I'm sharing this information with you all. And that's why I moved down from Sedona to talk to more of you, so that you can join this adventure and not let the pharmaceutical, the government, insurance company, and mass production of this nonsense that people are practicing for the greed. It's time to stop. And you all have the power to join in. However you join in, it's all about heal whatever you need to heal. Raise your frequency, and please share your light and share your gift by letting go of your past and step into creating a better future for you, because you're coming all back to this place. So I think that's about my time. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Otherwise, you're all welcome to come to my table and ask more questions and experience the mushroom tinctures that I personally create, and get to know what I offer more in private settings. So that's about it, guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
welcome to the Soul Search Scottsdale Enlightenment Expo. I'm Sheila, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to day 2 Sunday. Thank you for spending your Sunday with us for a day of enlightenment and upliftment. And just know that all of this high vibration that you all are co-creating with us, when you go home tonight, you'll be taking that back to your families, to your friends, to your whole community, and you are all working with us together to really raise the vibration. So thank you guys for coming and being with us today. SoulSearch, we are here to support the awakening of humanity, the evolution of consciousness, and we do that by connecting all of you to our amazing practitioners like Sherry right here. And so you can find all of our practitioners on soulsearch.io, our online platform. You can also check out their shows on soulsearch.tv, which is our conscious content streaming platform. You can check it out online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or Android TV. And I'm delighted to be having Sherry here with us today at the expo. We do this expo right here in Scottsdale 3 to 4 times a year, so mark your calendars. We'll be back here in June and October, definitely. So hope to see you guys again here soon. And Sherry of Divine Light Codes is a global, Divine Light Codes, which is Sherry's organization. Sherry's organization is a global healing haven, for awakening star seeds and all beings on their ascension journey. The founder, Sherry Arellano, is a multi-dimensional healer, artist, and alchemist. She shines a light on the higher purpose of clients and assists them in overcoming incarnation challenges so they can fulfill their life's mission. Her potent divine light codes illuminate the path towards freedom, joy, and higher consciousness. Divine Light Codes is the ultimate vessel of Sherry's life work. She has studied ascension, meditation, energy fields, inner child healing, healing with crystals and essential oils, and energy healing modalities such as Reiki, the emotion code, and the emotion freedom technique. She is certified in the crystalline healing light and quantum psionics, and helps her clients clear limiting beliefs, old trauma, and expired soul contracts by offering healings, frequency upgrades, and starseed readings so they can embody more joy, self-love, and compassion. So welcome, Sherry. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, and thank you so much for being here. I'm Sherry Arellano, as Tangela so graciously gave me that beautiful introduction. Thank you. I'm so glad to see familiar faces and new faces. This is a fun topic and a fun presentation that I really enjoy giving because it's kind of new and woo-woo, and people are like, what are starseeds? So I appreciate you all for being here and being interested in topic. So first of all, I like to ask how many of you have heard of the term starseed? Awesome. And how many of you, it's a completely new topic for you? Okay, awesome. So there's more who know than don't know, so that's wonderful and fantastic. So in today's topic, I'm going to cover what starseeds are, what are some typical signs that you might be a starseed, and possibly go over some of the characteristics of the different types of starseeds. So it's a little bit of a basic 101, so forgive me if you already know everything that I'm going to say today. But there's a lot of people waking up on the planet right now to this topic, and they really want to know more. So I try to cover some of the basics as well as some of the woo-woo topics. And then sometimes I go off on a tangent and I completely lose track of what I should be saying. So bear with me. And I also try to pick up like what you guys are interested in too. So I'll definitely take questions at the end. And if you have like a burning question during the talk, feel free to raise your hand and ask me, because sometimes others are wondering the same thing or they have the same question as well. So I heard it's going to be noisy next door. So I'm going to try to stay focused. Okay, awesome. So I just have this little guide here to keep me on track because sometimes with all the energy I like float in the top of the room. We don't want to do that today. Okay, so first of all, I usually bring a sound bowl, but I forgot my bowl today. But I would like for all of us to just harmonize and synergize our energy together. There's a lot of different energies in the room, and for those of you who were early, I gave out some free samples of my oils today, so feel free to take those out. We're going to do a little grounding meditation together. And for this side of the room who did not get an oil, I apologize, but if you come to my booth, I have testers and samples, and you guys can enjoy all the oils. So I work with alchemical healing, and I create my own essential oil blends for chakra balancing and emotional healing as well. So everyone take out your oils, and if you'd like, please close your eyes with me. We're just going to do some harmonizing of the energy and synergy and take a few deep breaths and ground our energy, okay? So close your eyes. Let's all take a collective deep breath in through the nose, and we're going to hold it for a second and then exhale through the mouth. So here we go. Deep breath in. Hold it down into the lower belly and exhale. And let's take another deep breath in. Hold it for a second and exhale through the mouth. And one more deep breath in. And this time on exhalation, I invite you to release any stress, anxiety, nervousness in the body. Release it down through the feet into the earth, allowing Mother Gaia to hold that energy and to transmute it back to the light. Now, if you have an oil, feel free to go ahead and put it on your wrist and smell it. Take a deep breath in of the oil, breathing it all the way down to the belly, and exhale. And say, I am blessed. Okay, wonderful. How's everybody feeling now? Good, better, more grounded? A little bit more in your center. Okay, wonderful. So today we're going to talk about the basics of star seeds. There's many different beings on the planet at this time assisting with Earth's ascension. And how many of you already know that you might, or suspect that you might be a star seed? Oh, I had a few star seeds in the room. And how many of you like suspect or someone told you you were a star seed, but you're not really sure? Okay, fewer of those. Awesome. So you have to believe in reincarnation, first of all. That's the number one rule of understanding this star seed concept. And I think everybody here probably does. So if you're a star seed, you are likely, when God gave you your divine spark, it happened on another star system, another universe, another planet, right? Like another soul system or star system. And, you know, because star seed souls are typically like 15 billion years old. So you've been around the proverbial block, as they say. And you may have lived 1,000 years as a Pleiadian, and then in your next incarnation, you were 1,000 years in the Sirius constellation, and then maybe in your next incarnation, you spent some time on the Pleiades or Arcturus. So many starseeds have had different incarnations all over the cosmos in different universes and galaxies, not just in one place. So the human mind we like to label things, like that's the way we were taught and programmed on this planet. And so we want to be like one thing, I'm Pleiadian or I'm Lyran. But the truth is you've probably been more than one thing. So you might resonate more with your original divine spark, which could have been Pleiadian or Lyran. However, you have other traits from the other star seed lifetimes as well. And, you know, each type of star seed has like slightly different personality traits, if you will. For example, Pleiadians are here for one thing, and that is to transmute dark energy. So the Pleiadians on the planet tend to be very intuitive. They're healers by default. So they may not work in a healing career, but when they walk into the room, the light codes in their energy field automatically transmutes dark energy. And those are the people who everyone wants to talk to them, confide in them, tell them their problems. And they're like, I don't know you, why are you telling me this? But no. You know, everyone knows someone like that who like everyone tells them all. They feel open and ready to receive other people's problems because they're actually transmuting that dark energy just by listening, just by being present in the room. Then you've got the Syrians, and the Syrians, so the Pleiadians and the Syrians are the most populated starseeds on the planet. We've got more of those types than any other type on the planet. And I think it was estimated once by someone that there's 15 billion starseeds on the planet right now. I'm sorry, 15 million starseeds on the planet right now. And so the Syrians tend to be more like rah, rah, rah. They're more like light workers, they're warriors, they're very grounded, they're more like salt of the earth people. They're very interested in metaphysics, astronomy, astrology. They're also super psychic, like most starseeds are super psychic. So let's talk about some of the traits of the starseed. Because if you say yes to many of these, then you probably are a starseed. So a lot of starseeds, they wake up on Earth at some point in your life. It could have even happened when you were a child. You felt this strong pulling or mission. You were like mission oriented. You had this strong calling that you had to be in service to your friends, your family, or humanity in some way. Or maybe you felt called to help the animals or help the planet, Mother Earth. But you just had this knowing, like this inner calling of like, I'm going to do something important and I don't know what it is yet. Does anyone here have that feeling now or had it as a child? Yeah, many of you. So that's fantastic. Another thing is that when you were growing up, you may have felt kind of different or isolated or the black sheep of your family. Like you couldn't relate to people in your family and they couldn't relate to you because your energy frequency, your signature is so different than the rest of your family and friends. And maybe you even were super psychic as a kid. So you could see the ghosts in the room. You could see the attachments Aunt Betsy had after she had too many drinks. You could see like all the things that your family members couldn't see. And so this, led or contributed to you feeling a little bit more different and isolated than the rest of your family. So those are also some traits that you could be a starseed. Let's see what else. Most starseeds are also very interested in anything related to the cosmos. You're interested in sci-fi, movies, TV shows. You're always looking up at the stars. You want to know, which planets are in alignment. You might even be interested in astrology as well as astronomy. It's a strong calling for you, and you have this like inner knowing that you may not be from here. You may have grown up feeling like Earth wasn't home for you, or there was something off about it, and you couldn't quite put your finger on it. A lot of starseeds tell me that. They say, I've never felt like Earth was my home because the planet where I'm from, it's so different. Like, I believe personally, and I don't know if you guys agree with this, but I believe that in other planets and other systems, it's very, very different. People aren't working to put a roof over their head or to put food on the table or to just survive, and I believe that it's just a more ascended, unconditional love kind of place, And so when they get here, it feels harsh. It feels harsh to be on this planet. We have harsh weather sometimes. We have, negative news being shouted at us all the time. We live in a society that it's not necessarily set up to help us thrive. It's set up to make us survive. So it feels like battle sometimes. Me and my friends joke about Earth School 101 because we're always learning every day about this spiritual battle that we're all in right now. And if you're a sensitive being, which I believe many of you are here in this room, you can feel it. You can feel the heaviness of this planet, the dense energy that we're trying to wade through, It's like, I grew up in Florida and we used to go slogging in the Everglades. Anyone here ever done that or been to the Everglades? You could walk through the swamp, but it was like muddy and your shoes would get stuck in the mud. And it feels like that sometimes here, walking through this dense energy. So you have a sense that it wasn't like that on the planet you came from. Another sign that you might be a starseed is you're highly empathic. So I touched on, being psychic earlier, but also empathic. Not everyone is super psychic, but most of us are highly empathic. And you know what that means, right? You feel what other people are feeling. You might feel the state of the loss that's happening in California right now. You feel things on a deeper level, and then that contributes to your calling to help humanity and to lift the planet. And you're there, and you just have this desire to do something to help them in some way, even if it's helping, just the environment and the animals. Now, here's another trait that is unfortunate but often true. A lot of starseeds grow up in chaotic households. So we come from trauma, we come from dysfunction, and it's like, why? Why did I sign up for this? And my theory is that we come from these dysfunctional households because it's the catalyst that makes us jump into action. It makes us want to help humanity, want to help others, be a healer, be a channel, whatever it is you do and how you help other people. It's that trauma that drives you to leave home at 18, get your SHIT together and then help other people. Because, if it was too easy and comfy and cushy, maybe we would not have had that desire to, it would have taken much longer to come online and to feel your inner calling to help other people. Does that make sense? How many want to out themselves and share if that resonates with them? Yeah. So, what else? Oh yeah, personal growth and expansion. That's another big sign of starseeds. If you feel a strong calling for personal growth and expansion, obviously you're here. So I believe all of you fit that category because you're here to learn. You want to open your mind. You want to open your heart to other possibilities. Maybe you're in intuitive training right now. You're trying to open up your clairs and get more online with your own intuition. Spiritual discernment is so important for starseeds because starseeds are we're like open vessels, we're sponges. We want to learn everything. We want to take it all in. We want to get information from different psychics and readers. And, we just eat this stuff up. We love it. We can't get enough of it. And I want to emphasize that spiritual discernment is so important for you guys as you're coming onto your path and your journey. It's really important to you that you find one healer or psychic or reader who is of the light and stick with that person. Don't go shopping from person to person to person, because every time you give someone permission to entangle with your field, so when you go to a reader, they go, do I have your permission to tap into your higher self? And you say, yes. Well, do you really know who's tapping into your higher self? So because I believe in starseeds so much, I believe that almost all of us come from somewhere else. And I don't even go, what's your sign? I go, where are you from? What's your soul origin? That's what I want to know before I let you tap into my higher self. So it's really important that you figure out a way to find out what their soul origins are before you tap into them or let them tap into you. And I know your next question is like, well, how do we do that? You know, it's not easy. So if you have the gift of clairaudience, clairsentience, clairvoyance, it may come easier for you to know, like, who is this being that you're working with? Who are they channeling? Who are their guides? Are they angelic? Are they of the light or not of the light? So I encourage you all to find a trusted healer or psychic or reader, whatever you're going through, mentor, spiritual mentor, or coach, and really ask your guides, ask your own guides. Are they in my highest and best good? Are their guides of the light? You know, can you tell me who their guides are? Maybe you'll get a download. Maybe you'll get a sign. Maybe you work with an angel deck or some kind of deck that can help you. But use divination tools. You could use a pendulum. You could use muscle testing. You could use a deck to ask these questions. If you can't hear, you know, the answer straight away, just use some kind of divination tool and do some research before you just open yourself up to anything. So that's my, what's it called, speech? That's my, like, you know, lesson on spiritual discernment, because it's such a pet peeve of mine. Like, I see people just going from shop to shop to shop and entangling with all this energy, and then they wonder why they don't feel good at the end of the day. You know, so we pick up energy all day, every day, in every place you go. Target, Walmart, work, school, psychic fairs, you know, we're always like potentially picking up energy everywhere we go. So it's really important that you guys put your shields up before you leave your house. And do it twice a day. Do it in the morning, do it at night. You know, before you go to bed and you go off into the astral realm, put your shields up. Ask your angels to come in, your guides to come in and shield you as you journey through the astral realms at night. It's very important. I mean, I'm in Earth School 101. Like, every day I'm learning some new discernment lesson about, oh, you didn't protect yourself. You didn't put enough up. This is why that happened. This, you know, it's just like crazy. So, sorry, that was me going off on a tangent. But it's really important, starseeds, because you're all so sensitive and you all have huge light field. If you're a starseed, you have a huge light aura. And so for those who can see, they can see you coming. They can see you coming a mile away and they're like, yummy, that energy looks good. So you've got to protect it. You've really got to protect it. I see some nods in the back of the room. Do you guys agree? Do I sound crazy or do you? Because I know it sounds crazy, but like this is really what's happening. And most people can't see or feel this stuff. And so it sounds totally like bizarro off the wall, but it's this unseen energy that's actually really real and really happening, almost more than what we can see. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay, wonderful. Thank you guys for putting up with my little tangent. Okay, so one of the things that I wanted to hear, one of the things I'd like to do, if you guys are interested, is do a little starseed activation for you and invite your starseed families to come in and around you and to make themselves known to you. Who would be interested in that today? Everyone. Awesome. If you're not, you don't have to participate. It's totally fine. But people usually get excited at this part, and I'm like, if no one wants to do it, then I didn't do my job today. It's important that you guys connect with your starseed family, because I'm sure you've heard this, right? We all have guides. We all have spirit guides. We might have some archangels that work with us on a regular basis, or any kind of angel, regular angels. And angels are at the service to humanity. Angels are God's helpers, right? They're put here on earth to help us. And when you don't ask your angels for help, you're benching them. They're on the sidelines and they're going, put me in, coach, put me in. But because we all have free will, they're not going to step over your free will. So you've got to ask them. You've got to say, listen, I've got to drive to Texas tonight. Can you guys put 3 angels in my car and all around my car and shield me and make sure I get to Texas safely? It's that simple. That's all you've got to do. So just like your angels, who they get bored when you don't ask them for help, you're really doing them a disservice if you're not asking them for help. It's the same with your starseed family. So call in your starseed family because you've got multiple guides, right? So if you're Syrian or Lyran or all of the above, you can say, I call in my starseed family, come in around me and help me with, whether it's getting somewhere safely, whether it's keeping your fields clear of attachments, whether it's like, I need guidance on whether I should take this new job or date this man who keeps showing up in my field. Ask them. It can be petty. A great way to start is to be like, should I wear the red shirt or the blue shirt today? Start with small questions like that, and then see if you get a download. And then go up to the bigger questions from there. Yes, you had a question?
Because I put that category request for all of my guys. I fired my team. I'm like, I don't want to find it will be very. Anyway.
That's a great question. So not all guides are of the light. So
Or even my ancestors use feedback.
right, exactly. Ancestors specifically can be not in your highest and best good. So like a lot of people say, if they were a jerk on earth, they're a jerk in the afterlife. Yeah. Yeah. So what I always say is I call upon my benevolent ancestors if I'm wanting to work with my ancestors, because I only want the ones to come in who have my highest and best
What
good.
about they all are they different
No,
personalities?
no. So okay, so let me rattle off the starseed type that I'm aware of. So most of the ones on Earth right now kind of helping us go through this ascension are the Arians and the Pleiadians. Most of them are helping us. Most of them are of the light, and but there's good and bad Pleiadians. There's good and bad Sirians, but most of them are good. They really have Earth's ascension like in their highest and best good. Now, how many of you have heard of reptilians? How many of you have heard of draconians or grays or zeta or hybrids? So there's a lot of different types of starseeds. And now there's an argument in the starseed community that some reptilians are good, some are bad, right? I've heard people say that. Then I've heard other people say, nope, they're all bad. There's not a good reptilian in the room. A gentleman walked up to me once at the psychic fair and said, have you ever met a benevolent draconian? And I said, no, sir, I have not. And he said, well, now you have. And he outed himself as a draconian. And I have to say, he had very gentle, peaceful energy, and it really surprised me. Now, I don't know what his guides are telling him to do or how they're guiding him and what he does on a day-to-day basis. I met him one time, and that was it. But to answer your question, I don't think they're all good, definitely. And I think you have to be very specific when you call in your guide and say, I call in my starseed family who are in my highest and best good. I call in my benevolent ancestors, call in the angelics. If you feel a pulling, like an affinity for Archangel Michael or Archangel Gabriel or Raphael, it could be because they're one of your main guides. And so work with them. Even if they're not one of your main guides, you can still work with them and call them in and ask them to help you with stuff. So yeah, the reptilians are typically known as a conquering race. if anyone here is Lyran, the star system Lyra, their main planet was called Vega. This was billions of years ago. Their planet got destroyed by a conquering race. And we assumed it was the Draconians. The Draconians work closely with the reptilians because they both have they've separated their connection to source. So they no longer get their energy from a vertical alignment to God. So now they have to seek outward like this on a horizontal plane to get energy. So that's why they're known for conquering, because they're always trying to get energy from other beings, not from God. We humans who are in these bodies, we have love generating heart centers. We have empathy. We feel for others. That's because we're still connected to God. God is all love. He's all knowing. He's unconditional love, right? He, she, they, whatever you want to call it. It's a source of love and compassion. And we as humans have that ability because we still have love generating heart centers. They don't. So if you meet someone who seems to have negative zero compassion in their heart, like they just don't seem to feel, it could be because they're literally not, or they have a reptilian soul in a human body. So I believe there's different types of incarnations here on the planet. There's those of us humans who have, like, we're in a human looking meat suit, but our soul could be Pleiadian, reptilian, Lyran, Arcturian, whatever, right? And then there's humans in a human body who have a human soul. God gave them their original divine spark on Earth. So they've always reincarnated as a human soul. Does that make sense? Yes? Okay, awesome. And then I believe there's even earth angels. There's earth angels who come. They're not the archangels, but they're earth angels who come. And you probably all know somebody. They're these just incredible beings. They give and give and give. They're loving. They always have your highest and best good in mind. You know, they're very soft and mild-mannered and just loving personalities. Those are often our earth angels here on the planet. So does anyone else have any questions so far before we do the activation?
Can Earth Angel have seed in them?
Yes, because I've done readings for people who they've had incarnations as a Lyran, they've had incarnations as a Pleiadian and angel. They're from the angelic realm. Yeah. Yes.
So, because you were reincarnated as something else, or you stuck as
If you were what?
like if you were draconian or reptilian,
Mhm.
could you incarnate as something else, or you like stuck? Like if you're separate from source, how do they?
That's a great question. I can't answer that with 100% certainty because they've actually kind of hijacked our reincarnation cycle in the fourth dimension. So, you know, I don't know if they're stuck in that loop as well. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about? Yeah.
I'm just pushing it. Like if you're source was experience, and then you like incarnated as draconian, but then came back as a human, what was originally Syrian. Could you still be a Syrian with a draconian aspect? Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to get. Like,
Yeah, and I guess it depends on like how long ago, right? Because if you were originally a reptilian or draconian when they were still connected to source, sure, you could have incarnated as a Lyran in your next lifetime, because there was a time when the reptilians and the draconians, like when they first went to invade the Lyrans, they didn't just kill them all, they like integrated with some of them. So yeah, it could, if it goes way back that far, I would say yes. What do you think, Tom? Yes. Sorry to put you on the spot. Yes, ma'am.
If if we are from, we live from this, the sun, star system or that star system.
Yes.
And when we die, oh, shoot, we want to go back home planet, or we want to be incarnated and back to Earth again. So how do we find this home planet if we had the star seed origin from different?
Right.
How do we find the home planet?
Yeah, so your soul knows. So you have a higher self and you have an oversoul. And your oversoul is like a bridge between you and God to source energy. And so when you go back, when you transition and you go back to the light through your life review, you have the opportunity at that time to decide if you want to go back to your home planet or you want to come back to Earth one more time to help the humans and lift the collective, or do something else.
More likely home planet is the one right before this incarnation.
Well, your original divine spark is your home planet. But you could have like really had a much better experience on a different planet, like in the Pleiades or Sirius or Orion's belt, and you could feel more of a calling or a kinship to that life, those lifetimes and those planets, and you might decide that you want to go back there. So it's totally up to your soul.
Yeah.
So the soul is everlasting, right? The soul never dies. And when this body dies, your soul has all the memories and it has all the memories of your past lives. And you can decide, it's like an akashic review. You go back to the akashic records and review your lifetime and decide, what did I learn? Which virtues did I master? Which ones am I still working on? What life lessons do I need to have still to be fully evolved? That's the simplest way to put it. Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Are we doing on time? We're doing good. Okay, awesome. Oh, do you have a question? I'm sorry? Yes. Yes, I'll be doing readings afterwards at my booth. I'm doing like mini 30-minute sessions. I also offer a 2-hour starseed reading on Zoom that you can schedule for the future, and you get to do it from the privacy of your home. And in those 2-hour readings, I'll go into more information, more detail, and tell you like which archangels are working with you. Most starseeds have an archangel assigned to them at birth, so people enjoy learning who their archangel is and their other guides and stuff like that. And we can look at which virtues you've mastered in this lifetime and which ones you're still working on. So I go into a lot more depth on the Zoom 2-hour session. But today, here at the show, I'll be doing like 30 minutes, like what's your original divine spark and what are 2 other prominent incarnations that you've had as a soul. So yeah, okay, awesome. So there's no more questions. I'm happy to do the activation now. You guys ready? Okay, so basically what we're doing is we're going to go into a little bit of a meditation. I'm going to guide you through it, and then you're going to connect to your higher self, and you're going to ask your higher self to call in your starseed family that's in your highest and best good. Okay, so you can ask them to reveal themselves to you. You can ask them to show up somehow the next week if you don't want it to be right now. You can ask them to give you a sign. You can come and get a reading, obviously, but many of you are psychic and you can get this information on your own. So that's what I invite you to do today. Yeah. I'm sorry?
What if you say you're inviting your stars and not the stars?
Right. Well, okay, so in my experience, this is what I've learned. Most people who feel like they could be a starseed and they're really drawn to the concept of starseeds always are starseeds. Most humans who are not starseeds, they wouldn't even come in this room because it's like out of their awareness, like the frequency. Yeah. Yeah, like they're just like they couldn't care less. It's like not in their field. Like our frequencies are probably so different that it wouldn't attract, because everything is frequency and vibration. So like we're all matching today. We're all like on this wavelength of like, I think I'm a starseed, I want to know more, you know? So yeah, that's, you know, I don't want to give you like a definite answer, but that's kind of my thinking, my line of thinking on the topic. Yeah. Okay, wonderful. Awesome. So you guys ready to activate your starseed? Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you all again for being here. So today I'm so honored that you spent time with me. I know you have a lot of other places you could be, so I really appreciate you. Okay, so let's just all close our eyes. We're going to take some more deep breaths in because it feels so good. So take a deep breath in through the nose, breathing it all the way down into the lower belly, and exhale. And just start to breathe like that for the next few breaths. And as you inhale, I want you to bring your awareness into your heart center, into the center of your being, and just try to move your awareness, your consciousness out of the head space, out of the mental body, and just let all the sounds around you start to fade away. And just keep breathing down into the belly. I want each of you to visualize a golden ball of white light encircling all around you. This is your own divine bubble, your fields of energetic protection. You could see it as glitter, diamonds, sparkles, whatever comes to mind, whatever you see in your mind's eye. Just imagine this beautiful ball of golden white light encircling all around you from head to toe. And this is your little bubble of protection. At this time, I'm going to invoke the protective energies of Archangel Michael, Archangel Gabriel, and Archangel Raphael. Please come in and encircle all of us with your divine healing, protection, and inner knowing energies. And now I invite you to call in your higher self, and you can just say quietly in your mind, I call upon my higher self. Please come into my heart and be with me now. And then you can say quietly to yourself, it is my intention to connect with my starseed family today. I call upon my benevolent ancestors, my benevolent starseed family, and all of the beings that are in my highest and best good. I call upon my starseed families of the light. I invite them to come into my awareness and start to work with me now. I ask with so much love and humbleness in my heart, humility, to please make yourselves known to me in the next coming days and weeks. I believe in my heart I am a starseed, and I would like to know more about my soul origins and my soul family. And if you're already working with some guides, whether it's Jesus, Mother Mary, Archangel Michael, you can also ask them to make the introduction for you. You can say, Dear Archangel Michael, or Jesus, or Mother Mary, please help me meet my starseed family when it's safe and when it's in my highest and best timing, my highest and best good and timing. Let all information be known to me to help me meet these souls so that I can get on my soul path
as a starseed and do the work that I'm meant to do here on Earth in this lifetime. I am activate my soul path. I am activate my higher calling. I am activate all of the gifts and help me remember all of my intuitive gifts, all of my gifts that are going to help me be a better starseed and a better person in service to humanity. I am, help me activate my spiritual discernment. I am, help me activate all of my clairs so that I too can be guided and led through this earth lifetime with spiritual discernment, love, unconditional love, peace, and harmony. And so it is. And just take a moment to thank your guides. Thank you for coming in. Thank you to Archangel Michael, Raphael, and Gabriel for holding space for everyone in this room. Please keep them safe as they walk throughout this day and throughout this expo. May they be held in the light, always in the light for their highest and best good. And so it is. Thank you, guys. Thank you. How did that feel? Did anyone have any comments or questions? Yes, ma'am.
Well, one of the things I mentioned was divine timing. So you may just need a little bit more time for them to come in. But just keep asking and keep checking in. And then you could ask, like, well, what is it that I need to work on still so that they can show up for me? You know, it might just be one little piece you're missing, like one little thing. You know, say that again.
I used to be a medium as a child.
Okay.
And I had medium as a my mom and I got kind of
Okay. Yeah, so you might need to firm up your protection and your confidence and your inner knowing that you're safe and you got this, right? Because when you come from that place, it feels totally different than like, what if I call in the wrong guys? What if I make a mistake? What if, you know what I mean? So you want to have that. Right. And are you ready? Are you ready to start saying those things again? Yeah. But you can ask them to work with you, but not be visible to you, right? You can say, please still help me and keep me on my path as a starseed and light up my mission here on Earth, but I'm not ready to see you. You know, it can be that simple. So you guys got to tell them what you're comfortable with. If your third eye blows open and you start seeing stuff you're not ready, it's going to scare you and you might shut it down for a long time, right? So be really clear with what you're asking. Be really specific and make sure they know. I mean, they know what you can handle. That's why they said that to you. But you can also be really specific and let them know what you're ready for. Yeah. Okay, beautiful. Anyone else? Any other questions? I'll be at my booth, which is in the main room on the right side. If anyone wants to come and ask a question in private, I'm always open. So thank you so much for being here today. Thank you.
know, I just didn't want anyone to trip on the course. So I put it down there. It's nice.
and welcome to the SoulSearch Scottsdale Enlightenment Expo. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and thank you for spending your Sunday with us. We hope that it's a day of enlightenment and expansion for all of you. It definitely is for us.
Yes.
And we love co-creating this experience together so that we can continue to raise the vibration on the planet and bring the upliftment and joy and love that we create here out to the whole world.
Absolutely.
And that's what we're here doing together. And so I'm very excited because here at SoulSearch, we are here to support the evolution of consciousness, the awakening of humanity, and we have amazing teachers like AJ and Tom here who really support us in doing that. And you can always connect with them and all of the practitioners you see here through soulsearch.io, our online platform. And of course, you can also check out their SoulSearch TV show as well. Yes, definitely. So if you have not checked out Infinite Pathways, Journey to Self-Realization, you can find it on SoulSearch TV, which is on our website, soulsearch.tv. You can also watch it on Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. So if you guys love this experience you're having here today, you can get more of AJ and Tom. Check out their TV show. And also we're hosting a weekly watch party every Thursday on our Facebook group where you can watch each episode of the show together on Thursday at 4 p.m. with AJ and Tom and also ask them questions. So you can do Q&A on Facebook and bring your questions to them after each episode. So that's another fun interactive experience.
Absolutely free for you.
Yes.
Absolutely free.
And that's totally free. So definitely join the Facebook group and tune into the weekly watch party. And so I'm delighted to introduce Thomas and AJ into the panel. Speaking from source, and they share divine intelligence by channeling the guides, a collective of high-frequency spiritual beings from multiple planes and dimensions, including ascended masters, the angelic realms, galactics, and more. And with great love, humor, and wisdom, the guides help individuals and groups better understand the events and circumstances of their lives from a universal perspective. AJ and Tom are unique in that they channel at the same time as they tune into the universal mind. As clear conscious channels, they share messages from source so that you can live your best life in full alignment with your higher self. They ask that you create an environment where you are comfortable to ask your most important questions of the guides, who are often likely to answer them even before you ask. And you'll probably see that today. So thank you so much, AJ and Tom, for being here. Welcome, and we're excited to hear from you guys and the guides. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, welcome. Yes, just before we get started, I am the AJ and this is the Tom, in case you were wondering. And we have a free live draw today. So if you have an opportunity to get out your phones and go over to speakingfromsource.com, and on the very front page there, you can enter in your email and your full name. And we'll be giving away a free ticket to our Live with the Guides online channeling session that we do every month. And we'll be announcing the winner, hopefully at the end of this session. So if you want to be a part of that, I know some of you signed up a little earlier today, but that is available for you. We'll give you a reminder there.
Let's talk about what's going to happen today. And I'm going to try and be loud. We're both going to try and be loud because it's hard to do a mic between us. We never know who's speaking when. And there's craziness next door. I'm just going to just say that. It's crazy. I don't know what they do or how they do it, but they're having fun. And so we're going to try to be loud. That's why, again, I'm going to need your help to focus in. Usually the guides are quite loud. Their energy is quite strong. So we're actually going to start with a bit of a meditation just to center us all, to get our energies aligned. And then we're going to invoke in the guides for them. They're already here. And we'll get started. The guides usually have a general message they like to give. We already know that they have one for you all today. And there's several of you that this is for specifically. So they've already told us that. So we'll do that. And then at some point, the guides are going to want to hear from you. And they're going to invite in your questions and your comments. you can talk to the guides as much as you can ask them. Don't feel like this has to be what's the fourth star on the right? You know, it doesn't have to be just all about that. It can be anything. There is no question they won't answer. However, I'll warn you, they will often answer the question underneath your question because they're aware of your hearts. And their goal is to assist you to the greatest ability. And then as we come to the end, and again, this is a short, we have to shorten this. Usually this takes a good hour. We'll be a little bit shorter today just so the next speaker doesn't get mad at us. What we'll then do is the guides will at some point say they are complete. Don't move. Because the guides like to give you an energetic hug. It's been a part of every event that we've ever done for years now. And what they want to do is share unconditional love with you. We can only describe it as a hug. I don't know what else to call it. And we discovered it by at the end of every time we channeled together, we just couldn't leave. We just didn't want to leave because we could feel that hug. So I say now, they're going to give you a hug. Receive it. That's up to you. That's your decision. To allow it, to take it in, and to cherish it and enjoy it. And then you'll tell when that energy starts to fade, we'll come back, and if we have time, we'll answer any questions. We're at the booth all day with Zebu and Angelic, and so happy to answer questions if we run out of time. We want to give the guides as much time with you. You don't need to hear from us.
Absolutely. We're excited for you to meet the guides. Hands up who's been to a channeling before or experienced a channeler. A few of you. So some of those channels include Bashar, you might have heard of, Paul Selig, Abraham Hicks. Okay, we are a pair of many voices that are coming forward, and so each of you will resonate with those different people as you see fit. Because the consciousness is rising, we need more people, and you'll find too that your abilities are coming forward at this time for the exact same reason. What makes Tom and I unique is there's two of us here, as you can see. We'll go into a little alignment meditation that Tom will lead in a quick second to bring in the guides. We'll go into a light trance, and we'll be bringing in the guides from a shared mind perspective. And the guides asked us to channel together so we could be an indication of the new consciousness that's coming forward in the oneness consciousness. In the divine, there's no separation. But here on earth, there's a lot of separation. There's separation with names and personalities, which is why the guides come through us as a collective. Okay,
let's go.
I think we're ready.
All right, you all set?
Yeah.
Okay, get yourself nice and comfortable. And we're going to begin together, as I mentioned, with the meditation. Yep.
I also wanted to acknowledge that beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Diane. Now, we'll be in a trance. So if you put your hands up when the guides invite questions, she will pick you at random and just say your name and your question, and we'll go from there. We won't be able to get to everyone today, but Diana is going to be our point person, and we thank her so much.
She's also helping keep the guides keep to time. So
yes.
She may say to us, hey guides.
Last question.
All right.
All right.
Thanks, everybody. All right, if you would join me, please, with 3 deep breaths in and out. In and out. In and out. Allow yourself to continue breathing naturally at this slightly slower pace, feeling the air going in and out of your body, this amazing gift that is given to us to feed our living incarnated cells throughout our lifetime. This gift of pause that allows us to catch our breath and to feel in beyond the chaos that is going around us at the moment. Feel that air as it goes in and out, feeding you, calming you, and allowing your root chakra to draw up the energies of Mother Earth. Feel her as she grabs your energies as roots form with her, protecting you, holding you steady. You cannot be lost. You are always secured through her loving energy in a constant refreshing. Anything that does not serve you, allow it to be released with your exhalation. She will take it from you gladly and turn it into nutrients as she does. Feel her energies as they come up from your root all the way to your heart. Feel at the same time as your crown, the energies right at the top of your head, open to allow in the divine light, the beautiful lilac silver light, which allows the divine to join with the energies of Mother Earth. As above, so below, you are fully aligned. We move and allow each of our chakras from these energies to activate and allow us the fullness of who and what we're created to be. We move now to our third eye, where we allow in our window to the etheric realm, this gift given to all of you, so that you are never without connection to your guides. It is here that we are able to align the light of Source. Take a moment now and see that light in the distance, a beautiful pinpoint white, bright light. There you are. Your connection to Source as your own light fully reflects the light of Source. Here is your alignment. It is from this place that we invite in our magnificent guides, those of the highest vibration, those of the greatest intent for our highest good. We ask in the guides of those who are here with us as well. We invite in all of those energies from the angelic, the intergalactic, the interdimensional, our ancestors, all those in the collective who wish to speak to this group today for their greatest good. We welcome you, and we are so grateful for your presence with us today.
Dearest ones, we appreciate the opportunity to be with you today at this critical time of self-awareness, of self-realization, for we are able to feel your expectations, this idea that there is more to know about yourself and your environment and how you fit in. Dear ones, a critical juncture for you that many of you are recognizing this aspect of moving from the questioning of the rational mind and activating and ascending into the larger being of who you are, what it is that you are, not just this single incarnation, but the larger trajectory of your soul, its purpose, its evolution and expansion, this integration coming forward to you at this time as you move from your head brain, as it were, down into your heart, activating the energy centers of your chakra and operating more from the fullness of your being.
We are grateful to tell you, as we always shall tell you, that you are adored by Source. You are not tolerated, but adored. Source is not considering you as anything but whole and can only see your wholeness as we can only see your wholeness. We wish you would as well. Stop referring to yourselves as broken and in need of being fixed, for you are whole beings, and you are cared for more than you could ever know. We wish also to tell you that you are here for a purpose during this time and space, as are we, to assist you and so many others into the etheric realm. For an exciting time is occurring on your planet. You are ending an important cycle and beginning another. And we wish to speak of this to you today. For much of what you are experiencing is connected to this ending. And if you think an ending is a gentle landing, this one is not. We shall remind you that there is tumult, and yet we encourage you to remember this is an ending, that things are coming to a conclusion. But we shall tell you a secret, for the ending is not pre-planned for you, and not to be experienced by all you unless you decide. For it does not occur to you, it occurs through you. What do we mean by this? We mean to express to you that in fact your decisions about ending what is in this cycle for you, the separation that you feel, the sense that there is something wrong with you, the sense that you must follow certain rules simply for the following the obligations of your relationships. Many of these things must become a decision instead to move where the universe wishes for your planet to move, which is toward oneness, towards cooperation, towards communal living, your ability to see what is the same among you rather than what is different. You decide when the cycle of separation ends by determining for yourself, I shall not live separated from my source or from all other beings again. So much here to strengthen your resolve, to train you in this way, here even in this building this weekend. And much more available simply for your asking. Yes, this is the time of an ending. It is now yours to decide when.
An important time again with this self-realization of your ability to be in the driver's seat, as it were, to be an important co-creator in your reality through your practices, through your understanding of your abilities as multidimensional beings physically incarnated upon Earth. For everything is ascending. The birds, the trees, your pets, and Gaia herself. It is all part of an evolution of consciousness that you can see in some more than in others.
Yes, self-realization, we love this term. This is why you are on the planet and why you return again and again to a life, wherever it may exist, so that you may learn more about the beauty of your own eternal soul. Self-realization is the order of business now. Your courage to reflect upon what is it that I am made of? What is it that I am capable of? And what is it that I choose? For your life is filled with choices again and again, for you to choose how you shall continue forward. These choices are yours, but require your self-realization. And so we remind you again, you are adored. You cannot be wrong, you cannot be in trouble. Source will never turn its back on you, regardless of what the realization is. For it is always an opportunity to choose again. If you are not satisfied with what you have come to realize about those things that separate you from other beings, for example, then there is an opportunity for you to choose again, and an entire universe of beings ready to stand with you and assist you in that.
Indeed, dearest ones, we are excited to have this opportunity of co-creation and communion with you, and we now open to receive your questions of us.
Say your name. I'm Sharon. My Starseed family. Where
Your original star seed is, we believe, the question you are asking us, yes? For you have lived in a number of systems. Your original star seed, Pleiadian. Yes, Pleiadian. And yet, we wish to say a word about this, for we cannot help ourselves. It is important for you to recognize that this is the spark. We will give you an analogy. If you are from on this planet, a nationality, let us say German, and you say, I am German, you know that you are only part of an origin story and not necessarily who and what you are now. Do not give the spark of your interplanetary origin more weight than it requires, for your soul is growing. You are aware of this. Know that in fact your soul, lifetime after lifetime, continues to expand, for this is all the universe can do. It expands and it creates. And so your creation, the thousands and the thousands of years that was from your original creation, is not the soul today. For the soul today has benefited from every incarnation and has grown in its self-realization. We encourage you never to use your past as an excuse for why you are who you are today, for it is always an expanded choice for you to grow and become something more.
All of your experiences, just like your lineage itself, contributes to the being that you are in this very present moment. Note, dear ones, how critical it is that you are here, uniquely focused in your incarnation at this time, for the bringing forward of your own self-realization and the sharing of vibrational frequencies and understanding of oneness as you ascend into the higher dimensional realms.
So the question for you, my love, is what was the purpose of my incarnating on this planet, coming from a Pleiadian origin? For the spark and the soul that you are today have traveled many miles.
Yes. How can someone or myself channel source? And how can you tune in and hear and really understand?
We encourage three things. First and foremost, recognize that you are all connected to Source. Yes, you can pinch yourself off well. This is not the case for most of you, or you would not be here today. And therefore, you must begin by saying, there is nothing about me, good or bad, that separates me from communication with Source. Or if you begin to reflect, you will see Source has been talking with you, sometimes directly, many times through your guides. For your guides only reflect the energy of Source if they are of the highest energy. And how do you know? If your guides were to tell you what is wrong with you, these are not your guides. These are not from Source. For Source only adores you, as we have said. And so, therefore, it is important to realize that you are drawing messages from Source often, though they are not always pick up the red dress and not the blue one today. They are often much more subtle and much more permeating. These messages that come to you, that tell you where you should be and how. So first, we suggest you accept the fact that Source is speaking with you often. Second, we encourage all of you to spend more time listening, for you have become a collective who is constantly in distraction. Yes, there are these instruments you use that you are constantly with and on. Many of you cannot survive without some sound going on, or some form of entertainment, not all of it to your greatest good. And therefore, we encourage times of silence, for this is how you will be able to hear us. And then finally, we remind you that all messages from Source are always based in unconditional love. We are often asked, why can't you tell us of the next disaster? And we would say, why would we tell you of the next disaster? What would it serve you? And you say, well, we would prepare. And we would say, no, you would not. We are aware of what is capable and not. And therefore, there are many messages that you assume are from Spirit that are not. The simple guide is that they are all based in unconditional love, and therefore of greatest benefit to all. So begin to listen, and begin to jot, and begin to allow Source to speak to you, and notice as it speaks through you to others around you.
Dear ones, you must understand that you are a part of it all. Your origins come from Source itself. Your consciousness is of Source consciousness. The planet, the birds, the trees, the stars are all part of creation and Source consciousness. You are enveloped in it constantly, and we are with you with the intake and the outtake of every breath. We ask you, as an important aspect of your self-realization at this time, not to see yourself as separate, not to go after those things that are eternal, but to focus on the light within and expand that in these quiet moments, most often through an appreciation of a sunrise, the meow or the bark of your cat or dog, or the hug and the smile of a good friend. This is the divine working through you all. We are anxious to hear from you.
Yes.
If you're like having a tree and some idea wants to cut down
Dear one, everything is in service, even the trees and even the animals that you consume as your food source. For you must understand that the energy centers of many of the sentient beings around you, your plants and trees and your dogs and your cats and your sources, are all based and understand the vibration of unconditional love. You must appreciate that they are all connected and they all communicate, and yet there is a realization among them when their time is done or they are no longer of service. Indeed, we should say that should the felling of a tree become necessary, that it is done so that it is blessed and returned to Gaia herself to begin anew, always in this respect, perhaps with the planting of the new trees and the talking to them about how much you appreciate them and how they serve.
Here's a good example of listening, for you shall see that the plant beings, active, vibrant beings, such beautiful gifts unique to planet Earth, that the plant beings themselves have consciousness, like all beings that are living on your planet. And therefore, with a consciousness, they contribute not only to their immediate environment, but to all of the spirit realm. And yet, we would ask the same question. Should your neighbor come up and say, "You irritate me, we should get rid of you," how would you feel? And what would the effect on the universe be? For the question is contribution, decision, choice. What choice is being made at the time? For there are trees that are at the end of their life cycle or willing to give themselves for their wood, for the humans, for they understand their relationship, and not unlike how your food animals understand their relationship and see it as part of their holy mission. Yet, we remind you that it is a decision they make carefully, for we shall let you in to know that they are always giving birth before they are leaving, so that another tree is there to grow. And at times you can see this. Many times you cannot. Some of you start sneezing when they're doing so. They are always doing so, for they understand that they, like you, carry on generation after generation, serving their purpose as is necessary. Does this assist you?
Hi, thank you guys. I'm Claudia. I would love to know how to better discern how close or far away to keep the people I live with.
A lovely question. And you do know, we begin always with this. You know how it makes you feel. What gets in your way is obligation. We shall remind you of this again, for it is why we raised it earlier. Obligation, where you believe that you must to spare another's feelings or to meet some kind of agreement you believe you have. And yet, if it is not in service for your greatest and highest good, it is likely more coming from you than it is coming from the agreement. And therefore, we encourage you to listen carefully to how the other makes you feel, like your guides, when it reminds you of what is wrong with you, that you are broken, that you are in need of fixing. This is not a relationship that is in your greatest and highest good. Then a choice is ready for you to make. We always encourage you, though, to make it in love. For you have come to believe, many of you humans, that the end of relationship must happen in separation and hatred. And we shall remind you this is not the case. For separation of one another in love is more than possible, and examples abound throughout your history. And so your gentle walking away, I shall leave you in love, for it is not our relationship that is of greatest benefit. And your being able to step away is more than possible.
We remind you, dear one, although each of you is the same, each of you are uniquely focused uniquely focused at this time with a unique perception, a unique personality, a unique contribution, and all of you serving like the unique facet of a diamond. The diamond with its brilliance can only be seen from afar with the many sparkles of each and every facet that give it its glimmer and sparkle and brilliance. This is each of you, the human race, as you come together in a collective understanding and allowing that each of you are uniquely focused, but each of you are essential.
Therefore, we are saying to you that not everyone who also completes the universe, which is all of you, are necessary to be in interaction with one another, and that you have intersections with other beings that are for a moment, or for a short period, or for a lifetime. Rare that they are for a lifetime, for they have served their purpose with the single intersection at times. Therefore, as you separate with unconditional love, you do so, reminding them that they also complete the universe as you do. They are essential to the diamond's beauty, even though the two of you need not intersect again.
My name's Jim. You talked about the plant kingdom and consciousness and unconditional love. Could you tell us about the mineral kingdom?
Indeed, dear one. The mineral kingdom, the stones, the rocks, and the crystals, all of the chemicals that come together to form them over the millennium, come together with their unique vibrations. Note, much like yourself, none two exactly the same. Note, much like yourself, each serving a unique contribution to Gaia itself, serving to allow for an appreciation of the components that, when brought together, refract light and can contain energy and be programmed to support manifestation and conscious creation. Dear one, we speak specifically now as an example of the crystal cells that are upon the planet and the consciousness held therein as an example, again, of a unique facet of how the mineral kingdom forms.
And yet the mineral kingdom exists beyond this planet, for it is the building block of the entire universe. Though not always the same, the energies of the universe always first form in such properties, for they are building blocks for much of what is formed not only around you, but you yourself as a composition of minerals and in constant exchange with your minerals. And therefore, they are not just a gift from Gaia herself, but a gift from Source. And from this is where you are able to build so very much this, the alchemy, that has always been available to you, so that you learn how to mix and find these minerals and to use them to your advantage. We shall also advise you that your minerals are perfectly aligned with your own energetic center. Well, of course, for they are made of these minerals. Your own energetic center, which is conducting the energy from the universe, is in fact connected to these minerals, even by their color. And so we advise you, as you look into the many combinations of minerals on your planet, you shall see that they will imitate the colors of your chakra system, as a service for you, as a way for you to receive more boost of the energy in each of these centers as they are required. We encourage you to see the many formations of minerals that surround you, even here in this place, and to remark on their beauty, for they are all gifts from Source for you.
A method of creating a new focus to help raise your vibration and to assist you in your alignment and your programming and your creative manifestation. Tools there for you in abundance.
We are aware of our limited time with you today. We shall take one final question from you.
My name's Ray, and I would like to know what your thoughts are on the megaliths.
We love such mysteries. They keep you guessing, do they not? You know that there are multiple civilizations here, and that there are multiple civilizations seeking ways to make contact, reaching out, sticking a toe into the water. There are some original structures designed, and not just those, many that have existed on your planet over many millennia, that are other civilizations sticking their toe into yours to say, how shall they react? How shall they respond? What level of curiosity do they have? Remember what we said earlier about your decision of when an era ends. So here's a good example. As you see things like unidentified objects or monoliths or any other of these strange, what you consider to be unnatural occurrences, is your impulse fear? For your conclusion is that there is something untoward that is unsafe for you? Or is your conclusion curiosity and a willingness and an interest in learning more? Possibly, yes. But an interest in assuming that there is something positive here. But many of you say, but I'd be duped and I would make myself vulnerable. Listen carefully to these beliefs, for they are keeping you in the current era. They are keeping you in this period of time, for it is fear that has dominated separation. Fear that one will take from another. One will take away my share. One will harm me just for the sake of harming me. As you shift these understandings, allow curiosity to consider that there may be quite a different message involved. Regarding the monoliths, we will tell you not all of them have come from other civilizations, for you have tricksters amongst you in your humanity. But we shall also tell you that all of these things are revealed in time, when you are ready. And remember, you decide when that time shall be.
Dear ones, appreciate all of your environment, the sacred geometry, the architectural and ancient wonders of the world that continue to be discovered, and the many questions that are raised when something new enters the consciousness, such as the monoliths, or as you call them, unidentified flying objects. For each and every one of those serves to expand you, expand your conscious awareness into new realms of possibilities, and indeed new relationships with us and your guides, and strengthening of your own inner knowing, your discernment, and your light.
Dear ones, we hope you have heard what we are suggesting to you today. Many more possibilities for joy, than for fear. Please keep these words close to you. There will be times this coming season for you to choose fear. Remember our words that there is a choice for joy, that you are cared for and protected, you are adored. Hard for some of you to believe, and there is your journey. There is your work. But no, we are here with you, and we will not leave you without more opportunities for realization that you are more adored than you will allow yourself to believe. All is well for you. All shall be well for you. And we wish for you to walk away for this more than anything else, for you are adored.
Indeed, dear ones, we are so grateful for you and the light and the contribution that you bring to your own understanding, your own self-realization, and indeed the consciousness of the planet overall. We adore you, and we remind you that you are always carried and you are always cared for. And with this, we are complete. Golly, thank you. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back. Thanks so much. We hope you enjoyed that. We are aware of the time. We do remind you, if you've got a phone, to go on to speakingfromsource.com, sign up for all of the new things we've got coming forward. We do a monthly group channeling every month, and you can also book individual sessions with us. You'll also find us on social media, on Facebook, on Instagram, and YouTube. We have over 100 videos on YouTube, including a series where we do a new video every week called Everyday Wisdom, because this is about you and your growth and your consciousness. Help us share the messages of the guides. That's our mission, to get the messages of the guides out to as many people as possible at this time.
Any last second questions or comments or thoughts? First of all, I have to always ask, did you feel the hug?
Yes.
Oh,
Isn't it delightful?
Good, good, good.
My favorite part of the whole thing. Yes.
I just have a very level question.
Yeah.
So when you cross paths
Yeah.
around the world, did you energetically, did you get goosebumps? What?
Us personally?
Well, I got
General.
goosebumps, I think, for other reasons. We are married, so it's hard to tell.
But what's interesting is that I recognized in him almost the second I met him of his spiritual base, his foundation. And when we realized we had that in common, and we got together and we said, well, let's try this out. You know, you like to channel, I'll hold space for you. You like to channel, I'll hold space for you. And it was like kabam. It was amazing. And so that's why the importance of coming together in groups and tribes and oneness and sharing your abilities and allowing people in. You know, those that read auras, you know, you have an individual aura, and when you come together in two, you think you have two auras. But what happens is there's an exponential expansion of light that you can't see. And sometimes you see this in concerts and large rallies and things like that. But it's an explosion of light. And if you look at our logo here, this is the pillar of light that happens. And that's when we channel, when we connect. When I go like that, I'm looking at the pillar of light before that connection with divine source consciousness.
But I would do want to answer this question honestly. We met in a meditation. AJ was hosting a meditation that I attended, and AJ had said, whoever you're bringing into my life, they have to come to my door, and I came to his door.
That is true. That is a true
And
true
as
story.
it turned out that night, everyone else, usually had 10, 12 people there every week. I was the only one. And so the universe is always involved in your intersections. Ours was a little dramatic because I think they're like, carry this. But every intersection, every interaction with the grocery store clerk, every single interaction is divine. You just have to become conscious of it. And when you are, doesn't it change everything? It changes everything. You stop thinking about what a stupid fool that cashier is, because that cashier completes the universe. That cashier is a soul just like you. And so we're always in intersection with one another. So we came out of the meditation, just the two of us. We did it. And AJ looked at me and he goes, "You have the cleanest chakras of anyone I've ever met." I like to joke about, if you remember the Jerry Maguire, my response was, shut up, you had chakras. Not really. But my response to him was, I have to know you.
Yeah.
I have to know you. We can't stop this relationship here.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Well, here we
But
are.
it's interesting, you know, as many of you are light workers and practitioners in Reiki or aura readings or toe readings or mediums or whatever, you know, you can see and recognize people's light. So it is quite amazing, and you can see how they react in those circumstances, whether they cringe or whether they're wide open, or you can read a lot from people. And so that's why, you know, this idea of self-realization is very important right now.
Okay, we gotta do the drawing. We
We got to do the drawing, and I have a drawing. Is Marie Clark here? You won! Yeah. Thank you so much. If you just come up afterwards, I'll make sure I've got your details here, but I want to write it down because you know, I'll forget. Thank you, everybody.
We'll send you a
for this.
certificate.
For
So
this.
you'll know how to.
Yeah, I'll send you an email, but come to me afterwards because I need to write it down. Thank you, everyone. We are at the
welcome to SoulSearch Scottsdale Enlightenment Expo. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and thank you for spending your Sunday with us today for enlightenment, wisdom, expansion, and heart opening. And that's what we're here for today. And at SoulSearch, we are here to support the evolution of consciousness and the expansion of spirit for all. And so thank you for coming here so that we can uplift one another and uplift the whole planet together. And that's what we're all doing. And at SoulSearch, we are here to connect you to amazing practitioners like Barbara Hudak. You can find her and all of the practitioners here at soulsearch.io, our website. You can also tune in to shows from our practitioners on SoulSearch TV, which is available online and on Amazon, Roku, Apple TV, and Android TV. And of course, come back. We're going to be having this event again in June and October. So stay tuned with us. And I'm excited to be introducing Barbara Hudak of Heartful Integrations. She is your go-to integrated wellness consultant, resilience educator, and trauma-sensitive heart math certified master trainer, coach, and mentor. She has the unique privilege of training new heart math trainers. Whether you are a seasoned healer or awakening starseed, she offers a range of heart-centered modalities to support you with heart math coaching, Reiki sessions and training, aroma alchemy, intuitive oracle card readings, and more. She has a beautiful booth in the main hall, so definitely go in and check that out as well after. And welcome, Barbara. Thanks for being here today.
I'm excited to be here. Thank you all for spending your Sunday here. And yes, we are going to be doing some more things at the booth. So I guess I have a couple of questions because we think about what do we want here? Why are we here? What are we doing? This is our 111 portal. When this conference actually started yesterday, as you know, we've had a lot of people come to the booth. Oh, did you know it's January 11th? Yeah, 111. What does that mean? So does anyone want to just share out, what does that mean to you when you hear the numbers 111? Divine guidance. Divine guidance, yep. What else? 111, what does that mean for you in terms of numerology? Please. Yeah, so what you were saying is things in threes. So yes, there is a specific alchemy or magic in the Trinity, the number 111. So all the triple numbers do mean certain things. So 111, as you know, beginnings. We're in the beginning of a new year, we're in the beginning of a new cycle. So it's really auspicious. They're all here together and we're creating new realities for ourselves. So our conversation today is going to be about heart wisdom. How can the heart help us to tune into what we want to bring in this coming year? So I have a question. So I'm going to ask you to point to yourself. Just point to yourself, everybody. Okay, very good. So I'm seeing everybody that's watching, everybody pointed to their hearts, not to their heads. Interesting, because we think about what does the heart mean? Who am I? So my background is in cardiac nursing. I used to work at the Mayo Clinic down the street here. Worked in ICU, worked in ER, and love the heart. Ever since I was in nursing school, I saw my first open heart surgery, which I'm not going to go into the detail. But it was so interesting to watch that heart just beating in the chest. It's magic. So not only does the heart pump blood, nutrients, oxygen, it's awesome. What I've learned over the years at the Mayo Clinic, actually, I was introduced to Heart Math. Anybody know about Heart Math Institute? Oh, hands are going up. Yeah, very good. So it's a company that's based in California. They've been around for about 30 years, and they teach about the science of the heart and the wisdom that the heart brings. So really, the idea that the heart is a portal gives us information when we are quiet enough to hear it. So I brought my little relic from my nursing days, my stethoscope. I used this many, many years to listen to other people's hearts. Did I use it to listen to my own? I didn't really listen to my intuition. The brain was in the lead. until I realized the importance of tuning into the heart. And so today we're going to invite you to, you may already be practicing this, you may have a really good practice of meditation, heart connection, maybe it's prayer, stillness, whatever you do. We're going to play and do a twist on that. What I'm going to invite us to do together is we're going to do some breathing exercises because the breathing realigns that nervous system. We're going to focus on the heart. We're going to place our attention here. And then we're going to get really, really quiet and we're going to ask some questions. What does my heart want me to know? There's no expectation. We're not going to overthink this. We're just going to be curious and we're going to play. So who's up for that? Everybody good? All right, cool. All right, so first of all, and I'm going to add another little surprise because I am an aroma alchemist. And we're going to be adding some essential oils. So is anyone allergic to essential oils? Or anyone? Okay, so we'll keep them far away from you. So the essential oil that we've created for the SoulSearch Expo includes cardamom, sacred frankincense, and vanilla. And what that is doing is not only working on your 7 major chakras, your energy centers, it's also working on the ones beyond. So how do I tap into intuition? How do I tap into my angel? How do I tap into my spirit guides? You already have ways of doing that. But this will facilitate it. And you're going to facilitate that. The essential oils are, I would say, based in Sedona, they're magical. They have red rocks in them. There's a crystal inside of it. And it's going to amplify the process. Or not. Who knows? There's no expectation. So what I invite you to do right now is, let me pass around the oil first. Without your mind, so just put a little drop in your left hand. And then we're going to have you activate it, which means rub it 3 times, or 3, and then just taking a nice slow deep breath. So as you're doing that, and again, if you don't want to play, this is optional. You certainly don't have to use the essential oil, but it will. What we found at our booth, you also see that we're doing chakra scans, and we can measurably see the difference after using certain essential oils. And the researcher and the scientist may want to see that, and we're seeing it. So while you're doing that, pass it around, and I'm just going to invite you to focus your attention in the area of the heart. And what that means is just bring your attention there. You can put a hand on your heart, or 2 hands on your heart if you'd like. Thank you. And we're just going to bring some attention to that. Think about your heart and think about gratitude and appreciation. Your heart is beating how many times a minute without you telling it what to do? It hasn't stopped yet, hopefully. Yes. So the heart chakra, the energetic center, is right in the center. Actually, it's for some people, most people, it's on the left side of the chest, but really we're focusing on not just the physical heart, but the energetic heart. And so that's right in the center. Great question. Right here. Very good. But as you're experiencing that, we'll just kind of tune in, focusing on the heart. And now I'm going to ask you to take a few slow, deep breaths. And that rhythm can be 5 seconds in, 5 seconds out. If that's comfortable, you can find your own pace. And as that oil is being passed around, once everybody's had that, I invite you to close your eyes. We're going to do take a little deeper dive into the heart. So again, this focus is, focusing your attention in the area of the heart, a hand or 2 on the heart. And a nice slow deep breath. If you had your essential oil, you can breathe that again. Just imagining all those beautiful essential oils are going into your brain, into your lungs. And within about 20 minutes, they'll be in every single cell of your body. You have about 1 trillion cells, I believe, in your body. So they will, within 20 minutes, they'll be in every cell. So this one's called, it's actually an oil called SoulSearch. We created this just for the expo. It's cardamom, sacred frankincense, and vanilla.
Frankincense, vanilla,
Cardamom. So it's aligning all 7 chakras as well as beyond. So we're kind of reaching into the higher realms, reaching into your higher selves, your oversoul, and all of your, I call it my entourage. So everyone that walks with me in spirit. So yes, you're going to connect with that. And I'm just going to wait until everybody has the oil before further. Everybody's good? All right, so we're going to come back to the heart. Again, those slower, deeper breaths. Maybe 5 seconds in, 5 seconds out. And as you continue, this is something we call heart-focused breathing. I'm going to invite you to recall a time when you were really in a state of appreciation, gratitude. Maybe a time when you really felt accomplished, you felt confident. A time when there was more flow, more ease in your day. And I want you to recall that. It's almost like you're time traveling back to that place. Now I'm going to invite you to re-feel that feeling of gratitude, that feeling of ease, of peace. And if at any point you get distracted, there's a thought that comes in, which is very normal. Bring your attention back to the heart, back to that breath, and back to that feeling. And now I invite you to take another inhalation of your essential oil. And now you feel that feeling. This is now anchoring this within your system. Now we're going to ask your heart, not from a place of expectation, but from a place of curiosity. What does my heart want me to know right now? And it may be a nudge, it may be a whisper. And just take a moment and capture that in your mind's eye. If you want to write on a piece of paper, you certainly can. And the next question, again, if you don't get anything, you're like, oh, am I doing it wrong? No, there's no wrong way to do this. This is between you and your heart and your higher self. We're just going to ask now a different question, or maybe a little bit of a similar question, but addressed a different way. So we're going to tune into the heart and say, what is the smallest step that I can take in this moment to get me to the life that I deserve, the life that I choose, the reality that I want in 2025? What's the smallest step that I can take? And just tuning into that. And now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to send the heart some love, some appreciation for self. Sometimes this is not something that we do typically. We may appreciate other people. If you have a list of what you're grateful for, I often ask, where are you on that list? And people say, oh, I'm not even on the list. Like, I don't. So we're going to do that today. Right now is we're going to give gratitude to self, compassion, forgiveness to self, a sense of ease and peace. Grateful for that heart that's always beating in our chest, always with us. Grateful for friends, grateful for community. Yes, absolutely. And back to self. This is not selfish. Oftentimes people say, oh, if I focus on me, that means I'm self-centered. I don't care about other people. No, we cannot give from an empty cup. So this is refilling our cup. And we deserve that. So just again, take a moment focusing on that heart, giving yourself a big heart hug or a big squeeze, and saying thank you internally. And if this is challenging, think, oh yeah, I'm grateful, but, or oh, if I had, this is latitude, this is compassionate latitude that we call this at HeartMath. We are doing the very best we can in unprecedented times. We are showing up. We are here. Yes, we're here for others, but most importantly, we're here for ourselves. With deep gratitude. Just feeling into any feelings that are coming in, any insights that are coming in for you. And softening that breath. Again, slower, deeper breaths. And anchoring that in. This place of the heart is somewhere that we can come to anytime, anywhere. And with practice, you don't need to necessarily meditate or step away from a situation. You can come back here because you create a touchdown. You have a place to go. This is my okay place. It's my safe space, regardless of what's happening. You just reconnected with that place within yourself that can replenish. That can give you the answers that you're seeking. So let's take one more slow deep breath together. And now we want you to send appreciation and care to every single person, the person to the left of you, to the right of you, to the person in front of you, behind you, the people on the screen that are watching, and just sending so much gratitude to each other. And ease. It's a place of community. At HeartMath, we call this heart coherence. It's a state that you can activate. There's science behind this, that what you've just been doing, what we've all been doing together, not only activates your parasympathetic nervous system, which creates more ease, more calm in the body, you've just flooded yourself and your body with 1,400 biochemicals, including oxytocin, DHEA, which is a vitality or an anti-aging hormone, yes indeed, and all these other feel-good hormones. This will now, for the next few hours, support you as you walk around in your day-to-day. So well done. Congratulations. We've all dosed ourselves with some really good feel-good hormones. So what was that like for you all? Would anybody like to share out what certainly don't have to, but what did you notice when we were doing this together? Yeah, please. So for those of you that couldn't hear it, that are out there in TV land, it was more of a connection and a heart connection with the heart and the breath that oftentimes we don't do during our day. So that's exactly right. We think about our day-to-day, we hold our breath. What's the next thing that's going to happen? Oh my gosh, or we breathe really shallowly. And this is now a technique that I learned this when I learned this at the hospital. I thought I didn't meditate back then at all. I was just go, 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 go to get things done. I was in the military before that. Immerse, and it's just, you just don't do this. Interestingly now, I get to work with military veterans. I get to work with active duty. I train Navy SEALs, and people who are going through post-traumatic stress, because this technique is not about relaxation necessarily. It can be, like what we did today, but you can also do this with practice on the move. So you can be walking, talking, running to some type of emergency, like firefighters. They can't be just like, oh, hang on, namaste, I just need a moment because I'm stressed. Like, okay, that's great, but you still have to get the job done. And so this has been so big right now in military organizations, law enforcement, because you can do this anytime, anywhere. No one even knows you do. I was doing this actually, Diane actually used to work together at Mayo Clinic. So it's a certain physician that was a cardiothoracic surgeon that I was, who had a personality that was very busy, very business oriented. And so every time we would present a case to him, it was always like not going to be a problem, but it was a hesitation. Like, they're busy, and it's like, well, what can I do? And I would get really nervous with this physician. So I started practicing this technique, exactly what we did today, before I went into this conversation with him. And the one day I was so calm and composed, and he just, because he usually would bark. And so it made me nervous. And so I would get, my cheeks would get really red. I'd have little tears in my eyes because I was really nervous. This day it didn't happen. And he looked at me and says, "Are you listening to me?" I said, "Yeah." And he said, and he didn't know what to do. He came back to my office a couple hours later, and he said, "Really, what were you doing?" "Well, doctor, I was self-regulating." I said, "What's that?" I didn't know you could, because the situation, again, think of the situations that you're in that you can't control. People are people, they're going to do their things, and we may not agree. But the interesting part is I could, in the moment, be very calm, very coherent. My nervous system didn't react because I had been doing this behind the scenes. What happened was I was more clear, I wasn't reactive, and he noticed. My husband used to notice that too. He says, "Work must have gone better for you today." And I said, "Why?" He said, "You're not yelling." I don't yell. Yeah, you do. So that's what really helped me as well. Please.
How long do you need to do the breathing for to get that result?
Well, it depends. Again, it depends on your, like how deeply wired the neural pathway is. So my reactivity, I was always like a rebellious kiddo. I was always like looking for something like, who's going to piss me off today? It's like, oh, you, awesome. Like on the 101. Oh my goodness. Road rage, like you would believe. So it took me a little while because I didn't get that way overnight. The science shows between 6 to 8 weeks of consistent practice. And what that means is this type of practice, maybe 5-10 minutes a day, is a really great start. Now, there's also technology from HeartMath Institute, which I actually have the M-Wave here. We thought we'd have a big screen and a projector. No, you can stop by the booth, and I'm happy to share that with you all because it's really interesting. You can see the difference in your nervous system. You can see the difference not just in heart rate variability. Who knows about heart rate variability? Yeah, so there's a lot of monitoring that looks at your the emotional state, how it affects your heart rate variability. So what that means in a nutshell is we want a higher heart rate variability because it shows that our system is adaptable. So if I'm dealing with something, say I want to climb a flight of stairs, I want my heart rate to speed up so I can climb the flight of stairs. I don't want my heart rate to stay high the whole time. I want it to be able to slow down. We lose that mechanism under pressure, under stress. There's trauma. So depending on the level of the trauma, that's how long it will take to really see some inroads. But you can see things, even people have better sleep maybe 3 or 4 nights after doing this practice. It's just different for each person. So any other questions around this? Any other insights, please? It's heart math. Heart math, yeah. And there's no math. You don't have to be good at math. Because when I first took this class, I'm like, I did not do well. I didn't take calculus because I'm not really good at that. They're like, no. The math is in the technology, but it's a heart math system. And it really is when you look at the algorithms, and just research at heartmath.com, heartmath.org, they have training programs, they have all kinds of things that you can learn to kind of leverage your heart wisdom in these unprecedented times. But it's a company called HeartMath. But this technique that we just did is called the quick coherence technique. And then when we now send love to others, then it becomes heart lock in. And what are we locking in? Intentionally, love, appreciation, gratitude, and coherence. And it's measurable. Again, I'm happy to share that with you guys. At the booth, we also were doing chakra scans, whole different equipment, similar concept. How much energy do you have? How aligned are your energy centers? So this is all measurable. Those of you that are intuitive, you probably already know this stuff. But for those of us that are really scientific, that are a little resistant, that need the evidence, this is what really helps as well. Any other insights? I want to hear, what did you guys get? Did you guys get any wisdom? Yeah, please.
Okay, I had not long ago a heart surgery, and I'm getting mad of my heart because it takes so long to recover. When I did that, in the moment, I cannot say told, but I felt that my heart is not mad about me, but it's struggling to get recovered.
Ah, so you have a little insight. So what would you say is the emotion that you have around that, or the insight?
Yeah, I feel more joy that I'm not scared.
Oh, that's beautiful. More joy and less fear. Wow. That's a win. So the heart, when we stop enough to ask, how can I help you? What do you want me to know? It's in that stillness. This is awesome. My gosh, the brain, oh my word. It served me well. It analyzes, it strategizes. It's so great. And if we're not tapping into the heart, we're only getting half the message. These two work together. And when you think about the messaging between these two, as a matter of fact, if you think about the heart or the brain, which one do you think sends more information to the other? Shout it out. What do you guys think? Yes, it is the heart. It's about 80 to 90% of the messaging is going up from the heart. I learned that in school. And I was like, what? No, the brain manages everything. It's the processor. They work together, but this has much more influence over our energy, over our problem solving, and how we feel at the end of the day. The heart is where it's at. That's why we're talking about heart wisdom. So the insights that you received today, please go forward, do this again. When you're quiet, when you're still, grab a cup of tea, whatever, and just tune into your heart and say, all right, love, what do you have for me today? And it may come in a whisper. It may come in like a flash of lightning. Who knows? You never know what you're going to get. If you get a message, and maybe this happened for you today, and you're thinking, yeah, I got this message, but I don't know. I don't want to, or that's really weird, or that's not going to work. If you second guess your heart, that's normal. Ask again. Do another technique. Kind of go back in and go, well, I have this information. What do I do with it? Get quiet, ask the heart, and ask it to clarify. Say, how do I do that? Show me how to do that. I'll tell you one other thing. Let me just do a quick time check. No, there's no time here. What is the time?
2:29.
Thank you. Okay, good. So we still have some time. So I'm going to share with you a story. Story of my mother-in-law. So, bless her heart, she's gone. But the idea was, when I was first learning this information, I was very skeptical. And so when I was doing this whole exercise that we just did, the idea about my mother-in-law, so we think about, and for your day-to-day, I want to make this practical for you too. Kind of go through a list in your mind. What are your top 3 energy drainers, or your top 3 stressors? You may have more, but the idea is like your top 3. You think, oh, can you control anything about those 3 things? You may or may not. Some things you can't control, but they're still energy zappers. So my mother-in-law was a little bit of an energy zapper for me, only because we did not agree on certain things. You have families, you know what it's like. Sometimes you don't quite click with everybody. lovely lady, we just did not click on two things, which I'm not going to discuss, but I would dread going to these family gatherings. And I would think, oh, you know, my husband would say, Barb, just don't bring it up. Don't go there. And I'm like, huh. I said, well, honey, if she doesn't, I won't. But if she does, I'm going to go. But she's wrong. You're so ego. You're so ego. Just me? Come on. Anybody else? But they're like, no, that's the other person. Maybe just me. I don't know.
No.
Yeah, right? Right? So I thought, well, okay. And I thought, well, I knew from the science that every time I'd have that reaction, I would create, what hormone do you think is the stress hormone? Who knows? Cortisol, yeah. So if I kick out cortisol because I'm dreading going to Easter dinner with my mother-in-law and my family, is that hurting her in any way? For me, cortisol, did you know that cortisol lasts in the bloodstream at least 12 hours after it's produced, whether it's a big irritation or just a little one? You still kick out cortisol, which I now have to metabolize for the next few days. So I learned that and I thought, well, let's try this technique. So I asked my heart. I said, hey, what do I need to do? What would best serve me? How can I see her in a way that that would be beneficial? Because it really wasn't for her. It was for me because I didn't want to get the energy drain because it was all about me back then. So, and it is really, at the end of the day, it really is about us. But the idea was, I got, yes. Yes. Yeah, it's so true. Yeah. Yes.
The East Coast is too much.
Yes. And you think about for you, whether it's a family situation, it could be, translate this into who in your life. It could be a friend. It could be a coworker. It could be anybody. Who is that person that you have a little friction with that you're like, oh, they could just change. They're not going to change. It is. And the interesting part was when I asked my heart, I was like, okay, what do you have to tell me? My heart said, love her. And my brain was like, but you don't understand. She's wrong. Yeah.
Now, look at that. It's all that other stuff is my thinking that is an obstacle to that. Just recognizing that.
Yeah, and we know that love, we've been taught this, love is the answer, love is the way to go, unconditional love, and I'm thinking, well, I don't know about, I didn't know how, and I thought, that's cool, I don't really want to, but I'm going to try. I asked my heart again, I said, okay, I don't have clarity, I don't have a next step, so I dropped into my heart again, and I said, all right, show me how, because I don't know how. And what I got was something I've never received before and I've never gotten prior to that. I saw a visual. I'm more of a feeler rather than a seer, but what I saw in my mind's eye was her holding my husband as a baby. And my heart just opened up and I started to cry. I went, I never saw her in that way until that moment. And I went, I can work with this. This is so good. Okay. So that's what I did. I did the exact technique that we did together. Heart focused on the heart, appreciated her for creating an awesome guy. He's gone now as well, but she created this beautiful human being that I got to share almost 30 years with. And I saw her in that way. That changed our relationship in that moment. And it never went back to the way it was. I had no more drain. I was able to appreciate her for who she was in a different way. It's just a different perspective. Like, oh, from over here, I see you now. So it's just an invitation. If you're having something like that in your day-to-day and you're struggling with how do I do this, this is the answer for you. So try it. My invitation. Yes.
like the place she went to, and stuff. It mentioned that these two are connected. So then when I saw them, when you did it, then seeing that, it's just that awareness.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a whole different elevation, a different perspective. That's what these techniques really do. And, you know, I'm not really like selling heart math, but it's just so interesting because it's such a big part of my life. Is the logo for heart math is a plus sign and a heart. And you think about if you add to any situation, if you add heart to it, you add that heart energy, the openness, like you said, the softness, the receptivity, rather than coming in with resistance and defensiveness and all the stuff that I had so much built up since I was a kid. It's like, wow, what if I soften and I change me? And I will tell you the second part of that story is I went into that Easter dinner, had that, you know, I'm like, here we go. And my husband's like, Barb, I'm like, I'm on it. I'm not going to tell you what I'm doing, but I am gonna, I have a thing. So she said the thing, she said the same comment, and I had no emotional response. It was neutral. And I said, you know what? You might be right. And I let it go. And that in and of itself would have been huge. But what happened in the next 5 seconds, she takes her glasses off, she pats me on the cheek. She'd never done that. And I thought, okay, this is different. She says, you know what, honey? She never called me honey before, but she said, honey, I don't think I tell you often enough just how much I love you. And I couldn't have picked a better wife for my son.
Oh. Bring it right back at you.
Okay. So there's 7 kids in the family. They knew over all the years that we were going to talk about this topic. So like, we got to go. They all came out of the woodwork and like, did mom have wine? And this is so different than what usually happens. And the next day, I was still in heart math training. I had a call with my mentor and I said, what is this voodoo that you guys do? Because, and they're like, well, it's the energetic that you're broadcasting. Your heart sends energy. I said, but she didn't know. And Trisha was like, well, Barb, this is energetic. It's not visible. So that's how we can change our relationships. We don't have to say a word. We can just be in that presence. Broadcast that love, that appreciation. It might change. It may not change the other person. I'm saying individual results may vary. You don't know. Please. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. So true. It's so true what you're saying. For those who couldn't hear, there has to be some type of receptivity on the other person's part. And the interesting part is the curiosity of, and being open to the possibility of that. I had no idea that this was going to be my reality. I've done this since with other people, with work groups. This is when we go in, and there's a lot of friction sometimes. And sometimes people do not want to change, and it is what it is. But I have seen this where in work groups, there's maybe 10, 15 people in a work group. Another work-related story that we had was they brought us in as an intervention to say, hey, there's one person that's really volatile and just struggling, and we want to do something, but we don't know what to do. So we came in, did our training. We're like, oh, kumbaya, everybody's going to come onto the heart. It's going to be great. That person quit because the energetic, which shocked me. I was like, oh, shoot. You know, now I got to rehire. And they're like, no, this is great. Thank you. There'll be $3,000 for that consultation. But the idea was, it was interesting because the energetic had changed in that area. And that person had the idea on their own. They weren't told to quit. They weren't told anything. They got the vibe that it was so energetically different, vibrationally different. They were no longer a match. And they left. And they found an awesome job that is even better. They brought somebody in, fresh energy. They wanted to be there. That productivity and that unit went sky high because it was a frequency match. So I'm just kind of sharing this, and this might be just some things to think about in terms of what's in your day. Who do you work with? Who do you play with that you might want to just practice this with? It could be somebody that you really struggle with. No expectations, just curiosity, coming in with more compassion, more love, more ease. It might change that relationship with them as well. That's me. Any other questions or insights around the heart? Yes, please.
This, what would be the three main questions you would ask? Is there three, four questions or?
Great question. So the question for those of you out there is, what would the three main questions be as we're going into the heart? What would we ask? So I would say, ask your heart what the questions are. For me, I think about what is the pain point? What, when I'm working with corporations, how can I help you? Because I don't know. Even when people come to me for coaching, they're like, well, what do you think about this? It's like, I don't know. I mean, I barely put myself together. I have no answers for you. I can help you to tune into your answers for you. So I would figure out, what is it? Where do I spend a lot of my energy in my day? What do I think about? What do I worry about? What is something that is on my mind? What's something that maybe has been really heavy for me? And then that might be something to say, with this situation, again, don't pick the biggest thing. I picked my mother-in-law as a big deal, but the idea is you can pick something small, get some success around it, start to trust your wisdom and your intuition that's coming through, and then go to that big, hairy gorilla that you're like, okay, I'm going to tap into that. But where can you feel better in that situation? Show me from perspective is what I sometimes say. Help me to see this differently, because right now, the way I see it, I feel, and I like to label, I feel frustrated, I feel resentful, I feel betrayed, whatever the emotion is. Show me how I can feel differently, how I can feel better. And the heart's like, oh, because sometimes when we ask the heart, or we're asking ourselves, I work with my mother-in-law, why is she like this? Why is this happening? And the brain's like, oh, let me tell you, the last 20 years, blah, blah. And the brain's like, I've got it for you. Day by day by day by day. The heart's just like a different perspective to say, this isn't coming from the brain, it's coming from a different vantage point, different frequency. So that's where I would begin. The other thing I might say is, what can I be grateful for with this person? Show me what lesson they're teaching me. What lesson am I supposed to learn? Because we're in, I believe, in relationships for a reason. People don't cross our paths by coincidence. Sometimes we bring them in as teachers for us. And my mother-in-law was one of my best teachers, to teach me humility, to teach me appreciation. I wouldn't have seen that 20, 30 years ago. Today I see that. So maybe that will help. Any other questions? Thoughts, questions? All right, well, I appreciate your time. I know we're a little bit early, but if you want to come by our booth, I'm happy to go ahead and show you heart rate variability, how your thoughts, your emotions can make a visible change in your heart rate variability. We're also doing the aura scans, or the chakra scans, so you can kind of see what your chakras are doing, and we'll give you a little remedy to help them come back into alignment. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate you all. So yeah, we actually are selling. Oh, don't leave yet. I have gifts. Hang on. I'm glad you said that. We are selling that oil. Hang on. So I have SoulSearch robots here. So my question is, who thinks they traveled here from the farthest away? That's a weirdly worded question. Okay, so where are you from?
Chino Valley.
Chino Valley. Okay, that's a long way. Yes, further. Glendale. So Chino Valley beats Glendale. Okay. Oh, that's really hard. Well, Chino Valley. Anybody beat Chino Valley? No. Oh, how many miles would you say? 2 hours. Anybody drive further than 2 hours? No. Would you pass this down, please? So I'm going to give you one. So that is your SoulSearch roll-on, of course. Now I have another question. Who is the youngest person in the room? Yeah. Well, up and down. That sure counts. So yeah, anybody else from? You win. Yes, so baby, you're making a little star seed. That's awesome. Well, congratulations to you. How far along are you? Beautiful. Oh, so even imagine that little one getting all those hormones and all those feel-good hormones. Oh, yeah, their baby's like, yes.
Yeah.
Boy or girl? Well, welcome, little one. Oh, very fun. I ask that because sometimes we think about our young folks too, and I see young people coming up to our booth. That's our future, right? Think about who is leading the way. We have been around for a while, some of us longer than others, but that's the beauty of working with young folks because they have that vision, they have that light, they came in for a very specific reason. So thank you for those of you that have had kiddos and have brought forward the legacy who will be our leaders in the future. Because imagine the world where we live from here. What would that be like? So that's my hope, that is my intention, that is my deepest heart desire, is that we can really change the planet one heart at a time.
welcome. Let me grab the microphone here. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the SoulSearch Scottsdale Enlightenment Expo. Thank you so much for being here with us this weekend and spending your Sunday with us. We love co-creating this beautiful energy and all these amazing experiences with you guys together. That's what we're here for. SoulSearch, we're dedicated to the evolution of consciousness, the expansion of our individual hearts and our collective hearts as we step into the age of Aquarius together and create a new earth. And that's what we're all here doing together with wonderful practitioners like Victoria Shaw here today. And you can find all of our practitioners on our website, soulsearch.io. And also you can check out their TV shows on soulsearch.tv. And Victoria has an amazing show called Living in Alignment with Dr. Victoria Shaw. So check that out if you haven't already. Go to soulsearch.tv online. You can also find it on Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. You can check out some of her sessions and the experiences with her clients. And she also has season 2 coming soon as well, which is a lot of fun. And then stay tuned because we'll be back here in Scottsdale in June and in October. Same place, same event. Always new and exciting experiences. So stay tuned for that. And I'm excited to introduce Victoria Shaw. She is a licensed professional counselor and spiritual coach who combines her Ivy League training and PhD in psychology and counseling with her intuitive gifts to help clients realize their full personal and spiritual potential. She especially loves working with people who are committed to using their struggles or life experiences to fuel their own spiritual awakening. Victoria is the author of 4 self-help books for parents, children, and teens. She's the host of the top-rated Intuitive Connection podcast and the star of Living in Alignment on SoulSearch TV. She's also the owner of Cactus Blossom Retreat in Hidden Meadows, California. So you guys can go check out her retreat center as well. And so Victoria is here to help us meet our spirit guides. Thank you so much, Victoria, for being here today.
This is the first day I have notes to read. Was anyone here yesterday? I see a couple familiar faces. Oh my gosh, all of you. Well, thank you so much for coming back. I really appreciate it. And today we're going to do something a little bit, and I can see her up there, right? I usually don't need a microphone. Closer? Oh, I do need a microphone. All right, that's shocking because usually I have the loudest voice. So today we're going to do something a little different than we did yesterday. Yeah, it was yesterday. So rather than doing intuitive reading, today is a little bit more of a teaching experience. And I'm going to take some time to talk about your spirit guides, who they are, how we can connect with them more. And then if we have time at the end, I'm going to give you guys a choice to be thinking in your mind. I'll either answer some of your questions about spirit guides. I'm not going to give a reading so much, but I may give readings relative to your questions about your spirit guides. And or I can lead everyone on a quick meditation to meet your guide or meet my guide. Guys, be thinking on that choice because I will be giving it to you. And what else I have to do before I start is would someone like to volunteer to be my timer? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Can you let me know when we're at the halfway mark? And then again when we're at the 15-minute mark? Yeah. Beautiful. Or maybe like the 10-minute. 30 and 10. Okay. All right. I'll try to look at my watch periodically too. I can see it. All right. Beautiful. So hello, everyone. Those of you who weren't here yesterday and didn't get a chance to get to know me or go around the table or work with me last year, because I didn't ask if you guys were there too. My friend, Dr. Victoria Shaw, and wow. Okay, I'm gonna have to get used to this. I'm Dr. Victoria Shaw, and my life took a pretty interesting course. My whole thing that I wanted to do from the time I was about 13 years old, I would say, somewhere in that range, I wanted to study the brain. And I wanted to understand how people understood the world. And I wanted to understand the relationship between our mind and our bodies. And I wanted to understand, I think, too, why we were really here. But I didn't really have any spiritual upbringing. That wasn't a thing in my world. And I did have a lot of intellectual curiosity. So I followed that passion all the way to a PhD at a very fancy school in New Jersey and a postdoc at another fancy school in New York City. And I got to the end of that journey, and it just, my passion was gone. And it took me about a decade or so to realize that what had been missing the whole time was that spiritual connection, right? Because I thought of myself as a philosopher, and I think I was a bit of a metaphysician and a scientist too. And I always embrace the scientific aspect of things as well, because I'm most definitely a truth seeker in all its forms. But what was missing was that spiritual connection. And that wasn't something that I could find at the time in mainstream academia. So I left that career and I took some time off to raise my family, and my kids were struggling. And I was struggling to be the kind of mom that I wanted to be. And so it set me on a journey. And I was blessed with having this super out-of-the-box pediatrician who started sending me to all these weird people, like acupuncturists, cranial sacral therapists, and then medical intuitives, astrologers, and this stuff was working. It was like really miraculous and amazing, and it opened this whole door, this whole other world that I didn't even know existed. And they all kept saying to me, you know, you need to be doing this too. So it took around maybe like 8 years before I really started listening. And when I did, and I made that commitment to tap into my intuition, everything about my life changed. It changed significantly. It changed for the better, and I have never looked back. I have never looked back. And so now I devote myself first and foremost to supporting others in hearing their own inner guidance and living their lives in alignment with their soul perspective rather than getting lost in all of the humanness, and also helping other people connect with their inner wisdom. And a big piece of that journey for me has always been my connection to my spiritual support team or my spirit guides. And the way that I was taught right out of the gate, spirit guides were a really important thing. And they were especially important for me because I did not have the happiest childhood. And I was an only child of two fairly negligent parents. And that's putting it nicely. And they both crossed over now, so we're all good friends. But so, and, you know, I was really lonely as a child. And I know now when I look back that I did always talk to my spirit guides, especially I remember, like, you know, I'd be up at the bus stop and I'd be talking to my friend that lived in that rock, or, you know, the one in that tree, or so, you know, and I had a very rich fantasy world. So I realized in retrospect that I was talking to my guides all the time when I was a child, but of course I didn't know that's what it was called. But fast forward to being an adult, knowing that I had like this team of beings that loved me and supported me and had been with me my whole life from birth until death, right? That's what they're there for. It changed something inside me. It made me feel loved. It made me feel supported. And it even, you know, my guides are saying, opened me up to expressing and allowing in a greater level of love for my human friends too, right? Because that's what our spirit guides do for us, right? They crack open the door between the human self and our higher selves. That's their job. What happens is when we come into human form, you know, we often forget our divine origins. In about the first 7 years of life, we become acculturated, conditioned, humanized, developed, cognitively developed. That's what I used to study back in the day, right? Where we start to lock our consciousness in, or our awareness in to this 3D reality. Okay, and everything that we've been taught, this is true, this is not true, this is how you do things, this is how you know things, this is who you are. But it's not really the truth of who we are, right? It's just the human confusion of who we are, that human identity, right? But your spirit guides, they don't forget. They don't forget. They remember who you are for you, even those moments when you're going like that. Right? And so they hold the door for you between your human self and your higher self. They're always supporting you. They're always loving you. They're always available to you. All right? You can't make them mad. You can't take them off. They're not going to abandon you. Those are human things that sometimes happen. But your guides, they're on the other side. They are made like you are of unconditional love, only they haven't forgotten it. Okay? They're in a place where they are just full of that remembering. They know who they are, and they know how they're here to support you. Okay? And so when we had that connection, for me, when I had that connection, it just changed everything. And it made me feel at peace with life, and it made me feel loved, and it helped me to feel supported. And it's from that place now that I can move forward and do the work that I do today. And my guides are also really important for the work that I do, because when people come to me for support, counseling, readings, teachings, right, it's always a cooperation between me and my guides. And you'll see me go back and forth, you'll see me check into the guides, you'll see me listen to them. And they've explained to me that this was something that we planned to do before I hopped into this physical body, and it's something that we've done in many lifetimes before. And many of you may be doing similar things as well, right? Where is that that's cooperation, where I'm the man on the ground, right? I'm here, I'm able to experience that 3D reality, I'm able to have it with you, which is very valuable. So the one thing I will say is you connect with your intuition, is you do spiritual things as you connect with your spirit guides. Never forget you're here to be human. You're here to be human. You're not here to stop being human and be all airy-fairy. You're here to align your human experience with the divine. Okay? And that's a very different thing. You're here to bring all of the gifts of your soul forward and live and express yourself from there while you're in human form. That's the name of the game. That's what we're here to do. That's what is the new age is all about. It's about coming home to ourselves while we're here in human form. Okay? But anyway, your guides will help you to do that. My guides can help me to do that. And it's been a really miraculous thing. So who are our spirit guides? There's a lot of teachings out there, and I will tell you that I'm not a big fan of dogma. So I'm not a big fan. You know, I went to school for a really long time. I have 3 advanced degrees, fancy schools, like I said. So I've been there, done that. But for me, when I started to connect with my intuition, I knew that I just wanted to follow my own inner wisdom, right? Because intuition will always tell you what is true, what is most helpful, what is most valuable, what's the next best step for you in the now, in the present moment. And you see, the present moment is a moving target, right? It's gone again. You see, right? But our minds are made to hold a stable reality over time. That's how we have this human experience. That is how your mind works. It's a great thing, don't lose it. I love having a mind. But what I have learned is, rather than being a tool of my mind, right, and just living blindly, following this illusion, now I can use my mind as a tool. Okay? So your mind wants to tell you these facts, these truths, this identity, these things that persist over time. And it's good because you kind of want to know who you are, right? You want to have an idea. What I've learned to do is not take those ideas super seriously and trust what comes through for me, if it's guidance for you, if it's a fact about spirit guides, whatever it is, to trust what comes through in the now, let it evolve, and know that it might be different for every person. What you might need to hear next might be different than what she needs to hear next, what he needs to hear next, right? And your connection to spirit is uniquely yours, okay? So that's why I'm not a fan of dogma. But I will put some things today that make sense to me. They might make sense to you. Take what you like, let go of what doesn't resonate, okay? That's how you should always sort through life. Take what resonates and what feels right and let the rest go. If there's something you're throwing out because you don't like it or you don't want to know it or you're just being stubborn, don't worry. Opportunities to find it. But feeling like you have to believe something because it comes out of someone smart or someone who says they're talking to spirit guides or someone that, said, they went to, rabbinical school or whatever, right? Believing that they have your truth for you is probably the biggest mistake that you can make as a human being. You have your truth. And even your spirit guides are the mouthpiece for you to remember that, okay? And you are always in the driver's seat. So our guides are beings that are here to support us on this human journey. And I often use the analogy, I think I gave you all this one yesterday, of one of those team building exercises, right? Like where you are wearing a blindfold and you have people on either side and they're pushing you through this obstacle course, right? And you can't see it, but they can. And so they're helping you not, bang the heck out of your shins, right? Now, here's the thing. In the spirit realm, before you came into this body, you kind of set up at least some aspects of that obstacle course. If you had an idea of what you came here to accomplish, what you wanted to learn, how you wanted to grow, what your intention was, and you also knew how the name of the game was. And that was because of the beautiful law of attraction, which is the idea that like energy attracts like. It's a fundamental law of the universe. We are creating our lives as we go along. So the energy that we put out, we experience life, we see what we like, what we don't like, we believe certain things, right? We don't believe other things, and all of that wound together creates the reality that we perceive. Okay, and you knew that before you came in. That is your obstacle course. Okay, so you're creating it as you go along. But don't worry, because your guides are really, really smart, and they can watch you. They know where you're trying to go. They know where you're going to put the obstacle next, and they can help you navigate around it. You still have to be the one on the ground doing the work. They will not pick you up and carry you through the obstacle course. Okay, so if you ever got mad at spirit because, you know, they're not doing it for you, it's because they can't. They can't. You're here to be human. You're here to have this experience. But they can support you. They can love you, they can hold you, they can tell you it's all going to be all right, and they can give you little wisdom nuggets to help you navigate, right? Because they know what your intention is. In every moment, they're tracking that with you, and from that place, they can help you take that next step forward, okay? Your guides will always respect your free will. They will never tell you what you should do. Should is not a word that exists on the other side. Should is a human word because we have judgment. This, we should do this, we shouldn't do that. Right here we go. They want you to feel good. They want you to be happy. They want you to be inspired, right? They want you to feel purposeful. They want you to express the magnificence of who and what you really are. And they're really happy in the moments when you're able to do that. But they're not judging you in the moments that you're not, because they understand that this is how the human game is played, right? They're supporting you all the time. One of the biggest things that gets in the way of receiving their messages, right? Or let me rephrase that. So they're supporting us all the time, right? And you're doing this all the time. You're listening to them. You're following them all the time. But one of the things that I think of, and this is true of intuition development as well, and intuition development, mediumship development, and connecting with your spirit guides for me are all kind of variations on the same theme. Right? The things that we need to learn to make this work are what facilitates it, what makes it better, and then also what gets in the way. And often what gets in the way is our expectations of how it has to go. So today, as I'm going to talk to you again, I'm going to make some suggestions, I'm going to tell you some stuff, but I don't have expectations that my experience is going to be like your experience, or that it has to be this one way because Victoria said it. Again, the best way, and this is coming from your guides, the best way to awaken your connection with your intuition and your spirit guides is to just notice how it's already happening right now. Okay? Because it is. And they're supporting you all the time. And if you let go of this idea, I have to talk to them, I have to hear them, I have to see them, I have to know them, and we're going to talk about how to do some of that too, because I know you want. But when you let go of that for a minute and just look for the ways in which they're already supporting you. Who here has had like magical synchronicities in their life? Yeah, okay, your guides. They're helping you get there, right? And they're working through your intuition. They're guiding you, all right? Who here has had a sign? They've seen something and it was so strong that they maybe made a decision or altered the course of their lives because of it. Guides again, right? Who here has gotten a body sensation, right? Okay, I don't even have to finish that. No, the body sensation around where you knew you should do something, you should do something. That's a little tap on the shoulder or a little nudge. Your guides again, right? And wherever your intuition is flowing, your guides are with you every single time. Now, here's some of you asking, well, who are my guides? How do I know are my guides? What are the kinds of things that guides do? So the short answer, and this is when I was walking over here, this is how they wanted me to explain it to you today. The shorter answer is our spirit guides are any things or energies of supportive nature that are supporting us but are not in human form. Okay? And your spirit guides, from that definition, can be a lot of things. They can be your loved ones, right, that have crossed over, that are giving their energy and attention and love to you because now that they are unencumbered by their human forms and their human conditioning, they want nothing more than for you thrive. Okay? And even if they didn't want that when you were in human form, but they probably did on some level too. But when they cross over, there's no question. They love you. They want to support you. Okay? So sometimes we count those among our guides. Right? Then we also have very specific spirit guides. Most of us have at least one guide that is, here with us from birth to death. And they're really here to support us on all aspects of the human journey. Right? When I met my primary guide, it was just delicious. It was just so delicious. And, I recognized again, he was my bus stop rock guy. But he's been with me my whole life. And, they train for that experience, just like, some of us have, I've trained to be a counselor, I've trained to be, I haven't trained to be an intuitive, that just kind of happened. Some of you maybe have trained to be nurses or trained to be insurance salesmen. Well, your spirit guides, they train for this purpose. Okay? It's something that they've chosen to do, and they've worked to do it to support you on this human journey, and that is their special job. So we all have at least one of those. Then we also have a lot of guides that are just here in general during this time and really throughout time to support humanity on our collective mission, right? To help humanity become more aligned, to grow, to thrive, from the guides, to reach the intentions that were set forth by those who planted the seeds, of the first human beings here in this earth realm. So we have a lot of guides there too, and we also have some newer guides that are getting really curious about what's going on here on Earth right now, because it's a pretty poppy place, and so we've attracted a lot of guides too that want to help us during this time of uncertainty and unsureness, moving into the new age. All right, but we can tap into those collective guides as well. They're here to support us individually. They come through for my teaching. They come through for other people's teaching. So that's another form of spirit guide. A lot of times, too, our guides are not individuated energies. A lot of times they're collective energies. Again, we think in human forms of individuation because we're all separate people, right? But on the other side, like a lot of times my primary guide always shows to me he's part of a group. He's part of a whole group. And I see his face at the front because I had a past lifetime with him. He's very familiar to me. But I also can sometimes recognize that he's part of a whole group of souls. And maybe I'm part of that group of souls too, right? So it gets a little complicated when we go to the other side because things work differently over there. And our beautiful minds, which I invite you to keep yours working, but they limit us, right? Your mind is a filter, okay? There's a belief in a lot of medicine and psychology and science, materialistic science, that your brain creates your mind and creates your consciousness. This is not true. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about it, but it's not true, and there's lots of reasons why we can show that it's not true. What your brain is a filter. Like I said, in those first 7 years of life, you learn how to filter down all the things that you know. You actually lose neuronal connections in those first 7 years. So you don't gain them. You lose connections between the little nerve fibers in your brain, all those little connections that help you to think and navigate life. And your brain is a filter, okay? And it's good to have that filter because, again, we want to participate in the human reality. However, there's a lot more out there. And when we allow our mind to go soft, we allow ourselves to go present, and we allow ourselves not to need to know so hard in that left brain way, we open ourselves up for those beautiful glimmers and glimpses of that broader knowing, okay? That's called your intuition. That's called your inner guidance, and your spirit guides come through those channels as well. All right, I feel like I've done a lot of talking. Have I done a lot of talking? Have I scrambled brains yet, or are you guys all with me? Okay, you're all with me, beautifulness. All right, so so that's who your spirit guides are, right? And they can also be guides that just show up to just help you with the task. One of my favorite examples is years ago, I moved into a new house and I was decorating my living room. And it was a two-story space, kind of like this, and it was all open. The second story was all open, and there was this big dead space, and there was no overhead lighting. And I just was like, I need something to hang in that space. And I'm not a traditional person. I didn't want like a traditional chandelier. I didn't know. And so I said, okay, I'm new to this spirit guide stuff, but I'm sure they can help me. And so, I put it out to the guides. I said, hey, I need a decorator guide to help me with this. Well, about 24 hours later, I opened a magazine and I saw exactly what I want. Exactly what I wanted. First, I had a little image, and when I asked the question of like how it would look, and then 2 days later, 24 hours later, I found the exact thing, and it hung in that house for about 14 years. It's really beautiful. So you can ask your guides to do anything. Okay, don't be afraid. And if you don't get an answer right away, and if you don't hear them the way that you would like to hear them, fear not. Because the most important thing that I want you to do is trust that they're there, and then look for the positive energy. Stop focusing on all the ways that you don't think it's working, all the things that you think Victoria can do and you can't, but focus on how it's working for you. 2 reasons for this. Number 1, law of attraction, what we focus on grows. Okay, so focus on what's working, because then you'll experience more of it. Duh. 2, when you start to focus on how it's already flowing, there's actually 3 coming through. If you start to focus on how it's already flowing, you're going to understand how your intuition and your guides speak to you, which is a really good thing because it's different for everyone. So some people are very kinesthetic, right? I feel energy. I feel my guides. Has anyone listened to Jared the Medium? He's here today, right? Jared was on my podcast not so long ago, and he said something I've been quoting so much. He said, you know, when I see people, when I say I see your loved ones, I don't see them. I'm not a real person. When I say I see someone in, a fedora hat, he's like, actually what happens is I sense it. I sense someone. And then, I feel that I can see them. I feel that they're wearing a hat. Right? So from the outside, right, it may look like he's doing one thing, but his visual experience is very different. So be aware of that too, right? So some of us are very kinesthetic. We feel things. That's a big one for me. I feel energy. I know things in my body. That's another one, right? Some of us are very visual. We see things. We see our guides. We close our eyes. They're there. Others of us get a lot of information in our dreams. Who's had dreams of their spirit guides, right? Or just prophetic dreams, right? It's a great place to connect to your guide, to go to bed tonight and ask to see your spirit guides, right? And then write down your dreams in the morning, and it always works. Some of us too hear our guidance. That's a big one for me too. So especially when I first started doing this, it would often sound like there was someone speaking into my right ear. For me, I'm blessed. I never get confused between, really hearing something and psychically hearing something, which I appreciate. It can be really strong. Sometimes, it can be confusing, but usually not. So it's really helpful to know how your intuition speaks to you. Okay. Another thing that's really helpful is to understand how uniquely our guides like to communicate with us, and some things that they uniquely do that might be a little bit different than just when we're just tapping into our intuition. And one of my favorite things is signs. How many of you guys like to work with signs? Right? Yeah, you can ask for a sign. You can say, hey, guys, if this is the right choice, I'd like to see a bird, or I'd like to see, a butterfly, right? Or you can also just notice where your attention is drawn. Whenever I'm if I'm hanging out and all of a sudden I look to a billboard, or I remember one day I was like, my attention was drawn to my rice cooker, and there was just like a random stream of numbers on my rice cooker, and I went and I Googled it because that's my divination tool. And Google said a message. I was like, ooh, that's exactly what I need to hear. Right? I know, for example, I have a big connection with birds, especially raptors. So whenever I see a soaring bird, when I'm having a thought, that usually means that I'm aligned. Okay. Years ago, I took a trip to Egypt, and it was way out of it. It was 2019, I think. It was the country sort of opening back up to tourism, and it was way out of my comfort zone. I was scared to death, and for a year, I thought I wasn't going to go through and actually go. And every time I would be afraid, I would see a raptor. Every single time, my attention would be drawn to a soaring bird. And I came to recognize that was a sign. That was the beautiful God Horus saying to me, it's okay, you're going to be fine. And I was. It was a truly miraculous and life-changing experience. So signs are another way. They can also speak to us sometimes as a clear, calm voice in our head. Right? And so sometimes, has anyone ever had a thought just drops in your head? You don't know where it came from? Yeah, that's probably your guides. Right? Sometimes too, I can follow the thread. So sometimes I will have this thought to that thought to that thought, and then ping, like I get somewhere, that's often what you're used to. Especially if you're in that kind of dreamy state where you're kind of daydreaming, right? You're not kind of thinking or forcing or trying to figure out. That is the antithesis of hearing your intuition. But you're just kind of, a lot of times I'll be walking and I'll think of this and I'll think of that and I'll think of this. And then a person will pop into my brain and I'll be like, I think they were trying to get me, right? So it can be like that as well. Another big one, has anyone ever had like a song halfway? Okay, beautiful. All right. Yeah, that's another one. I was thinking about this one today. This is a little dark, but years ago when I first started doing this work, I was in Miami airport and I heard on Helter. That made me really uncomfortable, but everything was fine. You know, I got my kids on the plane, we flew home, and I found out later that there had been a shooting at the airport about a couple hours after we took flight, right? So we sometimes tap into these energies. Things that, well, the other thing that's the most important, things that will block your intuition is overthinking, okay? And most of us have been trained to think. So strong emotions, strong thoughts, right? Those things will block your guide's ability to communicate with you. They're still there. They're still trying, but it's blocking your ability to receive, okay? And anything that quiets your mind will help you connect with your guides. Okay, so meditation, being in nature, dreaming is another good one. For me, one of my favorite things to do is I go for walk and talks with my guides. I go on hikes, I put on a little voice recorder, and I give myself a session just like I do with my clients. And I just I say my little prayer, which God to say today. And I tune into my intuition and I let her flow. But you guys can do that as well. Automatic writing is another good one. If you have a question, right, sit down with a journal and write. And sometimes we have to do that little brain dump first, like this is stupid, nothing's coming, I don't get it. But just keep going, keep writing, get yourself out of the way. And I look back at things that I wrote, 15 years ago when I was just starting on my journey, and I can see it's not all there. And even now, like everything that I say when I give a reading, pretty darn good, but I know I'm not giving my guides 100%. I don't need to, right? But you'll start to see, and you'll start to, when you go back, you'll start to look, and I'll be like, oh yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah, I could have made that up, which is another sign too. Oftentimes our intuition and our guidance is really surprising. It's the opposite of what we think. All right, we're at the halfway mark now, and this is a lot of talking because I'm used to doing readings. 3:33, less than that, 20 minutes. Would you guys like to ask me questions about spirit guides? And you can also ask me specific questions about how you can connect with your spirit guides. Or would you guys like to do a meditation? Raise your hand if you would like to do questions. Yes, and you know what? There's one more thing I want to say about that. Do you need to know who your spirit guides are?
Yes.
You guys really want to know who your spirit guides are? Why do you know who your spirit guides are?
So we can be aware of it and do it in our life.
So before you all want to meet your spirit guide, so I'm gonna set you on that meditation because you guys are very clear that's what you want to do. The last thing I want to say before I'm gonna sit down when I do it. The last thing I'm gonna say before we get to that part is you don't need to know who they are. You don't need to know their names. You don't need to know their stories for them to work for you. Okay? So I really want you to know that. Okay. Now, one of the things that I've been offering recently, I was just guided to offer a new offering where people can email me and I'll introduce you to one of your spirit guides really quick. I tune in, I get it, I send you a little voice memo. This is your spirit guide. This is how you know them. This is a message for them. Really fun. And I'll tell you how to find that at the end if you guys want. Because I wanted to offer something to people at like a quick, easy, fun price point. And it's really great because, like I said, knowing some of my guides, who their names are, it was life-changing for me. But now when I give a reading, I don't really, it's important for my client to know, or unless there's something about that energy that's important for them to connect with, I don't pay attention to where the information is coming from. I don't care. Is it my guides? Is it your guides? I always know. I trust that the information that comes through is aligned. It feels good. It feels right. And please remember that in a human world, we think that right? It's who it comes from that makes it important, right? Well, gosh, if you're channeling Jesus, that might be better than if you're channeling my Aunt Martha. Not necessarily. Not necessarily, right? Because it depends on the question you ask, depends on guidance that you need. And because we have an idea, you know, in the human world of authority, like some people are higher or better than others, but it doesn't really work that way in the spirit realm. Okay, so guides give you names for you. They give you identities for you because it helps you make the connection. And sometimes something about the story or the energy, or yesterday I was doing a reading for someone and, you know, the guide was someone that she'd known in a past life, and that brought up some energy for her. So I love giving people their spirit guides and making that connection, but you don't need to know it for this to work. Okay? All you need to know for this to work is trust that you have guides, right? Pay attention to all the ways that they're already supporting you. Get quiet now and again and listen. Learn how that listening happens for you, and then do it again and again and again. That's it. That's all I do. That's all I did. And I do this for a living. Okay? And I've been doing this for a living for 15 years. Done hundreds, if not thousands of readings. Okay? But now you guys want to meet your guides, we can do that too. I need to sit. So the other thing I'm going to say, get yourselves comfortable, is some of you are going to see something and experience something right away. And maybe you won't. Because the goal here is to set that intention. And I always say with our intuition, we just get what we get. You let go of the attachment to the outcome. So trust that you might get something right away today. You might see a guide, feel a guide, hear a guide, get a message. But if you don't get it right now, it'll come. I promise you, it will come. Right? Remember that everything in this world works as you set that intention, you release the intention, you let it go, and then you quiet your mind, you get out of the way, and you wait to receive. Okay? So that's what I invite you to do. So take a few minutes now to just settle into your body. Settle into the chair that you're sitting in. Feel your feet on the floor. And start to tune into your breath. Just notice those sensations of breathing. The feeling of the air as it enters and exits your nostrils. With gentle rise and fall of your chest. With each inhale and exhale, just feel yourself becoming more present, more centered, more grounded, and more ready to receive your own highest guidance. Now, I'd like you to imagine that you're taking yourselves a little bit back in time, right? To a time when you were maybe 4 or 5 years old, maybe even younger. You'll each find a time for yourself. And I want you to imagine your beautiful, adorable, lovable childhood self in a beautiful field, or any place that feels really aligned and comfortable for you. But I see a beautiful field. I see butterflies, I see bubbles, and I see little birds chirping and the sun shining. And in this space, know that you are held, that you are safe, that you are free, and that you are truly and completely aligned with who you really are. You're just that beautiful, innocent, open, laughing, bubbling, beautiful child. And take a minute to explore that space around you, that beautiful childhood space around. Is there anything else there? Maybe there's some animals there, or some plants. Maybe you're noticing that sun in the sky or a mountain in the background. Maybe there's other objects, like a toy, or a little pad of paper,
or a stone. Take just a few minutes to just explore the environment and see what comes through for you. Some of you too may look up at that sky, that beautiful blue sky, and it's an endless blue sky like I saw today here walking around beautiful Scottsdale. And that sky seems endless. And you may, as you look in that beautiful sky, feel yourself, that beautiful self, connected fully and completely with all that is, as if you could expand your consciousness to right up in the sky to all of the universe. And then you can bring yourself back down to that sweet little child. And now I just invite you to look around. There might be a message up there in the stars. There might be a message around you. But I invite you in this moment now to ask to connect with the spirit guide. In one view, I see the image of a snake, a very sweet little snake that's coming around your spot. Your spirit guides can sometimes be of animal energies. A lot of people like to connect that way. I see someone else has ventured off because I made the starry sky, and one of you guys is out walking in that nighttime sky, exploring the constellations and looking for your guide up there. Right? Perhaps someone else is wandering into a cave. In that cave, they see a writing on the wall, and the writing of the wall reveals to them the name of a guide. Maybe just many others of you are still sitting in that field with your sweet inner child, playing with the toys, exploring that around you, maybe following a garden path or picking flowers. Just allow yourself to explore whatever space you find yourself, knowing that you are loved, that you are safe, that you are protected, and allow your highest guide, right, or the one that most helpful for you to see today, to come forth and tap you on the shoulder. I invite you to trust in whatever and whoever comes through. Sometimes our guides come in recognizable form, right? In a conceptual form, but sometimes it's just a dot of light or a sensation that you feel in your body when you feel them around you, right? The feeling of a hug or the tingles, right? Sometimes they're just a knowing or a sound. So I invite you now to just pay attention to any experience that you're having in the space that you're in now. And know that this is proof positive that you are connected with the spirit guide. Now I'm going to take a few minutes and stop talking and let you guys all be silent with your guides as I just walk around the room energetically and make a connection with everyone. Beautiful. Great. And then as we start to wrap up, I invite you each to ask your guide to give you a little message. Okay? It can be on a little piece of paper if you like. It can be written in the sky, written on a little stone that you're holding. But after you receive a message from your guide, okay? You might receive it now right away, or you might just stick it in your pocket. And you're going to bring it home. And tonight, in your dreams, or when you're out for your evening fun, or driving home, or talking with a friend, imagine that message will reveal itself to you. And you're going to know, because when it comes through, you're going to be like, aha, I got this. It's going to resonate. And I promise that each and every one of you in this room will have a message that is revealed to you from your guides within the next 48 hours. Okay? And some of you might have gotten it already.
Then I invite you to thank your guide, give him a big old hug. And know that now that this connection is made for you, it's just one step closer to when you come back into your life, you'll now know that you have this spirit friend with you and on your side. Okay? So I want to invite you all now to start deepening your breath, coming back into the room, back into your body. And hear all the noise around you. Feel your body in the chair. Wiggle the fingers and the toes. Know when you're ready. And only when you're ready, you can open your eyes. Yay. All right. We got our 5-minute mark. I got a little carried away. So I'm not going to get to hear how it went pretty well, but I'll hang out over by the table if anyone wants to share with me in their experiences. Did anyone see a guide? Did everyone see a guide? Nobody saw anything? Did it feel good? Yeah. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely. And remember, too, they come to us in so many different ways. And one of the things that blocks our ability oftentimes to hear our guidance is expectations of how it should be. So whatever experience you had, go with that, run with that, and let it, unravel and continue to reveal itself. Ask me after, because I want to wrap up. I want to thank all of you guys. I know, I'm sorry. I wish I'd left more time for Q&A, but I also don't want to overstep my time. If you guys want to connect more and learn more about how to connect with your guides, or you like listening to me talk, check out my podcast, Intuitive Connection. I talk about this a lot. I also have a class, which is a longer thing, a online spirit guide class. If you guys message me, my phone number is 917-583-2259, or you can capture it right there, capture my website, but it's 917-583-2259. If you email me asking for the class, I will give it to you. It's like 4 videos, so it's much longer than I could do today in 45 minutes. Okay, so I'm happy to do that too. And my special of the month for $33 is if you want me to connect you with your guide because you really want to know their name and you didn't get it today, or you did get it today, but you want to know even more, that's available on my website as well. And basically you'll just ask me, I will do a quick 5-minute reading and I will send it to you and connect you with your spirit guides. But anyway, it was so much fun. Thank you guys all for tuning in. I hope this was helpful for you. And thank you. And if you want to talk to me after, I'll hang around.
to the SoulSearch Scottsdale Enlightenment Expo. Thank you so much for being with us today and spending your Sunday with all of us here at SoulSearch. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and we host these expos 3 times or 4 times a year here in Scottsdale. So stay connected with us and keep coming back. And we are here to support the evolution of humanity, the awakening of consciousness, and we do that by connecting you to amazing practitioners like Luna Joya, who you can find on our SoulSearch platform at soulsearch.io. You can also check out our TV shows on soulsearch.tv, where our practitioners have incredible shows. You can watch them at soulsearch.tv and Amazon Fire, Roku, and Apple TV. And I'm excited to be introducing our next speaker, Luna Joya. She died and came back twice, technically with a broken skull, which led her to dedicating decades to the study of the healing arts. Through practice, Luna Joya her purpose in helping others heal and determining their calling. She is certified in Akashic Records reading, Sui Reiki, energy healing, advanced chakra healing, advanced crystal healing, animal reiki, plant communication, spiritual coaching, tarot reading, and life coaching. Her true joy is working with Reiki while in the Akashic Records. So welcome, Luna Joya. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. So I expected no one to be here at 4 o'clock on a Sunday. I actually picked this time thinking 2 people will come. This is going to be awesome. It's going to be quiet. And you're all here. So thank you. Because if you're here, you're meant to be here. All those certifications, when I was talking about different things, I've taken all the certifications. So my people that I work with don't have to. Because I stumbled looking for where's the answer? What comes next? So let me start with a little bit about, I died. I came back. I went to law school and then I realized I wanted to serve people. So I was going to go into helping people, I got, y'all know the curse of 27, right? The curse of 27, all the people who died when they're 27. I was like, that's going to be me. Do not put that out there, because you know what happens? You manifest that. For my 28th birthday, I was like, sweet. I was on the back of a motorcycle at a red light, had ridden thousands and thousands of times, grew up around bikes, no big deal. We had been to a bar. I had water to drink. That becomes important later. The truck never stopped. Never saw the red light. Never saw the motorcycle. I took the grill, the hood, the windshield, and I bounced off and broke my skull on the concrete. And some nice man pulled up in a pickup truck and picked me up off the road because he said, I'd rather her not die in pieces because somebody's going to hit her. And she's already dead, so I'm just going to pick her up, put her in the back of the pickup. I died a couple of times. Had a hole in the back of my skull. They were like, you'll never walk. I'm very stubborn. Just so you know, before we go into this, you're going to argue with me, and I'm going to go, no. And then you're going to argue with the angels, because the veil has been very thin here this weekend, and I've had lots of angelic messages, so people are coming by, and I'm like, you're going to get an angel message. Just listen to it. They're all love and light. They don't understand you have a rent to pay. So I died. I came back a few weeks later. I was blind. I couldn't hear. My face was all torn up, and they said, your skull's going to swell and you're going to die again. Sorry, there's nothing we can do for you. And I told them, I'll just hold it in. It'll be fine. This is going to be totally fine. They said, you'll never walk again. I was like, yeah, you watch. You'll never do anything again with the law. You'll never help victims again. You'll never be able to do your calling. Hi, it's 20 years later. I was like, don't tell me I can't, because upstairs says I can, and it's going to happen. And I couldn't read at first. And I love books. Books are my escape. I grew up really not with a lot of money. I grew up in a trailer park in the South. You might have noticed the accent. It was one of my parents did exactly what they could, but there's not a lot you can do in the South. I mean, the average
you usually are $14,000 for a salary. There's not much opportunity there. So I loved books. And oh, by the way, they had said, you'll never go to law school. UCLA took me. And I optioned, I said, so what you going to give me for my LSAT score? They went, excuse us? And I went, I can't pay your out-of-state tuition, so you're going to give me in-state, right? And they did. Did you know if you ask for something, they will say yes? And the worst they can say is no. It's like magic. I had a friend the other day who said, I want this. And I said, oh, no, we're going to ask for this. And when they come at this, you're going to be better off than you were anyway. She said, that won't happen. I was like, no, don't argue. This is going to happen. Yeah, they came in at the top line. It's amazing. It was so fun to watch. So I came here without a plan today. I thought, I'm going to see, there's going to be two people. I'm going to do a couple of readings. I'm going to show them our book, which, yay. If you go to search the book on Amazon, I have a few copies still at my table outside. But if you go to search it, don't just search me. I was a romance writer and I wrote lots of slides. So I'm not sure into that. Because a lawyer's got to have a pastime. Remember when I said I grew up loving books? Yeah, I did. And that was a whole nother job. And it was amazing. And it paid for things like akashic reading certification, chakra healing certification, Reiki training. It paid for all the fun stuff that I didn't know what to do with. So here's where we get to, how do you find your purpose? Well, I thought I'm a lawyer. I spent a lot of money on that. I paid a lot of student loans back because there was no forgiveness back then. I was helping victims. I was helping children. I had a purpose. That is my purpose. Sounds like a good purpose, right? People would nod me like, that's a great purpose. A few years ago, I went in the Akashic Records and I was praying because I pray a lot. And I was like, okay, what comes next? Because this is good. And I've got a soulmate. I met him, by the way, he had broken up with his then life partner 2 weeks before I died, and I met him right afterwards. I was having lots of boyfriends and not settling down. That was not my plan. I was not going to date. I was not going to marry. Okay, I got married. We've been together 20 years. Got my soulmate. He's perfect. I was not going to get on the plane to come out here because I'm from Southern California, and it's burning down. And I was like, I can't go. I can't go this weekend. I have to help. And he said, you can help from there. You do energy healing and it works wherever you are. Just go. Because somebody somewhere has told you to be there. And I said, well, yeah, the records told me to come. And they said, well, somebody is there that you need to talk to, that you need to help. And I had 10 people stop by yesterday and said, we need readings. We don't know why we're here. We don't know what we want. But you're going to tell us. Here's the secret. Because when I asked about my purpose a couple of years ago, they said, oh, you can keep doing the lawyer thing, but you're supposed to be helping people heal. And I went, that's not a good use of my law degree. That's not a good use of all this education. And it's not a good use after being an attorney for 20 years. You don't get a choice. You're going to help people heal. And they're going to find you. And I went, what? But it's happened over and over and over again. So I died. I came back. I've helped all these victims. And now they're saying, go toward a new path. You have more to give. Oh, and my honey says, I'm so glad you went. So he goes, we can't wait to have you home tonight. I know, he's the best. So I had 10 people yesterday say, I'm here for my soul's purpose. We thought you were speaking today. And I went, no one comes to my speeches. And they said, everyone comes to your speeches, you just forget. And I went, okay. Most of you know your soul's purpose. I don't know how many people I'm like, it's just an affirmation, you know this, right? And they go, yeah, I just didn't want to believe it. And I'm like, well, you don't. If you don't know, your soul came through with some agreements. You agreed to do some things. You were going to try to make some things better. That's why you're here. You're here to develop and make yourself better. You're here to get rid of some connections that don't work for you anymore. When I say let it go, I'm not being an Elsa. I am actually telling you to let that go. I unfortunately am the reader who is not really kind. I will look at you and say, they say you're stubborn. I'm sorry. They say you're stubborn. And they'll look at me and go, yeah. I'm like, good, me too. So if you want to argue with me, this would have been a long argument. And I just finally said, please get out of my table. And it's been so good to try to help you, bye. Which is never fun. Because I'm like, bye, you don't even need to pay, bye. But your purpose is already in you. It's been in you the whole time. So I have every new year, at January, people say, I need to know my purpose. And I'm like, that's awesome. You already know your purpose. We're just learning what steps you need to take next. Because if you already have a purpose, you already have a path, you're just figuring out what steps to take next and who to take them with. Oh, yeah, I got some books. Yeah, not everybody's going to continue on the path. Now, some will leave you because they don't have a choice. I lost my dad last year, and that was really hard. And I was like, I can't do this anymore. I'm not going to help people. I'm just going to sit and just cry. Oh, no, you're going to get up and you're going to go do this because we're telling you to. And I was like, angels are really pushy. If you've ever had an angelic message that seems really pushy, that's what they are. They are super pushy. They don't take no. They don't understand human experience. They don't understand you need to buy food and eat. They don't understand you have a rent to pay, and they don't really care that you need to maintain your human body. They're just like, love and light, do all the things. They're super pushy. So if you've got lots of neon signs, and I require neon signs, and all of them know it. If you've gotten lots of neon signs that this is your path, try listening. I don't know. Novel experience. Try actually listening for once. So I wrote a book this year that is not the other. It's called Mindfulness for the Modern Soul, because everyone would say, you died, you came back, you had this horrible experience, your head has been cracked open, you've had all these problems. You learned then to meditate. Oh, no. Did I mention I was a lawyer? There's no time for meditation. I have a checklist. I have people to save. I have things to do. I have court yelling at me. There's no time for meditation. A few years ago, my body decided, I was in another accident. Someone came out cruising out of the taco stand and ran over me in my Mini Cooper and totaled it. And if you have one head injury and you cracked your skull once, you're not supposed to have other head injuries because it does bad things to your body. On top of that, I had been in trial over and over and over with children as my victims. My body just stopped. It was, we're not going anymore. Please don't get to that point. Please don't be me. I told you I was stubborn, right? I mean, hard-headed is a funny joke when you've broken yourself. And you come back. I thought it was funny. Other people just stare at me when you're really morbid. I'm going, oh, no. So I wrote a book of how to slow down, how to take a breath, and then you have to do it every day. With a workbook of homework assignments, because yes, I taught school for a while. I know you won't do it unless you have to write it down. But first you gotta know your path. How many people came here today to know your soul's path? Nope, y'all just wandered in. Oh, look, you're so brave. You put your hand up. Thank you. Because if y'all don't have a reason to be here, we have 35 minutes to kill. And I'll get real personal. Real fast.
You should rework the questions. How many of you already know what your purpose is?
There we go. How many of you, I like this. And you should know that if you talk to the angels or you talk back in the akashic records, they give you quantum answers. I did not know that. My head went for a loop. I'll come right to you first. My head went for a loop, but they will reword your questions. So when you sit with me and you do a reading and you ask when, I'm like, you don't want to know when, because I'll ask, which lifetime and which dimension and which this? And I was like, that is a bridge way too far. Gonna need to back it all up. I have burned quite a few woo-woo bridges that I have never meant to cross. But yeah, the questions are always fun. I like rewarding the question. How many of you know you have a purpose? Oh yeah. I got lots of hands. How many of you don't want to do that purpose? Oh, you're scared. Hang on, we'll get to that. How many of you doubt you can do your purpose? Oh, yep. How many are you just scared to try? That too. You know, fear comes from, and anxiety comes from the same part of the brain. The same part of the brain, oh yeah, I do talk neuroscience in my book, so if you don't like science, sorry. I kept it short because I have a friend who has an attention span like that. And she said, if you put a bunch of science in there, I'm just going to skip it and get to the 3-minute exercises. And I went, I'll keep it short. And she said, thank you. She says, because when you get on a roll, you can neuro out. And I went, isn't it fun? It also does really well when you're describing in your legal career what happened to this kid's brain who got knocked around. And I'm like, let me tell you, Judge, are you a neurologist now, Luna? And I'm like, might as well be. Can I tell you my personal experience with brain trauma? At which point they go, no. Or I have somebody say, I had a football injury, so I should not have to pay for what I did to that child. And the judge goes, Luna, you want to answer that one? Let me tell you about my broken skull and how it bled everywhere. And I thought, oh, she's blonde. She's a redhead. It's not blood. It was that bad. At which point I look and say, hi, you cause suffering to a small child, an innocent child. Let me tell you what you're going to face. And they start. Apparently I can be scary as well. Stubborn and scary comes with the wall thing. I think it also comes up with growing up with not a lot. So you're really quick to make good things. You have a question. You have 2 questions. I'm going to repeat them, so if she's live streaming, you tell me to make sure to actually use the mic this time.
What are the akashic records?
The Akashic records, that's a good question. That's a good one. So, the Akashic records, I didn't believe in them. Funny things you don't have to believe in for them to be real. I didn't believe in them. I went really keen, and that's a way step too far for me. They said, well, it's a library of all the things that happen to your soul. Okay, that sounds like a Doctor Who episode. Sign me up. I'll take the class, and I'll just laugh at you because I am also a skeptic. Science skeptic, yeah. I get a lot of scientific skeptics who sit down for a reading going, I don't know why I'm here. And I'm like, I do. Let's talk. We'll get into botany together. So the Akashic records, I'll tell you my personal experience and then I'll tell you the real answer. Okay? Personal experience. When I died, anybody want to know what I saw when I died? Some people like it. Some people are like, no. Okay. When I died, there was a hallway, and it was amber. That was the color. It was never white. I never saw the white light. But I had to turn around because I was told, it's not your time. And I saw my grandpa. And hang on, we'll get to the good part in a minute. I saw my grandpa. He was like, you got to go back. And I looked at my dad, and I went, I'm sorry for you. Grandpa is cheating on you on his wife, who I never met. In the afterlife, because she has red hair. He's got some red-headed floozy up in there. And he goes, you've seen pictures of my mom? And I went, yeah, Daddy, I've seen pictures of your mom. Because she dyed her hair black. Whatever, like she hated her red hair. So you saw my mom. At which point he said, oh, so I guess there's an afterlife. I went, yeah. But I got sent back. The color amber became important because when I came back, an angel had gotten me back, and I just was like, yo, you're gonna, told you, I grew up around rock and roll, motorcycles. This is how, oh, you're just gonna be my big brother. And he's like, that's right, I got your little sister. Turns out he's Uriel, he's the archangel of natural disasters. And he came back, and I was like, oh, because people go, you had a Hazel, you had a beautiful experience with the, and I'm like, nope, wrong angel. So his color, which I didn't know, I didn't study angels. That was not my problem. I I had a locker to get to. I was busy. His color is amber. He loves plants. By the way, I'm a plant nerd. We can talk quantum biology all day long and plant communication because I just nerd out in it. Nerd. So I came back. I died again. I apparently told my parents I'm very sorry because I have a huge guilt issue before I died again. And then I came back for real. The amber hallway, I started seeing it in dreams. And then I'd see it when I was awake. And I did not want to go back down that hallway because I died the last time I was in that hallway. And I was like, I'm going to do this again. Like, I have a man, I have a job, I have things to do. I'm not going back down this hallway. We'll open the other door. What? What? Angels are pushy. Remember, we've had this talk before. Open the door. Not gonna do it. Had a friend read tarot. She goes, you need to open the door. Stubborn. Had a psychic friend who does Reiki. I don't know what's wrong with you, but the angels are yelling. You need to open the door. And I was like, which one? And she goes, does it really matter? Sure. Yeah. And then they wrote it down because I had an automatic channel reading that said, open the door. All right. I opened the door and I saw a library. But it was a really cool library. And there was one person sitting at the desk and he was an older black gentleman. And he said, so glad you made it. Finally. He has come through as Raziel, as Thoth, who I didn't know was an Egyptian god of writing or something. Raziel was known for mystic work, and I was like, these are things I don't know. By the way, when I do records readings, I will tell you things I don't understand. And it's really funny to watch people all be like, I don't know what this word is. I don't know if this is a real word. Here's what I got for you. And yesterday I did it, and I was like, I don't know. He goes, it's musical vibrations, and it's this, and it's hertz, and it's frequency. And I was like, that really doesn't, oh, science. Okay, gotcha. I don't speak music. I can read music, but I don't speak music. Angels do. So does the records. Now, do you want the official records? Okay. The official records is part of a quantum space wherein all of the knowledge of all of mankind and all of the species is gathered. It is only the past and present. It is not the future, because we have free will. Remember the stubborn thing? My free will is yeah. So what's it look like? It's different for everybody. What's it feel like? It's different for everybody. Do I believe everybody can access it? Yeah. Do I kind of want to put it all in you and go, here, y'all go talk to them too? Yeah, because there'd be less people talking to me. Yeah. It feels like a little tingling behind my third eye, which I didn't know anything about chakras anyway. That's why I had to go learn all that stuff. Behind my third eye. And then all of a sudden I get flashes of images and I get clairaudible. I've had dead people talk to me all my life. I've talked to ghost hunters who are great people that go in really scary places. And I'm like, you go looking for dead people? Like, they just come and bother me. I can give you some. I mean, really, this is your gig. I don't want them. You can have them. They all want something. They all want me to do something. They all have messages, and I'm tired, and you can have mine. And they go, really? At which point they won't listen to them, and I'm going, they just want to hear you. So I hear things. I've always heard things. I thought it was crazy, because you think you're crazy. I'm hearing voices. They don't tell me to do bad things with their voices. Yeah, no, it wasn't crazy. Well, okay. Yeah, I'm a little crazy, but not that way. That was an actual thing. I see books. I see people's records. I get flashes of things. Normal akashic record readers will read your book to you, and they will sit and they will talk and they will read your book to you. And I think it is awesome because it sounds like so much less work than the way I tend to do it. I tend to have them sit down and we go in the akashic records, and I get bombarded with messages. And I'm like, you need to know this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. Do you have any questions? At which point they go, the 20 minutes is over, and I'm like, I don't care. Ask your questions. So they'll hush. I get messages when I don't mean to get them. Like the vendor next to me who makes beautiful bracelets. If you haven't checked her out, you should go check her out. She sat down and said hi, and I was like, do you want to know all the things that the angels have said about you this weekend? Because I need to get something off my chest. She goes, sure. It was about her purpose and her path. And she knew, but needed affirmation. Because we all doubt and we all have fear. And that is all coming from your brain, which is like, I am protecting you against the tigers that aren't there. But the brain hasn't developed, so the brain doesn't know that yet. That's just a basic neuroscience thing. The brain still thinks that when you're in traffic and you're stressed, you can't hold on to lovely reading recommendations for you, because remember, teacher and science nerd. So if you ever want those, you're like, you know, your path. So how many of you know your path? How many of you know your path? Oh, I like that answer. That's a yes. Just so you know. I like the wiggly. That's a yes. That's a I don't like it. That was mine. That's great. Really? Okay. We have the fork in the path. And there's like 12. Yeah. Am I getting it? Yeah. I did have one lady sit down today and say, what's my path? And I was like, you are the only person I've ever met that has one giant path. And you're just walking in it. And I just need you to go do it and stop asking questions. So he said, thank you. And I went, and you're stubborn. She goes, yeah. I said, and Raphael says you're a healer, so go do that thing. So you have bunches. And they're all around you. And you don't know which to pick. Do you need to pick one?
I keep being told to pick one so I can advertise to people.
Oh, branding. Lots of branding.
And I feel like,
No, seriously. Yeah, if a disabled lady can stand here and yell at you, don't trip on the. So what do we got?
I'm not.
You can hold it, it won't bite you.
I know I am a healer.
Okay. Yes, you are.
I don't know if I need to do logical things like rewiring people's brains and helping them stop sabotaging, or if I should do.
You needed to hear this, by the way.
So I've learned how to stop self-sabotage because I'm an expert at sabotaging myself.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah.
Keep going.
And I don't know how to, what would you, do I want to do breathing and yoga? Do I want to do hypnotherapy? Do I want to do coaching? Do I want to just be,
That's what made you up.
I know, but how do I explain that to anybody?
So we have a healer here, and she has multiple gifts. And she can help you stop sabotaging yourself through various modalities.
Oh.
You already know. What's your specialty? What do you help with most?
It's the relationships to yourself, but also people. I've been able to help with addictions.
What do you have to fix first?
Oh, it's here.
Yeah. So how do you help with addictions? You fix.
Well, I actually rewired their brains.
Yeah, because addiction is just a neuroscience thing. Yeah. But what are you fixing? Yeah.
I'm getting them to a place of choice. Is what I'm getting them to.
Which is hard.
Yeah, they can be there for a moment.
So we have here a wonderfully talented healer who can help you rewire your brain. That sounds like brain neuroscience to me, and I think she doesn't need a branding. I think you've got your branding. I'm a healer who can help you rewire your brain with neuroplasticity to help you make the choices that are too hard to make. We can talk about that stuff later. It'll be fun. Right? That's right. That's ego right there. All right. Who we got in the back? Self-sabotaging is all of us to a degree, except those of us who have high levels of self-assurance, and I love y'all so much. I married one, and it's frustrating. right? So what's your purpose? You don't know. You came here for a reason. Want to come up? Oh, I can do this all day. Don't get me started. I gotta watch my time though. I'll get fussy. Come on up. What's your name? Brianna? Brianna. It matters when I go in the records, by the way. Because I'll be like, can I ask, can I read so-and-so's records? And they're like, this lady right next to me. Oh, okay. Did I answer your question about Akashic records? We'll get back to it. And you have another question.
I was wondering if you could do my records like.
Oh, my. Brianna, what do you want to do?
I mean, I don't do this for work or anything.
That's fine. We're not interrogating you. I don't want to know you.
No, I mean,
Promise.
I mean, my reason for being here, what draws me to SoulSearch is just that I have trauma to heal.
Right.
And trying to find my purpose in life in general. Trying to not self-sabotage.
Okay. How many of us have trauma? Oh, I just broke my skull and I told you that, right? Okay, and big T or little t trauma, if you know what I'm talking about. Dr. Nicole Pereira, who's amazing and describes things in ways I understand. Thanks. She's like, big T or little t trauma. You're working on trauma. That was incredibly brave to share with an audience, people you don't know. And this crazy redheaded lady who has just told her to do crazy stuff about dying and going into life. So, that's scary. You have lights around you. You're looking for answers, but you're looking for answers on the outside when you need to be looking for answers on the inside. I get a hermit card. Anybody read tarot? Ooh, I love that. Hermit card. Hermit card is not a bad card. It's a awfully major arcana card. And I love it because when they show me something like that, it's a shortcut. And I can be like, oh, you need a hermit card. You shine a light. There's a light within, there's a light without. The hermit card is always going within to study what she wants, what she needs, changing the gender to explaining. And outside, she's holding one that has a star. That star is her North Star. And she has to go inside to see what it is. So what do you want? You want to heal.
To be happy in general.
Okay, being happy. We all want to be happy. That's a crappy goal to have, by the way, because your brain doesn't understand it. Neuroscience will tell you that contentment is great, happiness is a lot. Okay, I'm a lawyer who works with victims of crime. Peace is not going to happen. You want inner peace. Welcome to the hunt. I need you to go reflect on what you want to be happy. Is it your job? No, it doesn't need to be your job. This is not my full-time gig. Y'all may have figured that out, right? Does it need to be your job? No, find your passion. Latch onto it. There's a novel concept. Spend time on yourself before you spend time on others, because I can see you putting on everyone else's mask before you put your own. So you're in an airplane and you're going around, hi, do you have your mask? And you have your mask, and she's crashing and burning. Same, done it. So when I wrote a book about it, because I kept messing up and about it. So don't be me, because I'm almost 50 and you're much younger. Don't be me. I need you to be a hermit. I need you to take time for yourself, self-care, do your trauma work. You knew I was going to say that, right? Do your trauma work. It sucks. I'm sorry. I'm blaming myself in advance. And get what you need to move forward. And the next step in your homework, I told you you'd have a homework, right? Is to go self-reflect. Figure out where you need to go. Figure out who you're going for and who you're trying to help. Because you have helper mode all over you. So if you can find a goal of a person or a group of people to help, you will find your answer and you can move forward. That's your goal. It's not to fix you because you won't do it for yourself. You won't do it for yourself. Pin it on somebody else. And be like, you don't have to tell them, by the way, because that can be really creepy. My entire goal for life. I have done it to my husband. It's not well received. Pin it to a group of people. Go figure out who you want to help and go make it happen. Doesn't need to be your job. But give me permission not to be your job. Because apparently you need permission too. That's a lot of the energy I'm getting. You need permission to do it. Because otherwise you won't spend the time on yourself. I'll check back on you later. You're not getting off the hook, Rena. You're going to be scared to come to my talk. You're like, not that one. Tell me your question.
Well, I've already retired from working in the behavioral health.
Congratulations.
Substance abuse, domestic violence, and
All of which are cycles and all of which are affected by neuroscience.
did that for a long time.
Excuse me, it's really hard to hear the kids' noise. Could you
Okay.
make it much louder, both of you, please?
Oh, thank you.
I'm retired from working in behavioral health for years. Substance abuse, domestic violence, anger management,
And I'm also a recovering alcohol addict, and I'm helping people. Helping people, you know, in that realm, in 12-step program. And I've been called with animals, helping animals. And it's like, I feel like my purpose is to be maximum service to God and my kids. And whatever comes.
Why are you here? You don't need me.
I wanted to hear
The Akashic Records.
Yes.
Well, they're going to already, okay. We're going to do a Cliff Notes version of what she just said because it's super loud for y'all. So she's already helped. I'm going to just tell you. For years, she has retired from helping people with intimate partner violence, family violence within the home, sobriety issues, anxiety, and everything else. I'm getting too many things. I'm getting a whole list of things. Okay. Basically, she took people's brain chemistry and tried to alter it to make them where they would help themselves instead of destroying themselves, because it is our natural tendency to destroy ourselves. If you haven't figured that already out, self-sabotage is a big thing. Doubt is a big thing. It's your body trying to protect you when it doesn't understand modern life. Sorry. So, I love this. Hang on. So she comes to me and she says, I've healed myself from sobriety. I've healed myself to be sober. Okay, I think we've got your purpose. I've healed other people and helped them become sober, and I lead 12-step programs.
Sponsor people to take kind of stuff.
She doesn't think she's a leader. She thinks she's a helper. She leads people through 12-step programs and helps them find their sobriety, helping them find their path in life. And now she's wondering if the Akashic Records are going to agree with her that this is her path in life. Oh, and she helps animals too.
Whatever comes my way, I feel like I'm open. You know.
So you feel too scattered, and you're wondering if your path isn't your path because it's so scattered and you're helping so many and so much. Yeah, no, that's a real thing. Don't laugh. It's a real thing. You can laugh, but yeah, it's a real thing. Hi, I've helped the whole world. Do I need to do more? Okay. I've used sarcasm, which I'm not really good at because I'm slightly honest. So I can go into the records. What's your name?
Garrett.
Thank you for putting it all out there. But I don't need to. So Deborah, you've been put here for a reason. You've already accomplished your mission. You're just carving your path within your same purpose. Don't worry about the scattered. It's not scattered. You're still helping people along one vein. I've got one big road. It just has lots of different paths. Sound familiar? It's a common thing because we think we need to niche, we need to market, we need to specialize. People look at my sign and go, what do you do? And I'm like, a whole bunch of stuff. Come on, sit down. Because they're like, do you read those tarot cards? Well, they're here for me. But I can. Do you read those oracle cards? Well, they were also for me. I need a lot of confidence. But I need affirmation. But I can. Do you do Reiki? Sure. Let's sit down and do some Reiki. Do you need other stuff? Yes, I've done it all. I just choose to do what I'm good at, which is what you've already done. The animal helping is simply an outstretch of what you already do with people. And you're just going to a more vulnerable population. I got that from the record. That's not my brain. That's actually smarter brain than me. So keep going and doing what you do. I don't do anything. I just repeat your path. I swear I don't do much anymore. I'm like, I don't know why people come to me. I'm not very nice. And I have lots of clarity. And then I hear the records, which I can't even repeat back to you what I just said. It's channeled and then it's gone. I'm super happy when I'm channeling, by the way.
Yeah.
Because all the light goes through me, it's coming through me, not from me. Because if you are an energy healer, if you work with energy and you're pulling stuff from you, that's the wrong place to pull it from. You're going to get really tired and really hurt. Through, not from. I just got the loudest message to yell it at you, and I've done it. Can we go back to the topic? Thank you. I also are the angels, which I got told a lot yesterday. Anybody else who has questions? I know you've got a question. You're just not raising your hand. What you got? Yes, ma'am. We're coming to you next. Come on up. Make it nice and loud. Stand before the audience. If you can't stand or you are actually disabled, please let me know. Because I have moments when I'm like, there's no way I can get out of this chair. Come tell me what you got. What's your question? You have many questions. There's a lot of questions around you. Okay, tell me what you got. Tell me the first one. Which one come on first? Next path, with confidence and not doubting yourself. Okay, we're going to work on a little neuroplasticity exercise here. Okay? Everybody know what neuroplasticity is? It's your brain can rewire itself. It's a thing. It's amazing. Scientists didn't figure this out till a few years ago because we don't understand the brain, by the way, because you have to be sort of dead for them to look at your brain. And we've just gotten imaging that can catch up to humans, and we're still working on it. I work hard, but I've had lots of scientists say, can we stare around like I'm going to use it right now? I mean, I only have like half of it left, so I'm going to need what I got. Next path. So we're going to do some exercises. Which do you like better, chakra work or just where you have to think about it? Are you a sciencey person or a feeler person?
I'm finding I like chakra work better now.
Now that you know what chakra work is, you like it. Your solar plexus needs a lot of work.
Okay.
A lot of work. That's where you carry your light. And I will tell you that most of my life, I've spent my light, which is your self-confidence, your self-beauty, your self-self. This is where you love yourself, right here, like this. I spent most of my life like this because I was just going to help other people, but I was going to do it from here. No one comes to you for help like that because you can't pull them. And the whole is, I pulled you here. I don't know how I pulled you here. I appreciate you being here. I think it's awesome. But I didn't push you in here because I'm a really bad salesperson, if you haven't noticed. Find your light and shine it as brightly as you can. Look at that. The shoulders went down. The chest went up. I mean, you've got this. You've got a magic bullet. She put Hannah on this weekend. She was brave enough to do that. That's a brave thing. You stood up in front of an audience and you're wondering if you doubt yourself? Go find your light. Turn it on and stop letting other people dim it. There's the hard part. Because if you're dimming it and you're listening to the inner voice, really, okay, I call it the committee. It rhymes with committee. It talks to me all the time and it tells me how awful I am and how badly I've done it. I'm going, yeah, that's the committee.
Yeah, it's a itty bitty shitty committee.
There we go. We have little bitty ears in the room though, so I'm not going to.
We have kids, I'm sorry.
It's okay. No one can hear on that side of my people. It's very loud over there. So, your inner voice. There's a beautiful thing. There's a book I'm going to make you read. And it's Things I Wish I Had Known. It's by a therapist who says, you just come to therapy all the time if you just read this book, because I'm tired of answering the same questions for everybody. And I thought, amen, sister, preach. And one of hers was your inner voice. And I've done so much research on this, it's not even funny. And sample sizes don't matter, because I find it works, especially in women. Your inner voice will tell you all day, every day, how wrong you are, how inferior you are. And if you switch it off and go, thank you for that, that's not helpful right now, it starts to work. Thank you for that, it's not helpful right now. I get really bitter with mine. Because if it's going to be mean to me, you have full permission to go be as mean as you need to be to get it to stop. Work on you first, and then you can work on other people who love to give you opinions you have not asked for. And you can say, thank you for that. That was not helpful. You good? We'll get you the book later, I promise. I got 4 minutes. Come on up. Yeah, come on.
Tell me.
Am I allowed to fly away?
Yeah. For about 2 months, I've been fighting my.
So you came to a psychic fair to find out if it was okay if you buy the plane ticket that you really, really want. You've been thinking about it for months. You're going to have to wrap that up a little quicker in 4 minutes.
Oh, it's worse than that. Had a psychic tell me I was going to lose my job. 2 weeks later, I lost my job. They told me not to sign a contract for 2 months. So I've been having a good time. I've been trying not to buy a plane ticket and leave the country because I'm supposed to be helping my mom and my sister. But all I want to do is fly away. And I have a room on the beach ready for me. Yeah.
All right. So yours is a fight between what you want and what you feel that you need to get. You have a duty fight with a self-preservation flight that is screaming, get me out of here. That's fight or flight response. It's a really fun one, by the way. Mine is fine. Oh. And what you think here's a word that's as bad as that word, should do. Don't shoot yourself. You'll remember it since I said it that way. You know what you're going to do. You didn't need me. It's can you live with the consequences? You didn't come to me for an easy answer. That's the whole question. And that's only going to be found within you. No psychic can tell you that answer. I know, I just disparaged the entire fair. I'm sorry. You need to look within yourself.
Bye, everybody. I'm out.
Okay, I think we're done. I think we're going to be told we have no more time. I do have an actual booth that is on the other side next to the gorgeous jewelry person. I tell everyone, have you seen the jewelry? And they're like, oh my God, are you a salesperson? I was like, no, I just met her today. But I love to have you guys. If you have questions, come find me. I have cards. I am recordsandreiki.com because I was supposed to brand and I don't understand branding. My website says things that I don't know what it says because I can't remember what I put on it. And people ask my price and I'm like, that's negotiable. I need to know what you need. And then they tell me I need this when they need that. And I'm like, okay, I'm certified in like 100 things. It's fine. Come on. Come see me. Thank y'all from the bottom of my heart for being here because I seriously thought no one would be in the audience. And I was like, I'll just talk to them all. It's going to be great. Because there's a camera here, which really freaks me out. I'm not good with cameras because holding gaze is not my fun stream. But you guys were amazing. And you were cooperative and you talked back to me. And I love it. Thank you so much. You have about an hour left. Go have some fun. I do have an hour.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the SoulSearch Scottsdale Enlightenment Expo. Thank you so much for spending your Sunday with us today and for joining us for this day of enlightenment, wisdom, expansion. So we're excited that you're here with us. At SoulSearch, we're here to support the evolution of consciousness and the expansion of spirit. And we do that by connecting you guys to amazing practitioners and healers like Dr. Catherine here. And is that someone as well?
Yeah.
She's not here.
Oh, can you check it?
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for that. And so you can connect with Dr. Catherine on SoulSearch.io platform, and as well as all the other practitioners here. You can also connect with us through SoulSearch TV, where our practitioners have their own series. You can watch them at SoulSearch.tv, as well as Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, and Android TV. And we will be here in Scottsdale again in June and in October. So definitely stay connected with us and come back, because we love to co-create this high vibrational energy together, because as we co-create together, we are uplifting the vibration of the planet. So thank you all for your service in working together with us to really create this new earth that we are all moving into. And I'm delighted to be introducing Dr. Catherine Athens. She is a licensed marriage family therapist trained at UC Berkeley. Her combination of experience as a scientist and as a compassionate metaphysician allows her the unique ability to offer a variety of both conventional and unconventional services to you. She offers psychotherapy, classes, and workshops, and today she'll be speaking to us about unclogging your pipeline to God. So thank you so much for being here, Dr. Athens.
Thank you.
And we'll see how it goes, but you in the back, please come forward so we can join our energies a little bit more easily. I'm Dr. Catherine Athens. I've been a metaphysician for more than 30 years. I'll just give you a small intro to me. I studied to be a bioenergetic therapist, which was the work of Wilhelm Reich. And I trained with John Prokis and Alexander Lowen, who were students of Wilhelm Reich. Wilhelm Reich was an amazing doctor who worked with Sigmund Freud. And he said that trauma is mapped in the body. The body will grow according to the trauma you have. And it sits in the connective tissue. It actually even sits in the bones. So the way you were treated when you were very young has a lot to do with how the body grows and also with your character. Well, being a person who is different, my therapist, bioenergetic therapist, didn't understand me. He couldn't figure me out at all. He almost killed me one day. And then there was a lovely woman in LA, Kay Beck, who was a trance medium who was giving readings. And I told my sister, I really want to go see her. I know I need to go see her. So when I saw her, she said, oh, honey, you're just really, really psychic and you don't even know about it. And I'm going to try to give you some books to help you be that. Now, I didn't know what psychic was at all because my father trained me to be a scientist. But as a scientist, I approached this whole psychic realm. And the first year of being pronounced psychic, I read 452 books, and I attended probably 2 to 3 groups a week because I was ravenous to understand what was going on. Maybe someday I'll write about that because I went through different portions where people tried to kill me, literally, and I didn't know what that was about. So growing up Greek, I had a Greek mom and dad. They were very strict and very Greek. So they inflicted all kinds of unconscious negative patterns, especially being a girl. So I sought to clear myself and clean myself. And in all of my studies, I asked that the Great Spirit, the Great Intelligence, the God, the universe, I asked that I be cleaned and only the divine pattern left in me. Now, when you say something like that, you really get whacked around because none of us know how much negativity is in us. One person explained it, we're like Swiss cheese. You know, if we cut ourselves too thin, we flop over because there's so many holes in us. There's so many negative patterns. So we have to eliminate them step by step, little by little. And when you do, when you have the courage to understand that you've already experienced whatever negativity is inside of you, that it's okay to see it and feel it, you begin to have something called freedom. And it's freedom from unconscious negative patterns, and you begin to have more room for love. Now, Marianne Williamson, who she's running for the DNC president, by the way, she endorsed my first book. And having room for love means having room for health, life, for ideas, for your imagination. It means having room to succeed. Now, most of us are trained to fail. Our society, our schools. I worked with Matt Fox, who was a notorious father in the Catholic Church. And he got thrown out because he said women should be priests. So they threw him out. But he wrote over 30 books and had them published in 30, 40 different languages. And he said that education is the strainer of the soul. So think about that. We have been educated, but what we have been told are lies because we don't know. There is a construct that is the popular one. And being a scientist, I like to delve into things deeply and try to find out what is more the truth. Well, the truth about you and what we're going to do in this, I'm teaching a one-day workshop here at the Westin Hotel in Scottsdale next month. The truth about you is that you are, in Greek, already perfect, which means you are complete. You are already complete. There are talents inside of each of you that we could spend the whole lifetime learning and we wouldn't learn a tenth of what's inside of you. You have capabilities beyond. So in my first book, I wrote about imagination. And you know, our friend Albert Einstein, whom we all think is a genius, but he is, wrote that imagination is greater than logic. Logic is a game you play with your friends on a rainy afternoon. Life is not logical. But in your imagination, you can start creating because there is energy that comes out of you to create platforms which have energy. You can create and open. And when you are aligned with love and letting go, how many people think that you have a pipeline to God? People? Most of us? Yeah, I never knew that. The physicist that took over Einstein's work and maybe some of you know him, Nassim Haramein. He's spoken down at the Conscious Life Expo in LA. but I've talked to him a lot, and most recently, he and his team have solved the field equations. He can bring energy from between the atoms to Earth, and it's x to the 256,000th exponent. And if any of you know what that means, it means endless energy. We're free. But we are not allowed yet to have free energy. I don't know if you remember the energy crisis. Anyone have an energy crisis? We're going to run out of energy, like we're going to run out of oil. There's more oil on Earth now than there was years ago. Okay? The Earth is not running out of anything. Neither are you. When you start this journey inside of yourself, it's scary because no one has taught you how to go inside and look and to be patient and kind and see what's inside of you. Okay? It's okay. Because whatever is inside of you has already happened. And so the journey to unclog your pipeline to God is a journey of letting go of what no longer serves you. Letting go of that. And Nassim Haramein actually proved in physics that we all have a pipeline to God. Now, Eric Butterworth, was a unity minister, talked about the fact that the universe is right here, right now, all of it, all love, all prosperity, all ideas, everything is right here now. Now, I grew up with, God was up here, an old man with white hair. And at first, he had an old-fashioned way of pushing the buttons. But now, in the new computer age, God has a very fast computer, so he can just talk into it. Things happen. Not so. Not so. The God is in you. It is an energy that is in you. It's the energy. It's the part of you are the wave in the ocean. You are the water in all the waters of the earth. And there is 87% plus or minus water in you. And what we're not told is in water, there is all the information of all the universe contained in the water. So in other words, all the information of all the universe is contained in you, in each of us. Now, isn't that amazing? Isn't it astounding when you start to think, wow, there is so much inside of you that's gone unexplored, untapped. Years ago, I taught a wonderful class down in Marina del Rey, California, about activating the crystals inside of you. Water is crystalline, and God is crystalline. There are facets of God that when you say, let's everybody take a deep breath and say, ah. Okay, let's do it with me now. Deep breath. Ah. Come on, we got more ahs. Deep breath. Ah. And be quiet a moment. Yeah. When you say ah, that is the name of God. And when you start understanding that God said, let there be light, that sound is God. That God in its infinite facet inside of you will release energy as you begin to vibrate to that energy. And so unclogging this pipeline is going to allow that universal energy to help you in your quest for learning who you are, what you wish to do to help you release and dissolve the blockages. Okay? How many people have blockages? Yeah, we all do. So it's really important in unblocking the pipeline to God. We're going to release the blockages. We're going to know what they are. Most of us don't want to know because we're too afraid of it. We're afraid of knowing ourselves. But Socrates said, the beginning of wisdom is to know thyself. So when you begin to know yourself, you begin to have a different life. It's like stepping into a new universe, a universe of creativity, of imagination, of the ability to discern what's really true from what's not really true, an ability to manifest, because you begin to vibrate at a higher level. And we talk about vibration, that word vibration. What is vibration? It's sound. It's light. It's magnetism. We're all these things. We're an amazing, miraculous creation that has unlimited. You have unlimited capabilities. Even though we are all trained to feel limited. We are all trained to feel less than. Most people work their whole lives to overcome their feelings of inferiority. And there is nothing inferior about you. You're an amazing being, a conscious being who can co-create with the universal love, light, truth. And getting rid of these deep embedded negative programs is what has to happen. But for each program that you let go of, there's a little bit more room in you for love, for creativity, for joy, real joy. You know, we talk about, I want to be happy. I always wanted to be happy. I didn't realize I was happy. But to have real joy in you and have fun with who you are, that you bring a different accent, a different spectrum to this amazing creation. And the more you can let go and clean your pipeline to the Great Spirit, which is in you, which is around you, the more in touch you are with energy. And energy is love. And love makes you happy, joyful, and the more creative you will become. Understanding that your imagination is vital because you use that every single day. When I teach classes on my first book, Make Your Dreams Come True Now, I talk about nothing in this room, nothing on earth existed before it was imagined. And that's the power of imagination. Imagination is amazing. And hasn't anybody, well, I know I was told, oh, you just sit there and dream too much, or you're too imaginative, or you're not practical. Or I was told, don't go to psychology, which I wanted to be an anthropologist. Don't do that because there are no jobs there. You know, be a computer programmer, right? I was told that, but even when I was in high school, I got a paying job in psychology because the Great Spirit wanted me to work with people. I worked with children who were called retarded, and what I soon found out is there was nothing retarded about them. They were amazing kids. They couldn't sit and take a test, so they got a low number. And I'll tell you the story about a young woman, Sharon Geschwender. Sharon had an IQ of 56, so she was considered really an idiot. But I had the job of training her, and what we would do is we the kids would chase each other with the books and stomp on the books. And then we'd work. The children began to be interested. The children began to listen because they felt empowered. And one day I was tired of Sharon, and I said, Sharon, I'm tired of you. I'm going to put my head down. So I put my head down, like I was taking a nap, and I heard these little feet go to the board, and I heard something on the blackboard. And when I opened my eyes, I saw, I really do love you, Catherine, in handwriting. I really do love you. She began to open up, and all my kids were able to go into regular school because they opened to the fact that they could learn and they could know and they could be more than they thought they were. So what I teach in my therapy and in my classes is that you are more than you think you are, and that there are tools to give you the ability to work and to be more than you think you are. And so it's being willing. Willingness is one. See, I was cheating for a while, so I miss writing on the blackboard. Willingness is one. The next one is to let go, to release, to give up. Thomas Edison said that he was working on something, and he was up, and he was frantic and up all night, and he finally got so tired he fell asleep. When he fell asleep, in the dream, he saw the solution to what he was working on. So he got up quickly and wrote down the equations and solved them in his sleep. There's another story about an engineer who was working for NASA, and he was supposed to design some kind of space station, whatever. And he was working, and he couldn't think of anything, and it got closer. He was supposed to do a presentation. So as he was closer to his presentation, he became more and more frantic. He tried to talk to his boss, like, this isn't going to happen, boss. I'm not going to be able to do it. But he kept on, and he kept on, and he got more and more frantic. And finally, he got so frantic, he went and ran like 20 miles and made himself tired. And then he went home, and he went in his living room, and the prototype of what he was supposed to design was sitting there in his living room. So he grabbed his paper and pencil and wrote down on his pad everything, and it turned itself around. So he could design it. It turned itself around, all the ways around. And he was so freaked out about it. But, it was all night, and he had to go to the meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning, so he had to take a shower and look. Someone, okay. And he tried to get his boss, but the boss wouldn't have it. They had the meeting. He finally got into his boss's office, closed the door, and he said, "You'll never guess what happened to me last night." And he explained everything to the boss. And the boss looked at him and said, "That's how I get all my designs." Okay, that's how powerful your imagination is. So what I want you to do is take a moment, close your eyes, do some relaxing breaths. Remember that when you exhale, say that little ah, because it creates more serotonin in your brain, and serotonin is the feel-good chemical, and it releases your lungs, releases the bottom of your heart with a palm. I want you to take a moment and imagine yourself, your best self. The self that you generally may not dare to imagine. Something you've always wanted to do, someone you've always wanted to be, somehow what you wanted to look like, where you want to live, who you want to talk to, what you want to think about. I want you to use your imagination for all of that. Just take a few moments to do that. Because we all have that person who we dare not tell anybody we want to be, but we want to be it. Then when you get that, I want you to take your right hand and put it on your heart. And I want you to put that person in your heart. What she or thinks, feels, where you are, who you talk to, what you look like, what you do, you know, what you feel. I want you to put that person in your heart. And what I want you to do is I want you to tell that person, I am willing to allow you to now be free in me. You are willing to allow that person to be free, which is you. So take a moment. And when you're done, you can simply return your hand to your lap. Would anybody like to share what you saw or felt? How about you? Okay. How about you? Behind? No? Yes. Can you speak loud? Stand up and speak loudly because he's talking.
I think like the last one too. Getting more in touch with the heart, getting more in touch with the freedom of letting go of things, just be in the divine loving presence, relaxing.
Yes.
And the freedom that comes with that.
Well, it's important to let go. And the heart, I have a book that I wrote about the heart brain. Within your heart is a brain, but more than that, when you were first conceived, you were all heart. And the brain and the head and the peripheral nervous system grew from your heart. And your heart has the job of going around your body and checking in, you know, with your digestive system. How are you guys doing? Are you doing okay? No. And it will say, no, we need this or that. And the heart sends it up, message to the brain, and the brain goes, okay, we'll secrete that, we'll give it to them. And then, you know, to your kidneys, and the heart sends a message, this needs to happen, then, okay, we'll do that. You know, the heart, there is 87% of the information that you know in your head comes from your heart up. Only 17 or 13, anyway, about 15% comes down. So in our society, we've talked about our brain, our head, is everything. But in Chinese society, the name for mind is heart. It is the heart that keeps the body in what we call homeostasis. It's the heart when we get upset. Now, how many people have ever gotten upset? Right? You know, all hell breaks loose, and the heart goes, oh, wait a moment, I can't function very well. I'm going to close down. I'm going on triage, emergency service. I'm going to keep these organisms alive, but at a very low rate, because whoever is in here is really angry, and the heart doesn't function well with anger. Now, Of course, we know as students of metaphysics that breathing will bring the heart back into harmony. We have a breath, 4 breaths in, 6 count out, and 2 hold it. To do deep breathing, but focus on your exhale. And it will bring the heart back in harmony. You can do this if you're really upset. Go to the bathroom, ladies' room, the men's room. Sit there and breathe on the toilet. Do your breathing. Calm yourself down. No, pardon?
What was that count? 4 in, 6
4
out.
in, 6 out, hold 2. And do that for 5 times. And then think of something beautiful. Sunset, sunrise, maybe a good golf swing, a beautiful baby, an animal that you love. That will bring you back into harmony. Now, when you're in harmony, you're grounded, you're present, and when you're present, you can pay attention, you can observe, because this whole business of human growth is an observation business. It's a willingness, surrender business, and it's an imagination business, and then it's a discerning business, and then it's a willingness to know. I know I studied the Bible from the Aramaic, and he had us go up on stage and say, well, why are you here? What do you want to know? And I said, I want to know like the birds know. The birds know how to fly. They go on the magnetic fields. They do what they do. And so I would let you know that when you can let go of negative programs, when you are willing to see them and say, okay, you have served me, but now I have grown up and I no longer need you. But thank you for being there. Thank you for the lesson and the learning, and I am willing to allow love to guide me. Now, whenever I wrote a book, it's called Love I Am. We wrote it during the pandemic because it was clear to me there's not enough love. Now, when we send love, and send love to yourself first, we send love from our heart. If we send it from our head, it's not very powerful. But if we send it from our heart, it becomes several 1,000 times more powerful. And love sent from the heart can actually be felt all the way out past our solar system into the Milky Way galaxy. Okay, so before we leave today, let me look and see what time it is. Okay, we've got a little bit of time. We're going to do that. We're going to send the love. Well, let's do it now. We're going to send the love. Imagine that the earth is here, and we're going to send love from our hearts, and we're going to fill the earth with love. We're going to fill everything on earth, whether it be human or ET or abstract, whatever, all animals, plants, with love. We're going to do it from our hearts. So first, I would like you to be comfortable. Put your hand back on your heart. I would like you to feel your heart. And first, we're going to send love to you. We're going to ask that the love come through. And I like to see it as pink cotton candy, because that's a fun way to feel love. And I'd like you to send that love into your heart till it's overflowing. And the heart chakra is green, but it's also pink. And pink and green go together, healing and love and healing. To really say, I'm willing to love myself. I am willing to honor myself. I'm willing to trust my heart. I'm willing, as each of us are channels of the great light and love of the universe. I'm asking that everyone who is here, well, actually everyone, to receive more love from the universe, more love, to put it in your heart, to let it flow through your body, to especially put it in your heart. And if you have a heart ache or pain, to allow that to be healed. So let's all do the breathing together. Let's inhale to 4, inhale together, 4, and then slowly exhale to 6 and ah. Can you make the sound of ah? Good. And hold to 2. Then again, inhale to 4, and exhale to 6, ah. And hold 2. And inhale 4, and exhale 6. Hold 2, and one more inhale to 4. Exhale 6. Hold 2. Actually, one more. Inhale to 4. Exhale to 6. Hold 2 and just be quiet for a moment and come put your attention in your heart. How has your heart changed? What do you feel? What do you sense? Well, if we know, but if love is unlimited, we can send as much love as we can imagine to the earth, through the earth. And you know what happens when we do that? We receive more love. Love doesn't belong to the 3 dimensions. Love is a gift from the heavens that is within each of you. Each of you has the ability to love deeply. And the more love you give, the more love you have, the more love you can receive. So let's imagine that this great love is pouring out of your heart into the center of the room where the earth is, spinning around our beautiful blue planets. And we're just sending love. Just see the love encircling the earth. See the earth soaking it up. See everything on earth receiving love, soaking up that love. See that love in itself is divine order, divine peace. Love in itself is a multi-dimensional feeling that you and I are able to receive and give, and sending it to the earth. And see that this love is going down, 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 through the core, through whatever it is, the layers of the earth, to the very core of the earth. And breathe, just see that, and feel that. And feel that the earth, through her core, is sending love back to everyone on earth, especially you. And feel how that feels. Just feel that you're sending it out, it's being received and absorbed, and then it's being sent back to you and being received and absorbed. Just love, the love you're sending, the love you're receiving, that you, through this process, are creating more love. Eric Larworth says that if you could love enough, you would be the most powerful person on earth. So as you're holding your heart, did you know that every cell in your body is made of love? Every cell. Did you know that there are over 50 billion cells in your body? Over 50 billion. And each can be overflowing with love. And did you know that in each of those cells of your body is the information that could make a new you? Did you know that in your body, these 50 billion cells filled with love come together to be of service to you, to cooperate, to love you? Can you let yourself feel that love? Just take a moment. And we're sending more to the earth, and we're asking that love be poured in from all of the universe and all the galaxies to our beautiful planet to bring peace and love. And how do you feel after sending love? Does anybody want to say? Yes. Pardon?
Lovely.
Lovely. Yes, lovely. Thank you. You, sir?
I was honestly seeing over my third eye, and this may sound weird, but I was seeing like kisses, like kiss yourself.
Kiss
So love yourself.
Love yourself. Kiss yourself. Yeah, fabulous. That doesn't sound weird at all. It's fantastic. Yes. Yes. Well, it's true. When you breathe this way, you expand. Not in the sense of I'm gaining weight, but your aura, your energy fields expand. And in your energy fields, you start healing your etheric body, your double of your physical body, and then the cosmic bodies, and they start to vibrate more, and you feel more energized, more enthusiastic, more positive, more like, oh, I can do that, or wow, this feeling, this thought I have, it floated in, I'm going to do that. I'm going to create that. I'm going to make that. I'm going to allow myself this feeling of joy and feeling lovely and feeling, wow, I can do whatever it is I imagine I can do. Yes. Can you stop talk a little?
I was just thinking too that when I have that experience and that love, there's no room for this.
Yes.
Marion was. There's no room for fear.
No.
That's just that.
It is true. Yes. We are taught to be afraid. It's a teaching. So we have to learn to be unafraid and put love there. As God is in you, as you have the ability to unclog your pipelines, which really is a sense of mastery, because in freedom, there's no room for fear. Fear is what Florence Scovel Shinn calls upside down faith. Okay, it's upside down faith. But love, when we can take moments and do our love exercises, what happens is this thing calms down. This body, heart, and gut start to activate. And suddenly we have ideas. We have interesting, creative ideas. And a sense I can do it. A sense I am capable, rather than a sense of I'm unworthy. And it's so important to really understand that you are all, each of you, worthy. You are creations of the light and love of the universe. And you have the ability to know everything when you go inside of you on the great adventure inside of you. Okay? There's a song that a woman wrote that says we can all know everything without ever knowing how. It's in every one of us, here and now. And you start to really work with that and stay with that and say your affirmations. You know that the name of God is I am. In Aramaic, Er Asher Er. Also here, I am that I am. You are. So when you say something about yourself, I used to teach kids at juvenile hall. I like bad boys. They were the best. They were the sweetest. You know, they'd just been abused. But I like the bad boys. They would say, oh, I'm so stupid. I said, well, there are 50 billion of you. So start counting now. If you're going to say that, you have to say it 50 billion times. Maybe you'll give that up and say, I'm smart. I'm capable. When you add I am, you command the universe, which is within you and around you, to be the way you're commanding. I'm happy. I'm prosperous. I'm loving. I'm kind. Well, suddenly, your universe has to obey you because, think about the throat chakra. It is the place of the word, and the word used to be creation. So when we said something, it used to manifest in the three-dimensional world. But we've abused that power so badly, and we forgot we had that power. So we start with I am. Now the televangelist who's become extremely metaphysical in his ways, Joel Osteen, he's been ostracized from the Christian church. Oh, he's not a Christian. You know, he's not a Christian because he talks about the I am. He talks about the power that each of you has. Each of you has the ability. And what's so amazing is that each of us has a unique set of skills that no one else has. That you're unique and yet we're similar. We're related, but we're unique. And each of you is amazing and wonderful, full of wonder. And there is no better study than to go inside and say, okay, I'm ready to know myself. I'm ready to see myself. I'm ready to let go of any negative thought I have, because by convincing you, putting you to sleep, allowing you to let negative, deep patterns rule your life, you become unable to function and become enslaved. When you say, I am, I'm wonderful, I'm happy, I'm prosperous, I'm healthy, I'm victorious. When you start saying that, your universe changes right away, immediately, because you are commanding 50 billion, could be trillion, but anyway, we'll say 50 billion cells to be that way. You have the power in your spoken word to begin this process. And this is what I teach in unclogging your pipeline to God. Because We all need unclogging. And for many years, I never even knew I had a pipeline to God. You know, I didn't know nothing, right? And then suddenly, you know, studying metaphysics and studying all of these wonderful philosophies that we have, everything is different. Your life can instantly be different because you are changed. You are the radiant life of the great light. You are. I am. Use that as a tool when you leave here today, as your tool. If you start to say, I am something negative, say cancel, 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 and say something positive. I am worthy of kissing myself. I am worthy of loving myself. I am. Okay? You are. No matter where you are worthy of wonders because you are full of wonder. You are wonder. So I think I should stop, ask for questions, comments. Is that, yeah? Yes.
Thank you so much for your talk. My question is, if there's a way, or it could be spirit-led, but if there's a way which modality you need at the moment, and specifically, I'm working on family patterns where the women in my family, you know, they're in abusive relationships, and that's also like patriarchy, you know, but that's a pattern that I'm working on, but I'm running into not knowing like how to clear that from my system because it's impacting my relationships.
Well, it's okay. So you have a roadmap. I remember years ago, I did something called Life Spring, which many people don't remember. It was like Cast. And my teacher was very nice. You have a roadmap, the universe. Okay, you're not done yet. So you say, okay, I choose to be valued. I am valued. Now, this isn't something you do once in a while, choose this. It's a work that requires daily practice. It's like meditation. You daily practice your meditation. You daily practice your worthiness. You are worthy of a wonderful life. You say, I am, and I want you to use your imagination and write a story, doesn't have to be long, just about the wonderful life you had on earth, where you were loved and valued and cared for, and you had a partner in your life that loved you and valued you in the way that you wished it to be. Write that story. You can fold it up. You can put it under a green candle, 7-day candle, light the candle and say, okay, universe, make it so now. Make it so now. Because in truth, there is only now. Okay, my girlfriend, whom I love, used to say, you know, I'm going to be rich. She'd tell me that, I'm going to be rich. You know, I'm going to be rich. She passed away. She wasn't rich. You say, I am wealthy now. Now I am healthy. Now I am wise. I'm willing to be wise. I'm willing to know everything without judgment. Judgment is a negative embedded pattern that we're taught. I mean, my goodness, I was taught that. Let it go. Let it all go. You are wonderful right now. And do that daily. Take 3 minutes of wonderful affirmation every day, or sometimes during the day, I see clients and they have very serious problems, very serious. So I have to take a little iron break and I say, I am capable of helping, thank you, great spirit energy, angels. I need to know what to say now. I am able to assist now. Breathing, doing your 4, 6, 2 breaths, and then doing what you need to do. But dedicate every day. When I first started meditating, I was taught to meditate by Zen Buddhists. And they hit you if you don't do it right with a stick. So I was pretty black and blue because I didn't do it right. The full lotus, and of course they knew I was thinking about something. Empty that mind. We don't have to do that anymore. Okay. So anybody else? You're welcome. Anyone else? Question, issue? Can you come
Now I'm curious if you were in Tibet and you learned that.
Well, no, I was sitting in my apartment in Santa Cruz, California on the floor trying to be enlightened, whatever I thought that meant. And then, going to the ashram there and getting beaten up. Yeah, so.
How can we be less impatient? We want it yesterday.
Well,
how
can you learn patience? Never ask to learn patience. Because the great intelligence will put you in positions where you have to learn patience. The first thing you say is that I am fully and completely patient. In all situations, I am impatient. I am fully patient. I am. What will happen is it will happen less often where you think you have to have it now or yesterday, because there really isn't a yesterday, and there really isn't a tomorrow, and there really isn't time the way we think of time. So what happens is we want it, I used to say, I want patience and I want it now. Well, then I got to be the last one in the bank line, and when I got up to the teller, she closed her window. Right? I got to learn patience. Oh yeah. Or I had the mom with 3 kids in the grocery line with all this junk, and the kid suddenly has a tantrum in front of me, and there are no other people to help me. They got to learn patience. So you don't need to go through all that. You can say, I am fully and completely patient now, and repeat it. When I started, I used to do research at Stanford and SRI, and I like doing research because it's paid by numbers. My spiritual teacher said, you're supposed to open your office. I go, I'm having so much fun painting by numbers. It's so fun because I like to do that. And so the great spirit sent a big truck to rear end me and make me paralyzed so I could sit there and think about how I like to paint by number. Don't do that. Do what your spiritual teacher tells you to do. So open yourself to realizing that right now all is well. Right now all is well. That's going to help with the fear. Okay? Because the fear comes at us. And I'll tell you, when you say your affirmations, don't expect that it's going to. What happens is we become attacked by our negative programs. Our negative programs attack us. I have people calling me going, Dr. Ann, what happened? What happened? I said, what did you do? I start saying my affirmations. I said, oh, that's why, because the negative has a nice place in us and doesn't want to move. But we need to move it out. It will obey us. I remember when I was first studying metaphysics, I was mopping the floor and I was saying my affirmations, and all this horrible negative stuff started coming in my mind. I said, cancel, say my affirmation. Mom, some more, cancel, say my affirmation. It's okay. We're now in a place where consciousness, we're at a higher vibration. You don't have to wait years and years for consciousness. Really, if you are willing, you can have it now. But it needs a commitment to letting go of all of that fear, all of that judgment, and being present. And in that moment, I know I'm running over. I'm the last one, so we can. In that moment, understand that all that negativity has been bottled up inside of you your whole life, maybe many lifetimes. I have a story I'll tell. I started working with a holistic doctor down in Malibu in Southern California. Now it's on fire, so I pray he's okay. And this guy hated women. And this guy was world renowned. So I said to him, I said, Ed, why did you want me to be here working with you? And he goes, oh, Catherine, many lifetimes you've healed with crystals, and you were a medicine woman, and you were this, you were that. I said, really? I feel like such a schluck, But I said, okay. And he said, go home, because he would diagnose, and I had to create a healing for the person with color and sound and crystals. And I used to wrap people up and, and different Tibetan bells. Now I have crystal chung bowls and all that stuff. But he said, okay, go home, and then you're going to tell me, because I would come back in 2 days, the prescription for each of these people. But I did. I didn't know I could do that. I wasn't aware of any of that. I just started using my imagination, praying like the Dickens, that these people would get better. Oh my God. And working with him. And through him, he's the one who told me about generational curses. He's the one who talked to me about changing the genes and DNA and how we have to heal on that level. He's the one who talked to me about energetic connections, which I never knew about. Now, he taught me, I was with him, thank you. I was with him for almost 3 years, and I complained to my spiritual teacher regularly, when am I going to get away from him? And he said to me, Catherine, what I taught you, people don't learn in 30 years. And I just thought, yeah. But he was right. He taught me things I couldn't learn from anyone else. It doesn't write in the psychology book. Let's see, examine for family line curses. Right? It doesn't say that. And so we misunderstand what's going on with people. We misunderstand through our own ignorance. So part of it is I'm willing to know. Just be willing. Say, I'm willing. Okay, I'm willing. I surrender. I'm willing. Yes.
What were the name of your two books that you mentioned too?
The Heart Brain. The Heart Brain is a wonderful book. You can get it on my website. Go to my website because it's CatherineAthensPhD.com. Because in the website there are podcasts, there are books, there are funny sayings. You can contact me. But those two, Love I Am. We won awards for Love I Am and for the Heart Brain. We won an award for the science book for the Heart Brain. It was amazing. And even though it was 10 years ago, it's still on the cutting edge. I went to how many conferences with neurologists and neurobio people, and they're still up here. They're not here in your heart. When you start saying, okay, all right, I'm willing to love myself. I'm willing to kiss myself. I'm willing to believe in myself. I'm willing to believe I know. So I have another story. It was a Christmas, whatever, in the shopping center. It's a cheap shopping center, about 20 miles away. Christmas, everybody thinks they're on Thunder Road or something in that shopping center. So I forgot to ask, I ask my angels all the time, can I have a parking space, you know, my perfect divine chosen one? Can I have it near the building, you know, blah, blah, blah. So I didn't ask. So I'm turning in and I say, oh, I didn't ask. You're probably not going to give me a good parking space because this place is overpacked. You're probably going to make me park way out across the street. And I'm going on and on. And right next to the building, this car leaves. There's the space. And the guidance is going, look at you making, you know what, ASS out of yourself. Look at you. And I went, yeah, they're right. They're right. Now they have a sense of humor. So part of this growing, you know, why did Buddha laugh all the time? Pardon? Yeah, the power of joy, because it's full of love and happy. You can laugh at yourself. Have a sense of humor in your spiritual growth. Have a sense of humor when this yuck comes out of you and you go, thank you, let's see. Oh, I can't stand that person. Why'd you say that? It's like, oh, be careful. Cancel. Watch what you say. Have a sense of humor about what comes out of you and let it go. Put it in the light. It will dissolve. Anything that is not true cannot stay in the light. You know, light and dark are not opposites. Dark is the absence of light. But when you turn on the light switch, it's light. So that's what you need to do. Okay, and you will dissolve some of these deep embedded patterns. And you'll feel lighter, freer, more imaginative, and more childlike. So anybody else before we have to stop? Yes.
Did you bring cards with you?
I have on my table, I have cards on my booth.
Oh, okay.
I'm over there.
Over there?
Yeah, I'm over there on 15. I have cards so you can please call me, email me.
Is that information on the paper?
There's information on the paper.
Has your email on there or your website on
My website is not on there. It's CatherineAthensPhD.com. And it's all lowercase, phd.com or angelsisland.com. Okay.
And you do groups?
I do groups, I do classes, I do individual work. I even did a major training for the Department of Labor one time using Just Imagine.
Oh.
Because they were not very imaginative there.
And you have your books at your.
And I have my books over at my booth, so come and look at them. You know, come and talk to me. We'll be here. And I really appreciate all of you being here. And remember, you are wonderful, right? You are wonderful. Okay. Yes.
Imagine.
Yes.
Each letter is a number.
Yes. intelligence.
With God. Mind wave. Wave. We love positive.